It's time to go racing once again here for round number 3, the Summer Shootout at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. My name is Caleb Yeskin. Alongside me here this weekend in the booth is the one and only Rocco Ruzic, as your micro serves presented by Kart Racing Solutions have worked their way out onto the racetrack now. And Julie Anastasio on the pole position as somebody lost the chain guard there. So definitely not what you need here as we get set to go green. It's Kimo Ahmad alongside Anastasio on the front row. Dutch Westbrook, P3. Tyler Blackwood starting 4th. Victor Gus Wonderley starting 5th. Kason Sanders 6th. Nayeli Vargas 7th. Benson Hale 8th. And Rodolfo Garza, Shotgun Charlie on the field here starting 9th. But already you see that track still pretty damp as the sun starts to crack through the clouds here and starts to shine and beam on this racetrack. One driver there off the racetrack, and I believe that was the driver who lost the chain guard, unfortunately. But already still a super damp racetrack that is going to dry here by the second. But for your micro swifts, where we wait for the rest of the field to work their way through, there's Dutch Westbrook. And I think they're going to get the yellow flag, and they're going to have to go around one more time because they got all out of shape at the start. But already they're going to get the yellow flag this time by, and you're going to have to go around once more. Yesterday, as you see on your screen, it was Anastasio who put it on the pole position, was your fastest and RLV Shaw Sticker Fast Lap Qualifier. It was Anastasio again who won that first heat race, and then Dutch Westbrook and the Benek machine starting 3rd was able to deny him for the heat race number 2 win whenever the track started to dry. However, we haven't seen Ahmad, who has been a factor all year long. He was quickest at NOLA, quickest at Speed Sports Racing Park as well. So the young Egyptian going to try and go a spot better here, but hasn't had the best of starts all weekend long. So we'll see what Ahmad can do there starting on the outside. And again, if you see that timer start to tick down, they did lose time because they didn't go green, especially when you're running on a regional series at a young age. You need you should already be familiar with how to start a race. So it's just going to cut out of their racing time. So they will get green with 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. So again, these heat races are 6 minutes plus 2 laps, but there's no cut-throughs through this racetrack, so they have to go all the way around, and you definitely do not want to find yourself having to forfeit a start here in this one. So for Anastasio and Ahmad, going to be critical to keep it together here in this one. We'll see what it looks like this time by, and it looks much better, I must say, as they get set to go green and into the tram lines here once again. Anastasio and Ahmad on the front row. Wonderly and Westbrook on that second row. Benson Hale there as well. Garza, Sanders, Blackwood, and Vargas all slated to start into the tram lines. Green flag is out, and we are racing here in Micro Swift. A good start again for Andrew Anastasio. That entire inside line. Anastasio goes around. Anastasio goes around in turn number 1, and you see how slick the racetrack is already. Anastasio got on the brakes and spun it around in turn number 1. Dutch Westbrook, your new leader, and what a monster start for Oscar Gus Wonderly, who's up to 2nd. Ahmad still held on to that 3rd spot, but got absolutely freight trained by the inside line.
Yeah, you have Westbrook in his Benek kit. I mean, you saw him in the other class in his Kart Racing Solutions Tony Kart, but now with different colors, he's back in the lead. So Anastasio, unfortunate in turn 1 to get around and out of contention right now. I mean, the heat just started. I don't think he'll have enough time to catch back up unless he gets back on the track very quickly. I mean, it's very muddy off on the outside of the track, so, kart this small, I mean, you're going to have to get out and probably push it. It will take a lot of time, so, unfortunate for Anastasio. But now, as we come around for lap number 2, Westbrook in the lead still with Wonderlay right behind him. Ahmad in P3. Into turn 1 they go. No Satel, very close Wonderlay to Westbrook here. A little bit different from yesterday's race. We had Anastasio up front, dominating for the most part in Heat 1, kind of ran away with it in the wet conditions. But right now it's a total mix-up as you have a Wonderlay in P2.
Yeah, Wonderlay P2 here and losing touch a little bit with Dutch Westbrook already. That gap opening up little by little here. So let's see what Dutch Westbrook can do. Already a couple car lengths in between the two of them, about 5 car lengths in between Westbrook and Gus Wonderly. Last time by, they ran an identical lap time, obviously being the first lap, but they have a lot less time to actually get racing here. Ahmad just hasn't been quick in the mixed conditions here as of yet. Losing touch a little bit with Wonderly at the moment. So let's see what Oscar can do. Dutch Westbrook, a little bit of bobble for him on the exit of turn number 10. Went a little sideways there, and Oscar has a very good run up the main straightaway. Is he going to be close enough to dive into turn number 1? Not as of yet. Gives the bumper there to Westbrook. Keeps it on the racetrack, but that track continues to dry here as the sun starts to beam on these drivers and starts to beam on the racetrack and starts to soak up all the water that's still collected on the asphalt.
Yeah, so I think this is the most sun I've seen all weekend. You know, it's really lighting up the foliage out there right now. You can see the clouds. Even if we don't have a sky shot right now, you can definitely see how much the sun has come out. So yeah, a drying track right now. I mean, the lap times are going to start improving as the day progresses, as well as the track. They're going to start putting down a rubber line. Right now, there isn't really any line to get underneath that rubber right now and run a faster lap time. So, the green track, Wonderley doing a good job to keep up with Westbrook here, though. He wasn't able to keep so close to Westbrook yesterday, but right now he's definitely making headway and keeping that gap to a minimum. So, down the front straight, still your leader, Westbrook, with Wonderley about quarter-second gap behind.
Yeah, quarter-second behind for Oscar Gus Wonderly. Just hasn't been close enough as of yet here. And for Victor Gus Wonderly. I'm getting that name wrong. So Oscar, actually the older brother to Victor here this weekend, and then their older sister Amelia running as well. So a family affair for the Gus Wonderly, for the Gus Wonderleys here this weekend, and in good spirits nonetheless. For Dutch Westbrook, I mean, came onto the scene a couple of years ago. We saw him go viral after what started the fan affair here for the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Kid Kart class himself, Brody Stoffel, and Kimo Ahmad were all fighting it out at the end of 2022 for a race championship in Kid Kart. And then you fast forward 2 years later, Brody Stoffel was Saudi Racing USA driver, Kimo Ahmad, OTK Iron Rock Motorsports driver, and Dutch Westbrook, a Bennick driver, all drivers who we see at the United States Pro Kart Series, at the SCUSA Pro Tour, and racing in a lot of big national series. And they all started here, racing Kid Kart at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. So it's really cool to see, all the drivers continue to progress, and the likes of Ahmad and others work their way up the ranks, move up and have that pace, the exact same pace that they had whenever they were Kid Karts. So going to be interesting to see how these drivers do as the year progresses and as they progress as drivers, right, as they get older. So we'll see and keep up with their progression. But again, I mean, Dutch Westbrook has had a good weekend so far in his Bennick machine and able to keep Kimo Ahmad behind. The young Egyptian, I mean, he swept NOLA, won every single race of the weekend. And then we went to Speed Sports and had a very similar showing that time out, sweeping the Micro Swift class once again. And he looks to do the same this weekend, but has been on the back foot all weekend long, just struggling with whether it's setup or the mixed conditions have made it pretty difficult for Kimo Ahmad this weekend. But nonetheless, has done a great job nonetheless to keep it P3 here. Westbrook crossed the line, a 1 minute flat .660, the fastest lap of the race that time by, as this will be the final lap for Dutch Westbrook here. So one more go around for Dutch Westbrook before we get into main event racing for these Micro Swifts, and that's going to be really good for the average of Dutch Westbrook, who was able to take away heat race number 2. Unfortunately for Anastasio, found himself in the grass at the start. So Westbrook is set to solidify his pole position starting spot later today. So for Dutch Westbrook, not bad, and a good start to his Sunday morning and Sunday of racing. So let's see what Dutch Westbrook, if he can keep it on the racetrack for the last couple of corners. He has been doing so far. He does on the exit of turn number 10. A good run for Dutch Westbrook, and is set to win heat race number 3 in Micro Swifts, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. Victor Gus Wonderley, P2, and Ahmad slated across the line next in 3rd.
Yeah, 4th place will be Hale, with Garza in 5th place. Anastasio fell 5 positions back to 6th place, unfortunate for him. He had a good lap time, though. He was pretty close up with the front there. And then I think Kason Sanders was your 7th place driver. Blackwood and Vargas, I don't know if they were out on track or if their transponders weren't working, but they are 8th and 9th as the timing shows. As you said a moment ago with Westbrook, all those guys back whenever they were in kid karts, now we're looking at all these kid kart drivers. I mean, it's going to be the same theme 2 years from now.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, they definitely delivered a great Saturday of racing action, but as these drivers get into the track and as we get pickup underway, we'll take this time to step away here for a second, take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, it's going to be green with everybody's favorite class, the Honda Kid Karts.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to your Heat 3 races. Up next is the Honda Kid Karts by Gallery Furniture. I mean, red flag's out. They're going to queue up right here and get their race underway. That is Becca Anderson on your screen in the 33 kart. She is on the front row, but off pole. Ooh, a little bit of a break there for the 14th kart. I mean, you see these kid karts every now and then. They'll come in pretty hot to the red flag, and sometimes they'll rear end each other. So it's a little bit little sketch sometimes with these drivers, but I mean, to this week they've been actually very impressive with how easy it is to get them all situated. Very minimal moving of these kid karts around and sorting them for the race start. Usually they're a lot less coordinated than this, but right now, I mean, they're on it. They're on their top game. It's really cool. I mean, you said earlier how this community is growing by every weekend, and we see it everywhere, even in our kid karts. Not only with size, but by racecraft, and now we're seeing kid karts defend. We're seeing kid karts, white line. It's pretty crazy to see. And yeah, really excited to see what they do for Heat 3, Caleb.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers have definitely evolved as the years progressed. And Holden Henson, I believe that's the driver we're waiting for. Oh, as one driver goes off there, way off the racetrack, unfortunately, for Liam Lofton. He's going to find himself in the grass, and hopefully they can get him back going here. But Holden Henson was late out of the pits, and they're going to get him set up here to go green. So all these drivers continue to cycle through. There's Liam Lofton, unfortunately, off the racetrack here. And this one, they are able to help him, so they can get him back on the racetrack. And Liam just not too sure what happened there. I think they're talking to me. He's just saying, I don't know. Car wasn't turning, so we'll see what it is. And what the diagnosis is there in that one. But the number 11 there as
Is he
well.
gonna get out of his go-kart? Is there something wrong? Oh,
I think they're gonna. Hopefully they push young Liam back on, or I think that may be it for Liam Lofton. Unfortunately, yeah, that's gonna be
that's a
it.
shame.
So a shame for Liam Lofton. We're gonna get all these kit carts fired up and get ready to see some racing action. Brody Brown has been the driver to look out for here in this one. He's worked his way up the field in every single heat race. So let's see what it looks like this time by. They're going to go into the tram lines for the first time today. And we're going to get the green flag. Going to go racing here in Honda Kit Kart. Beckley Anderson already to the bottom of the racetrack there, trying to get ahead of Holden Henson here. And she does here for a second. Henson going to send it on the inside. Not close enough.
No.
Holden Henson goes around after dropping a tire there in turn number 1. And Holden Henson out of this one early, able to get back around, but unfortunate start for Holden Henson. Rafe Ali already up to second, and Beckley Anderson, the young lady from Waco, Texas, up to the point of the field here in this one. Ali now has Bodie Bayer right behind in his top cart and going to try and keep him behind. But what a start for Beckley Anderson here, Rocco.
Yeah, an early lead for Beckley Anderson on that start. They almost went 3 wide into turn 1. Holden Henson tried to get the inside of that sandwich, but went a little bit too deep on the inside, got on that curbing, got all sorts of off the racetrack, and unfortunate for him right now. But as you see further back as well, battle for fourth and back. That is from the back. He's already coming up into P4. That is Brown right there down the inside. Ooh, a little bit of a bumper there, but just a little love tap. Nothing too upsetting to the go-kart. Now that is your leaders right there. That is Anderson, Ali, and Bayer right there in that blue go-kart. So there is Pasha in P2. He's
Rafe.
Rafe Ali, the younger brother of Pasha. Under pressure a little bit by Bodie Bayer. It's early in the race, so I wonder if Bayer's gonna sit tight in P3, because Ali is also catching Anderson right now. As you can see, they're all now in frame. A little bit of a gap when they got down through turn 10, but now it's a little bit closer, Caleb.
Yeah, not too bad. And Bayer already closing down the gap to Rafe Ali, who's closing down his gap to Beckley Anderson in the lead of the race. So these young drivers already facing a lot of track conditions, and they've definitely gone through way more than they've gone through all their lives in racing here this weekend. So they've got a lot of experience already under their belts. Is Bayer close enough into the bowl? Not as of yet. Bayer going to have to stay behind Rafe Ali, who's keeping Bayer at bay. But you already see them, not passing, and you see what happens when you don't pass. This is a big lesson for some of the senior drivers, right? Passing isn't always the quickest. Rafe Ali currently closing down the gap there to Beckley Anderson, but wasn't close enough to get the move done that time by. Looked for it, but not as of yet. So, a big lesson for some of the senior drivers, right? Including 206 and K100 senior, right? It's not always quickest to pass. Maybe some you can get some good out of following and pushing each other. But there goes Bodie Bayer on the inside, and a little bit of contact as he tried to get right back in a line and made a little bit of contact there with Rafe Ali, but working together and closing down that gap here a little bit. Brody Brown up 7 spots from where he started, up to P4. Shep Sullivan, unfortunately, not the best start for him. Fell back to 8th here. Holden Henson as well, your pole sitter, fell back to 7th. And Caden Tudor, we saw him fight there a little bit with Brody Brown and Dusty Strayer. He fell back to that 6th spot after having a top 5 start. So for Brody Brown already, a good drive up the field, and going to be good for Brody Brown's average when we get down to it later today. Beckley Anderson still leads. Ali in 2nd. And a little bit of a gap in between the two of them. So Beckley Anderson has done a great job all weekend. Has her dad wrenching for her here. A daughter and father duo here who are doing a great job. Only an hour and a half. They live an hour and a half away here in Waco, Texas. There's Holden Henson, or that's another driver who goes off the racetrack. That's a 71 there of Ben Nelson. Ben Nelson off the racetrack there, unfortunately, and trying to get back onto the racing action. But for Beckley Anderson, pitting with the CRG Nordum team and getting the experience already from the likes of Aiden Rudolph and more, and as well for Rafe Ali, right? His dad wrenching for him as well, with older brother Pasha Racing. So a family affair for all these drivers, and very cool to see, them spending time. But there goes Rafe Ali, doesn't want to waste any more time, and going to have to think better of it. Slot back into that 2nd spot. Beckley still leads, and Bodie Bayer losing touch a little bit with the 2 CRGs in the lead.
Yeah, there's minimal fighting going up in the front. They're making looks. You even saw Bodie Bayer the lap before try to get down on the inside of Rafe Ali. and made a bit of contact, and it wasn't too much. They didn't slow each other down at all. You see Brody Brown in that 4th place position. Last time by, he was under 5 seconds behind the leader, and now it is up to a 5.5 second gap. You see, whenever you don't battle and you just work together, especially what we're going to see, not in the heats, but in the final for sure, because it's a much longer race, you're going to see some kart breakaways most likely, and people running away with it. But now there's your 4th and 5th place drivers. That is Brody Brown and Shep Sullivan right there. No, that's Dusty Strayer, my mistake. Strayer in P5. Yeah, they're working together too. It's been that way. They've been 4th and 5th in that order for a few laps now, not making any moves on each other. They're not making too much progress up to the front, so at some point they might start fighting on their own. But yeah, now you see Rafe Ali poking out to the inside of Beckley Anderson. He's looking for it. He's fully alongside Anderson right now. Now, into turn 1, Rafe Ali with the lead. Bayer right there in P3, very close. Anderson right on the bumper of Rafe Ali as well. They have 30 seconds, basically 3 laps to go now through the back straight. And yeah, so we'll see what happens in these last 3 laps, Caleb.
Yeah, and there you go. Anderson was looking for the move there into the sweeping left-hander. The entry of the sweeping left-hander being turn number 4. A little kink there on the right, but wasn't close enough to get the move done, and now going to have to stay behind her teammate of Rafe Ali. And like you said, Bodie Bayer set the fastest lap of the race, but just needs a little more to continue to close down the gap to Beckley Anderson and Rafe Ali, who have been really patient with each other. One of the most patient kid kart races that I think I've ever seen here in between Rafe Ali and Beckley Anderson. Obviously, they know they have the same color go-kart. They know they're under the same tent. They share conversations under that tent, so let's see what it looks like this time by Ali. Middle of the racetrack. Anderson looking for a move. Not close enough. And she's going to push, or she's going to slide out of line. She's going to go out of line to the bottom of the racetrack here. And Rafe Ali on the outside as they rocket up the main straightaway here. Checkered flag is out. And I think Beckley Anderson thought she got it, but Rafe Ali, your winner here in Honda Kid Kart. 1:16.862, the fastest lap of the race on the last lap for Rafe Ali. Beckley Anderson 2nd, Bayer 3rd, Brown 4th, Strayer 5th, Tudor 6th, Sullivan 7th, Holden Henson 8th, Ben Nelson 9th, Trevor Knight 10th, and Liam Lofton not able to get going here in this one, unfortunately. That was your Honda Kid Kart there, presented by Gallery Furniture. When we come back, it's going to be Ready Racing with your Mini Swifts.
We're at a commercial break. I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Well, as we saw our Honda Kid Karts work their way into the scales, I should say. They were presented by Gallery Furniture. On deck now is your Mini Swift class presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. Ages 9 to 13 here in this class. With the minimum weight being 245 pounds in this one. We've talked about it all weekend long. A very, very stacked Mini Swift class here at the Texas Racing Series with a lot of drivers coming out here who drive in the national stuff, in the national scene, and making their return to the Texas Racing Series. So good to see them come back out, and good to see the sun return. So a big welcome back to the sun, who's working its way up and above the clouds, and what's turning into a very, very beautiful day here today here in Cresson, Texas. So we'll see what it looks like this time by as the one and only Trevor Blue works his way back up here, giving our hard-working cameraman a little bit of a break there. The one and only Xander Rogers, ex-Texas Sprint Racing Series racer. You on the crew. Geeth with us this weekend as well. Taylor Burris, who filled in for me a little bit yesterday as well here this weekend. Trevor Blue, obviously, yourself, Rocco Ruzic, and myself, Caleb Vieska. So Xander Clements on site as well. We don't claim him this weekend, though. All jokes aside, no, he is out here in racing and doing a great job. Top 10 for him yesterday, so not too bad for Xander. We saw one of his clips go viral there, a little bit of a Tokyo drift for him as well, so that was pretty cool to see. He got a little bit racy there in that one on again, he's up and down weekend with all the conditions that have come our way. But let's run you down your grid order here in Mini Swift presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. It's Pasha Ali, the driver who put it on the pole position and the driver who won heat race number 2. Nicholas Orbezo starting alongside him on the front row. Sawyer Chambers, Aston Wyatt, row number 2.
In 5th place, it's Liam Nachawati. In 6th, it's Cade Casper. On the 4th row, it'll be Alex Chandler, joined by Nathan Hughes. 5th row, Lavin and Klein. 6th row, Wonderlay and Vargas. That's Oscar Wonderlay, by the way. 7th row, Cowell and Royce Vega way in the back, and then Sofia Sadagova in that last place position. Royce Vega in 14th place. Not the best qualifying he had yesterday, but he's going to make this race interesting for us, Caleb.
Yeah, we'll see what Royce Vega can do. He worked his way up the field yesterday, and let's see what he does today. Already 2 different winners throughout the heat races. It was Aston Wyatt in the first one, Pasha Ali in the second one, and let's see who it is here in heat race number 3. Liam Nachawati had a lot of pace yesterday, just couldn't put it all together after some off-track excursions for young Liam and Sawyer Chambers as well. We saw him lead a lot of laps, but again, just issues for a lot of these drivers with the ever-changing track conditions. But they get set to go green. All the drivers getting set to start here in this one, and Nicholas Orbezo and Pasha Ali. 4 different manufacturers, I should say 6 different manufacturers on the first 3 rows. Burrell, CRG, Intrepid, Parolin, OTK, and GFC all getting set to go green here in this one. Into the tram lines we go, and into the start box. The green flag is out, and we're racing here in Mini Swift. A good start by Pasha Ali there on the inside. Nicholas Orbezo on the outside. Chambers going to try and push Ali all the way to the outside of the racetrack, and he does. Already, Sawyer Chambers to the point of the field. Orbezo going to go back on his teammate. Orbezo on the inside of turn number 2 and gets clear.
Yeah, a repeat from Heat 1 yesterday, how Pasha Ali off to a not the best start, lost a few positions there. Now you can see a 2-car breakaway out in front. That is, I think it's Liam Nachawati and Austin White. Oh, a bit of a bobble there, and you can see Pasha Ali almost went around, saved it, but now they're all getting bunched up in the back. That is Liam Nachawati right there in that 3rd place position. He's running away from Aston Wyatt now. Your 2 leaders also running away from the main pack now. Further back, that is Pasha Ali. He's defending for his position right now. He's falling back a little bit. He needs to start defending if he wants to keep his momentum from falling further backwards now. That is Aston. Is that Cade Casper behind him? Yeah, that is Cade. So Cade also very close to Aston now. They're both going to punch out right behind Liam Nachawati and draft right by him. They're both going to clear him before turn 1 and there promote both Aston and Liam and Casper to 3rd and 4th. They're now side by side coming through the 2nd corner. Still there, Liam Nachawati looking down the inside. He can't get there. And yeah, they're all single file coming through the back straight.
They're all single file coming down the back straight as they continue to cycle their way through. And there you see Aston Wyatt working his way up to the rear bumper of Sawyer Chambers. Cade Casper there still in that third spot and closing down the gap to the Burl Art Machine of Aston Wyatt. Liam Nachawati has rejoined the party, looks for the move on the inside. Cade Casper looks to go through as well. Nachawati going to go through on Casper. And there you see what happens whenever you doubt a move. Casper thought he was going to go, didn't, thought better of it, and lost the spot. Looking to go back on Liam Nachawati, not going to be enough, and may get over-undered by Alex Chandler here on the exit of turn number 10. A great run by the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart up the main straightaway, and motors his way past Cade Casper. Ali looking to go through as well. And there you have it, another move by Alex Chandler on the inside of Liam Nachawati. A good move that time by, and Chandler already making up gains. And there you have it on the edge of your screen. Royce Vega closing down the gap. Last time by, he was up to 8th and the quickest man on the racetrack.
Yeah, the consequences of not opening up that turn 10 corner. You could see Cade Casper lost a bunch of positions because he went on the inside. I don't know if he was trying to get a move on Liam Nachawati or to defend, but yeah, he lost his all of his momentum and exit speed coming out of turn 10, and yeah, lost 2 positions there. Now you have Aston, Chandler, Liam Nachawati, and Ali all in that train right there. Casper on the very back of that train through turn 10, and all still single file.
All still single file there. You see Cade Casper looking for the move on the inside of Pasha Ali. Wasn't close enough that time by for Cade Casper, and Royce Vega and his Benek machine closing down the gap here by the second. Chandler looking on the inside of Aston Wyatt. Thought better of it, back in a line in third. And you see all these drivers wanting to close down the gap to Nicholas Orbezo in the lead. Last time around, a 55.163 for Orbezo. 2/10 slower though for, a 10th slower for Sawyer Chambers and company. So they really need to get a move on, put their differences aside, and close down the gap. This move isn't going to help them. Going to open up the gap here a little bit. Wyatt needed to go, though, as Chambers is losing time with Nicholas Orbezo. And you see that single foul line, all wanting to chase down the reigning Rock Winter Tour champion of Nicholas Orbezo. Side by side, Chandler looking to go through on his teammate. Chambers wasn't going to make it easy, though. Nachawati wanted to go through as well. He gets clear, and both of your Iron Rock machines go off the racetrack. Chandler drops the tire, and so does Chambers.
Yeah, 3 wide for a partial moment there. They're still 2 wide on back Ali, and I think that is 107. That is Vega, sorry. Vega coming through from the back. He's now in 8th place. He's now into 5th place. Pasha Ali down the inside of Liam Nachawati into turn 1. He takes that 3rd place position from Nachawati. Now we have a new variable, Royce Vega, in that 3rd cart of the train right here. He is in 5th place, right behind your 3rd and 4th place drivers. They're breaking away a little bit from Alex Chandler and behind. Now into the kink and into the sweeper they go. Single file. Will there be any moves into the bull? Maybe from Vega? No, they all say single file.
Everybody's saying single file, and they know they have to here. And Royce Vega already a yellow flag further back in the field. One driver there, Royce Vega on the inside of Liam Nachawati. Looks to get clear. That's the driver that's off the racetrack. That's Oscar Gus Wonderley. But did Royce Vega get clear on Chandler? He did. Royce Vega gains a spot there. So Vega up to P5 here at the moment. Looked to go through on Ali, and I think he lost time there. I don't think he was able to get that move done, but you see the gap already to Nicholas Orbezo. The lap time's coming through, and Nicholas Orbezo 3/10 quicker than Aston Wyatt last time by. Pasha Ali goes purple, a 54.309, but has to get past Aston Wyatt. One thing is to catch, and it's a whole different other thing to get past the Burl Art machine of Aston Wyatt. So Pasha Ali needs to make quick work of Aston Wyatt here if he wants to work his way up to the rear bumper of Nicholas Orbezo. At the moment, he's one of the only drivers who can challenge him here. He has really good pace there in his CRG machine, so let's see what he can do. This time, across the line on the inside there of Aston Wyatt is going to get stuck on the outside. Vega going to push him through. Ali points forward, wants to get to the rear bumper of Nicholas Orbezo. So Ali gets through, Vega gets through. Aston Wyatt falls back to 4th, and Pasha Ali going defensive, middle of the racetrack here, trying to keep Royce Vega and company behind.
I mean, it's definitely a tactic there to cover off after you make an overtake, but now everybody slotting out right behind Royce Vega, trying to push by Pasha Ali right now. Yeah, he's going to lose 3 positions there, demote him all the way down to 5th place. Now, they're all single file. What they have to do, they have to make a choice here. Do they want to settle for P2 and fight for that, or do they want to go and work to the lead? They're running out of time, though. They have about 7 seconds, so they're going to get the 2 sticks this time by. This is the since last time by, it'll be 3 to go. Now, Aston Wyatt leads that train. They're losing touch to Royce Vega, actually. He's kind of running away with it through the bull. No changes for position there. Now, through this infield straight here right before turn 9, now Alex Chandler goes a little defensive there, and Pasha Ali will push him through on Aston Wyatt, and they'll both get those positions. Now, Pasha Ali looking to go down the inside. Alex Chandler throws a hand up. He's pretty frustrated with Pasha for that, but I mean, Pasha is very quick. He needs to get around and start moving forward, but Alex Chandler doesn't believe that he's quicker than him. So he's going to get down on the inside with Aston Wyatt, and they're both going to push through for that position, Caleb.
Yeah, both pushing through on Pasha Ali, looking to get clear. That last time by, Royce Vega, 0.8 of a second quicker than Nicholas Orbezo. Can he get there by the end of the race? Does he have enough time? There you see a lot of moves there as a back marker and Aston Wyatt, Ali, and Chandler all work their way through, but already a lot of action here in this one. I believe that's Cade Casper. Cade Casper currently 6th here at the moment, so that wasn't a back marker, but Cade Casper, I believe, closing down that gap there. There goes Chandler to the bottom of the racetrack. Casper looks to go through as well, and Aston Wyatt. Casper going to go through, so Cade Casper up another spot and up to P5. Wyatt falls back to that 6th spot. But for Royce Vega, let's see what it looks like when he crosses the line this time by. Is he closing down that gap anymore to Nicholas Orbezo? The white flag is out, and yes, he is. Royce Vega, a 10th quicker last time by than Nicholas Orbezo. For Pasha Ali, Alex Chandler, and Cade Casper all staying pretty stagnant here at the moment, side by side. And as I say that, they proved me wrong. Aston Wyatt goes through. Cade Casper loses a couple of spots there. And already they continue to fight here. And they know they need the best finishing position. Doesn't matter if it's just one spot, because in the main event, they're going to need whatever they can get here. So all fighting for the starting grid position later on today in their main event. Ali already trying to defend from Alex Chandler. Not close enough. Chandler going to go to the bottom of the racetrack there. Aston Wyatt looking to go through as well. Ali wanting to hold on to it around the outside. Has a great run and able to hold on to that. Having the inside into turn number 10. Aston Wyatt to the bottom of the racetrack. Going to make it 3 wide in between these drivers. Wyatt goes through. Cade Casper goes through. But all the while, Orbezo runs away with it and wins heat race number 3. Across the line, 2 wide. Wyatt and Chandler, who gets shoved off the racetrack there, and Chandler loses a couple of spots. Falls back to 7th. Royce Vega 2nd. Pasha Ali 3rd. Aston Wyatt 4th. And Cade Casper rounding up your top 5.
As Sawyer Chambers finishes P6, Alex Chandler in 7th. Nachawati lost a few positions there into P8. Sadagova made up 6 positions in the P9. Then you have Simon Klein in P10. Lavin 11th. Hughes 12th. Cowell 13th. Oscar Gus Wonderley, after that unfortunate spin in the bowl, is in 14th place, and Adrian Vargas in 15th.
An action-packed race that time out, and with no pickups, getting set to get underway here. Up next, we have our 206 heavies, where Jay Weaver has been the class of the field in every single race. So let's see what Jay Weaver can do when we return.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
On the racetrack now is your 206 heavies, presented by TV Kart. Jay Weaver on the front row alongside David Roddy, and all TV Kart front row lockout. Nick Miller on the second row. The Maverick needs a good race this time out, but I'm not going to talk about him because we always seem to curse him. Madison Knox starting alongside him on the second row. Kevin Dickerson and Jennifer Pilion on row number 3 as these 206 heavies get set to get underway here, Rocco.
Yeah, Jennifer Pilion, during that warm-up session, I called out that she was going quite quickly during that warm-up. You know, recently, yesterday, we only had about a top 3 three-way battle for the fight now, but she showed a lot of promising pace in that warm-up, so we'll see if she can fight for the win as well.
Yeah, we'll see what Jennifer Pilion can do this time out. And you see that racetrack already beginning to dry, and the dry line starting to form here. But into the tram lines we go for 206 heavy. Green flag is out, and we are racing here in heat race number 3. Jay Weaver with a monster start. Nick Miller with a great start as well. Madison Knox falls back. Gonna let them cycle through. David Roddy around the outside, looks to hold on to it. Can't get the move done on Jay Weaver, but he can get it done on Nick Miller. There goes Madison Knox on the inside of Nick Miller. Did all of them get through? And it looks like they did. And finally, some racing action for Nick Miller here in this race. On the rear bumper now of David Roddy and the three of them. This is the closest we've seen them all weekend long. They've let Jay Weaver get away after first lap incidents, but this time a much better showing this time out. So let's see what Miller can do on David Roddy. When does he decide to go? And it looks to be patient here. He's going to want to push, but I mean, if I was Nick Miller, I don't know if I would have gone or just decided to wait, because David Roddy has a much better exit there out of turn number 9. So I think there's a little bit of a difference in gearing here, Rocco.
Yeah, I mean, Nick is probably thinking it's a little too early in the race to be going for moves right now. I mean, they haven't completely lost touch with Jay Weaver, so he doesn't have to make too many frantic moves. Oh, actually, he's going now. He decides because on the front straight, he has enough draft to just pull alongside, and Madison Knox is going to try and shove him through. She gets resolved. David Roddy goes off into the grass. He rejoins in P4. A little bit of a rough ride there through the curbs and through the mud there. Kart seems fine, though. He's back underway, so your new top 3, that is Weaver, Roddy, and Knox in P3. Knox right on the bumper of Nick Miller.
Yeah, Madison Knox not too far back from Nick Miller, and it looked like Roddy wanted to hold on to it around the outside and just wasn't close enough and didn't have the grip there on the outside to hold on to it, as Madison Knox got past Nick Miller that time by. And you already see what passing does around a place like this, right? When you lose the draft, it's going to be really hard to get it done. And already, I mean, down the main straightaway, you saw Nick Miller with a great run through and was able to get past David Roddy, who just unfortunately ended up in the grass. But there you have it. Let's see what Nick Miller can do on the main straightaway. Does he decide to pass? Does he decide to push? And it seems to be push here at the moment. A little bit of shake and bake in between Madison Knox and Nick Miller here in this one as they try and close down the gap to Jay Weaver.
Yeah, right now I wouldn't think there'd be any benefit to him going around Madison Knox because there's nobody behind him giving him any pressure, and they're not necessarily losing Jay Weaver. He's pulling a little bit of a gap, but now that Madison Knox got ahead of him, you know, I would think maybe she has a little bit of pace if she's able to get around me. I should push her for a few laps. Oh, they're catching Jay Weaver quite rapidly in that back straight section right there. I wonder if it was a little mistake. He looks over his shoulder. He must have made some sort of little mistake there. So, yeah, your top 3 is starting to bunch back up. But see, Nick Miller being very smart with it. If he tried to fight with Madison Knox, they wouldn't be able to capitalize on those mistakes that Jay Weaver would make in the race.
Yeah, no, for sure. So they have to be really consistent here for Madison Knox and Nick Miller if they want to be in touch with Jay Weaver, who's just not as quick as he was yesterday in the wet conditions. He's a lot quicker. The field's a lot closer here in the dry. So let's see what Madison Knox and Nick Miller can do. Knox already has a win under her belt at Speed Sports Racing Park. Can she repeat here at KartMoto? She's closing down that gap definitely to Jay Weaver, and is going to have a good run through the exit. And you see much wider exit there for Nick Miller. Goes to the outside of the racetrack, and there goes Madison Knox on the inside of Jay Weaver. And for the first time in 206 Heavy, we have a change for the lead, but not for long, because there goes Jay Weaver back on Madison Knox, who's going to have to get right back on it and close down that gap to Jay Weaver, because they do a lot of work to catch up. But if you make a mistake, then Jay Weaver's just there to pass you back.
Yeah, it was a clean sin from Madison Knox, but went a little too wide on exit, was able to get the switchback on him. So yeah, Jay Weaver still in the lead. That order hasn't really switched up much since a few laps ago whenever Knox got around Miller. But now you see they're still very close. They have 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. There's still a lot of time in this race for them to figure it out. I mean, Nick Miller sitting pretty in P3, not really racing too hard, not trying to work his tires much or overheat them, because even though this 206 class is the slower full-size class, you still have to manage your tires. Tire pressure is a very important thing. Because you don't have much power to work with. It's a very, very important setup-based racing class.
Yeah, no, for sure. You need to be comfortable in the kart that you're driving. You need to be confident in it as well. And Madison Knox looks really confident here at the moment, closing down the gap again to Jay Weaver, who's just losing time here at the moment. The last time around for these drivers was a 59.389. For Madison Knox at 59.334, who currently holds the fastest lap of the race at 58.742. And Nick Miller there, unfortunate mistake, drops the tire into the dirt. and going to be just a little 2 ways back to contend here. He really needs Knox and Weaver to start to fight, and Weaver still ahead. So let's see what it looks like when they cross the stripe this time by. Improvement last time for Jay Weaver, and only a 10th off for Madison Knox here at the moment.
Yeah, a little improvement from Jay Weaver, but you can see Madison Knox still holding our fastest lap for sure. She, like you said, very confident in that go-kart. She's still gaining on Jay Weaver ever so slightly when there's no mistakes, or if she's waiting for him to make a mistake. It's still very close. We couldn't really call it just yet. We still have about 3 laps to go, I would say, or 4 if we can get to the line before the ticker goes all the way down. So, yeah, very close there indeed. Madison Knox on Jay Weaver. He's looking over his shoulder again, starting to worry a little bit. I mean, when you start to look over your shoulder in 206, you kind of let the driver behind you know that you're worried about them, and it's a mind game, you know. One thing you don't really want to do is, you know, give your opponent any emotion, you know. Just looking straight, don't give them anything, and, you know, just keep on with your race. If you start to look back and worry, you're not thinking about the racing line, you'll start making mistakes.
Yeah, and already, I mean, you see a clear racetrack, and I'd say that's all thank you to Deke on site here this weekend. Said that he submitted a request for better weather late last night, and it looks like it was heard, because we do have a lot better weather here, a much drier racetrack, so good to see that, and thank you for that, Deke, who's on site here at the Texas Racing Series at every single event, so thank you for that to Mr. Deke. And Madison Knox continues to close down the gap to Jay Weaver here at the moment, who's doing a great job so far, but just needs a little more to continue to close down to the TB Kart, who's currently in the lead. So a lot of work to do, and David Roddy, you see them further back with work to do as well after a mistake for him. So a lot of drivers just need to keep it consistent if they want to contend with Jay Weaver, who's, you know, maybe hasn't been the quickest, doesn't have the purple lap time, but has been the most consistent, as they do get the 2.6 in the air. 2 laps to go left in this one.
Yeah, it may not be the fastest, but same recurring theme as yesterday, you know. In the lead by a little over, or a little under a second right now. I mean, the gap varied yesterday quite a bit because of the weather and whatnot, but right now, you know, Jay Weaver commanding the 206 heavy class all weekend long, keeping a decent gap whenever he can, you know. Just made a slight mistake, I believe, at the beginning of the race, you know, had the second and third place drivers catch up to him, but he seems to be really good at getting back into the zone and locking back in, even after making any sort of mistake. You know, that's something that some people don't think about. You know, people who maybe don't race think that maybe, you know, it's just about driving and it's all about, you know, who is the best driver and not who's the best thinker. Mental fortitude is a very important thing in racing, and it's almost as important as the skill of driving.
Yeah, so we'll see what it looks like this time around. And that was a very good point you made, right? Just keeping it consistent, keep it on the racetrack. You know, you don't have to be the quickest, but as long as you do that, and as we say that, he just went quickest. A 58.600 for Jay Weaver. So is the quickest on the racetrack now, and everything we just said does not apply to Jay Weaver because it doesn't matter. But has been the most consistent, and that's why he has the fastest lap of the race, and, you know, he has it late in this one. So whatever setup, whatever tire pressure they have in this one, he's been quick all the way around. And like you said, setup based. And it seems like the TB Kart team and Slipstream Racing guys have it figured out.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that setup. How his tires came in late in the race. I wouldn't be surprised if that's how he was running all of his races this weekend, because that's how it is. At the end of the race, he will pull a commanding lead. His tires may just be coming in very late. He may be running a bit of lower tire pressures in that go-kart to, you know, one thing, some drivers, you know, they like to have a little bit of higher pressure, you know, if they can get away. And Jay Weaver, my mistake, takes the lead and wins your 206 heavy Heat 3 race by TB Kart.
Madison Knox, P2, Nick Miller, 3rd, David Roddy, 4th, Kevin Dickerson across the line, 5th, and then Jennifer Pilion across the line in 6th here. So a good little race there we had for a little bit, and Jay Weaver still unbeatable here in 206 heavy. Coming up next, your KA100 juniors. Don't go anywhere.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers, Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
On track now, your KA100 Juniors presented by 4T Concrete Pumping. Joey Domi, Roberts, Barry, Paramo, Bailey, Duquette, Kemper Jr., Young, Anbar, Ibarra, Trammell, Duran, Barry, Henry, Cox, Gus Wonderly, Cruz, Thomas and Nvani, and Nathan Golseth, all getting set to start this race here in K100 Junior. That was super action-packed yesterday for their second heat race. And here we have it as Nathan Golseth, Shotgun Charlie on the field. Let's see what he can do here. Into the tram lines we go. Green flag is out, and we are racing here in K100 Junior. Domi to the bottom of the racetrack here, trying to hold on into turn number 1. A little bit of contact there in between Barry and Paramo. Everybody able to go through, and as I say that, Jackson Young and another driver there off the racetrack early in this one as they try and rejoin here. That's Jackson Young into the water, and big puddles there. And unfortunate for Jackson Young, who's going to be beached here in this one. And already a couple of moves up the field. Tyler Roberts to the point. Gage Bailey currently in that third spot. Kemper Jr. going to go on the inside there on Bailey. He's able to get clear. Tyrone Kemper Jr. up to P3.
A complete mix-up for the lead here. Now further back, you have Tyrone Kemper Jr. looking over his shoulder. Barry's going to go down the inside of him and get that P3 spot if he can get around. Yeah, he slots into P3 there. So your leaders, that is Tyler Roberts with Paramo in P2. Now further back, that is Gage Bailey right behind Tyrone Kemper Jr. All on the track.
All the way off the racetrack and into the grass. Wow. Having to work his way back onto the racetrack and through the main straightaway we go. Graham Trammell able to hold on to it here, but not the best start for him. A couple of movers already working their way up the field. Nathan Golseth up 8 spots from where he started in 20th. So a good drive up the field for Nathan. Let's see what he can do as another driver there goes off again. So a lot of pushing and shoving here in this one, side-by-side contact, and they try and work their way through. Mason Barry there, currently in the third spot and trying to close down his gap to Jason Domi, to Joey Domi ahead.
Yeah, down the inside goes Tyrone Kemper Jr. on Barry for P3, or is that P? No, that is P3. Yeah, I think I saw a back marker further up ahead. Now into turn 10 we go. Oh, a little bit of a correction there from Barry. Lost a little bit of time between him and Kemper Jr. So one more lap in the books. Nose to tail, he pulls out Tyler Roberts down to the inside. Ibarra is going to follow him through on Barry. They both get into P4.
So that was Gage Bailey there making the move on Mason Barry. Ibarra was able to get through. Roberts still your leader. Joey Domi.
So there you have it. There goes Gage Bailey trying to get down the inside of Tyrone Kemper Jr. They're still all nose to tail, no moves into the bowl as of right now. So single file, that second on back, that is
as we have a lot of moves going through there as well. That's currently Mason Berry, who's down in that 6th spot, looking to make more spots and more gains here in this one after he had a great start, but hasn't had the pace in this middle stage of the race. Tyrone Kemper Jr. going to look to the bottom of the racetrack there, going to go through on Joey Domi. He's going to get clear. Gage Bailey's going to follow through as well. So a good move by the two of them. But this fighting has really opened up the gap to Tyler Roberts ahead, currently at 0.8 of a second. So let's see what Tyrone Kemper Jr. can do to continue to close down his gap to Tyler Roberts. Domi looks behind. Knows Ibarra is close down on the inside for David Ibarra into the sweeping left-hander. He's clear. The CRG driver up another spot and up into P4 here. So a much better race this time out for David Ibarra after a struggling and a rough day for him yesterday, finding himself just on the edge of the top 10. For a couple of times, just struggling here with the conditions, with the weather, and with the rain. But all that gets thrown out of the equation now, and it's full dry the entire rest of the day as they work their way through. And Mason Berry with a great run out of the exit of turn number 10 on the rear bumper now of Joey Domi, but Gage Bailey on the inside of Tyrone Kemper Jr. He's going to go back, and David Ibarra going to be right there on the rear bumper of Tyrone Kemper Jr. when they get into turn number 2.
Yeah, you said Ibarra's having a great weekend right now, at least more than yesterday. So one driver who seems to be falling a little bit backwards right now is Joey Domi. I mean, he was doing really good yesterday, fighting up in the front. I mean, he's still up there. As you see, Tyrone Kemper Jr. looks down the inside of Gage Bailey, can't do anything there. Now loses a bit of time with that half move. Now you're going to have Ibarra go down the inside of Kemper Jr. He's going to get that spot. Now, into turn 9, is there going to be any spot? Oh, he's pointing forward, but Tyrone Kemper Jr. not having any of it. He wants to go back into the front. He believes he's quicker, and he's going to try and get up to Gage Bailey right there. As you have that's Joey Domi going off ever so slightly. Tyrone Kemper Jr. goes defensive. They're all going defensive and slowing each other down here, Caleb.
Yeah, and Joey Domi went off the racetrack there a little bit, dropped the tire, and from my experience in driving this racetrack a couple of weeks ago, it's super easy to go off there if you're too early on the throttle there, as Ibarra looks to go through on Kemper Jr., not close enough, and none of these drivers wanting to work together here, all wanting to pass, all wanting to fight, and you see the gap already to Tyler Roberts, but Gage Bailey is closing down that gap to his teammate in Tyler Roberts. So let's see if the two Trackside Karting Services teammates decide to work together or want to push each other further away from the chaos further back. Tyrone Kemper Jr. up 4 spots here at the moment. Let's see where Nathan Golseth currently sits in 13th, up 7 spots, lost a spot last lap by from starting 7th. So kind of stagnant for Nathan Golseth halfway through this race, but Tyler Roberts and Gage Bailey currently 1st and 2nd here in this one. Ibarra there in 3rd. Kemper now going to point to Ibarra, tell him to go forward, because if they work together, they will close down that gap, but currently half a second slower the last time by, but that's just because of all the fighting that they've been doing. That time by, Bailey really closed down the gap to Roberts, and he was 4/10 quicker than his teammate ahead. So let's see what the gaps look like here. And you see that already start to close down bit by bit as Ibarra, for the first time this weekend, finds himself inside of the top 3, and with a good promising run with just under 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, a great scenario for the two teammates up in front, but you see David Ibarra, he got around Tyrone Kemper Jr. that last lap, believing he's quicker, but you see he had no pressure from behind the last lap. It doesn't really make too much sense for them to be fighting so hard right now. If they can, they still have pace. If they work together, it'd be possible for them to catch the leaders, but I guess they've totally thrown that out the window by now. They want to settle for fighting for that 3rd place position. I mean, they may be thinking about points right now. They may just want to settle for 3rd. I mean, it also, with fighting in the Heat 3, it is a lot of risk and reward compared to Heat 1, because whenever you're in Heat 1, you thought, I have 2 more heats to come up and make more positions, but now this is their final chance to grab onto any points that they can find before the final.
Yeah, for sure. And the likes of Mason Berry and Carson Berry, who need the points here in this one, already continuing to close down the gap to Tyrone Kemper Jr. and David Ibarra ahead. Tyler Roberts still leads with a car length in between himself and his teammate Gage Bailey as they get close to a back marker here shortly. But the two GWR Gillards of the Berry brothers closing down the gap very much so to Ibarra and Kemper Jr. there. So let's see what they can do that time by. Graham Tremmel worked his way back up inside the top 10, up into 8th. So good recovery drive and damage limitation like you said, Rocco. Thinking about the points, thinking about your starting position later on today, as Gage Bailey knows that it's time to go ahead of Tyler Roberts, goes to the point of the field. Tyler Roberts to 2nd, and this is going to help the case of David Ibarra and Tyrone Kemper Jr., who want to see these teammates fight and want to see them continue to fight here so they can close on the gap and maybe even snag away a heat race victory. But 2 laps to go when they cross the stripe, and officially crunch time. Doesn't seem like it's been that way the entire way through, so let's see what these drivers decide to do. Ibarra really needs to pull out a lap time this time by. The last time he was 2/10 quicker than Bailey and Roberts, so Ibarra really going to need all that he can get and all the help from Tyrone Kemper Jr. to catch up to the 2 Trackside Karting Services teammates here. Roberts looks over his shoulder, knows that they're closing down, so they're definitely going to have to get a move on here.
Yeah, he made that move a little early with the 2 sticks to go, but maybe, if he didn't do that, so he doesn't even go defensive here, and his teammate, Tyler Roberts, is going to get back down on the inside of Gage Bailey. They're going to tussle on this final lap for that P1 position, but as they slow each other down, 3rd and 4th will be gaining on them right now. Nose to tail coming through turn 2 and 3. Down the back straight they go. Tyler Roberts with a half a kart length ahead of Gage Bailey right now. The 2 teammates tussling for that P1 position. Down into the bowl now.
Down into the bowl we go for the final time in heat racing action. David Ibarra closing down that gap by the second here. Tyler Roberts to the bottom of the racetrack, Gage Bailey to the top. Ibarra looking to work his way through. Doesn't have enough though on the exit. Side by side in between the 2 teammates. They look back. They know Ibarra and Tyrone Kemper Jr. have arrived on the scene. Ibarra going to follow Tyler Roberts through. Not close enough. Side by side all the way through. And it looks to be Tyler Roberts and Gage Bailey across the line. But not enough. Tyler Roberts wins heat race number 3. Gage Bailey 2nd. Tyrone Kemper Jr. 3rd.
Yeah, David Ibarra up 6 positions into 4th place. Carson Berry also a hard charger in 5th. Then you have Graham Trammell in 6th after going off track earlier in the race. Then it'll be Hamza Anbar in 7th, Berry 8th, Mason Berry in 8th, Santiago Duran 9th, Domi 10th after losing 9 positions. Nathan Golseth started 20th in last place up into 11th. Matthew Duquette in 12th place, Henry 13th, Cox 14th, and Vani 15th, Paramo lost 12 positions down in 16th. Luke Cruz 17th, Amelia Gus Wonderlay 18th, Jeremiah Thomas 19th, and Jackson Young lost 12 positions after going in the puddle in 20th place.
Yeah, he was able to get back going and on the racetrack there for Jackson Young as he crosses the line, but he's going to finish last here after an off-track excursion. Put him out of the equation here in this heat race. And we're going to get set to go green and ready racing with our 2:06 seniors. The final time that they'll go green for heat racing action. And then it's going to be all about the main events and all about the hardware. We've seen a lot of racing action throughout a lot of these classes, but 2:06 senior has been one of the big talking points, right, Rocco? I mean, a lot of drivers, working together, a lot of contact in between some of the races. I do expect it to be a lot more tame in heat race number 3 because a lot of drivers need to make up time. Oh, wow. As there's some issues in between some of these drivers in the scales, and that's definitely not what you want to see here in this one. So, all right, definitely not what you need here, and that's not going to help out your results. So there's really no point in getting mad at another guy here. So just, for the juniors, still learning and still improving by the time. So definitely not what you want to see there in scales. You don't want to see that, but an FKA 100 Junior will go straight green and racing with 206 Senior. Aiden Rudolph was the driver who put it on the pole position yesterday. Reagan Seville won that first heat. He's starting alongside him on the front row, and then Rudolph was able to win the second heat in the rain. But it's all dry now, and let's see what these drivers can do. It's Bryce Frank on the second row alongside Braden Robertson.
Yeah, Bryce Frank, I remember talking to him on Friday. He wasn't very happy with his performance coming into on the Saturday. He said he was struggling a little bit, even on the dry line. It was just, he didn't say it was go-kart. He said it was him. But now, as we can see on Sunday, he's definitely in form now.
Yeah, so let's see what it looks like this time by for Bryce Frank. It's Oliver and Young on row 3, Chambers and Zing, row 4, Adams and McLeod, row 5, Reed Domain, row 6, Wolf, Wegman, Melson, Harrell, Willender, Petzold, Braden, Oaks, Kilgo, White, and Jensen all getting set to go green here in 206 Senior. It's anybody's game here, but they all need to be smart. They all need to finish this one if they want a good starting spot for the main event later today. We get set to go green. Aiden Rudolph and Reagan Seville take us to green, and we are racing here in 206 Senior. A good start by the inside line. Seville going to be stuck on the outside there, and everybody goes around. Jacob Oliver goes around. A lot of contact. Josie Chambers involved. Carter Kilgo collects a couple of them, and Jacob Oliver and Kelvin Zing collected.
Josie Chambers.
Big carnage here in turn number 1, and that's not what these drivers needed here in this third heat race. We continue to work our way through. Rudolph still your leader. Seville second. Robertson there in third. Frank up to fourth. Truly Adams currently fifth. Reed, a good start for her. She's up to that 6th spot. So already a lot of racing action, and Aiden Rudolph wants to stack him and pack him here. And Braden Robertson going to go through on Reagan Seville.
Yeah, one thing you kind of see in this 206 Senior class, okay, everybody's white lining right now. Bryce Frank tries to go around the outside of Truly down the inside of Robertson right now into P3. Bryce Frank slots in behind in P5. One thing that you can see a leader do in a 206 race is block early, try to cause chaos behind him, and try to get away benefiting from all that chaos. You see Reagan Seville go down the inside. That was a late lunge into turn 1. Somehow makes it stick down into turn 2 now. Put your leader, Reagan Seville.
Yeah, Reagan Seville to the point of the field here, and you see Truly Adams and company start to close down the gap to Seville and Rudolph there in first and second. Adams doesn't want to push, wants to go up to second, works his way up, and gets past Aiden Rudolph. So for Truly Adams, the youngest driver in this field, only 13 years old, making moves here early and already up to second. He was the winner last time out in Speed Sports Racing Park and wants to go again. Rudolph looked to go through. Truly Adams to the point of the field on the inside of Reagan Seville. A late lunge, he gets through, but side by side with a good exit from Reagan Seville. Who's Rudolph going to decide to push? It's going to be Adams there on the inside. Rudolph looking to go through as well. Seville going to be stuck on the outside, and everybody going to have to get right back in a line. But all this fighting bringing more and more drivers right back into play, and you see Rudolph there get left out to drive as Wolf, Frank, and Robertson all go through. Rudolph going to have to slot back in 6th.
Yeah, getting freight train in 206 is something that happens quite often. You see Bryce Frank and Caden Wolf go a little bit side by side. He's going to get freight trained as well and lose a bunch of positions there. Now you have Truly Adams in the lead with Reagan Seville in P2. We were seeing him crowd Truly on the inside there, trying to squeeze him as he got down into P1. The way Reagan races, you know, he's very defensive, very experienced 206 driver. He really knows how to get the most out of that go-kart and also how to utilize his racecraft in this class. But as you can see, off. That is a comp kart driver. I'm not sure who that is. Truly Adams now into turn 9. They're all going to cycle through single file. Aiden Rudolph back into P5.
Aiden Rudolph back on P5, and I'm not mistaken, I think that was Landon Melson who found himself off of the racetrack there. Reagan Seville. Issues for Reagan Seville. It looks like a pop chain. No idea what it is, but Reagan Seville has issues here in this one, and the big story not going to help him out in the main event. So Reagan Seville out of heat race number 3. Aiden Rudolph up to second, and Cameron Reed for the first time this weekend up into the top 3 after a struggling weekend in the rain for her. But she's had a good showing this time out. Bryce Frank looks to be slowing there on the downhill as well. No idea if he has some sort of issues as well, but getting freight trained there at the bottom of the hill. Already a lot of big stories, and this is going to be definitely something to watch whenever we get down to it. But Truly Adams pulling away here from second on back for Reed and Rudolph. Really going to need to work together if they want to close down that gap. And Bryce Frank just falling like a rock here. There you see Chuck Jensen working his way through. Jacob Oakes as well in the TB kart. A good showing for the rookie Jacob Oakes, who moved up to senior early. Down the inside for the Kart Republic. A little bit of contact in between Young, who goes off the racetrack all the way sideways. And a lot of carnage already in this one.
Yeah, huge contact right there. He wasn't happy. Threw up a hand signal. Now you see Aiden Rudolph go down the inside, take the lead away from Truly Adams. Cameron Reed and Braden Robertson are all going to try and follow, but Truly Adams gets back on Braden Robertson. Cameron Reed, furthest up she's been in this 206 class so far this whole weekend. You can see them all nose to tail. This is a very fast group of 4 right here. If they think and they want to work together, I mean, you know, these drivers, a lot of them, Braden Robertson and Truly Adams, are drivers that would much rather try to lead the 206 Racing Control from there. As you can see, he goes down the inside of Cameron Reed trying to get P2. He's probably going to, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to send it on Aiden Rudolph as well, coming into turn 9. Just wants to control that race from the front. I don't blame him, you know, and as you can see, Cameron Reed falling victim to Braden Robertson and almost Caden Wolf as well, as they're side by side coming into turn 10.
Side by side in between Wolf and Cameron Reed in turn 10. Reed going to slot right back up in a 4th. But Truly Adams seems to be a one-man show here this weekend, wanting to make moves and get to the front early. Is Truly Adams close enough? Is he going to push? Is he going to make the move? He's going to decide to push for now, but in the end, he's definitely going to want to get to the point of the field here. Needs the best average as Wolf goes through on Cameron Reed. A good send for him up to P4 here. Reed falls back to that 5th spot. Domain up to 6th here. So a lot of moves here so far. Robertson there in that 3rd spot. There's Caden Wolf and Cameron Reed. Domain a little ways back in 6th. Frank still in 7th. So no idea what his issue was, but Jacob Oakes, talk about him a little bit. 12 spots gained. We saw him in the junior class and just didn't have the pace, and then moved up to senior early and has really come to life here this weekend at KartMoto. Doing a great job so far. A top 12 finish for the rookie, for the 14-year-old, who's really showing his pace so far in this one. Rudolph still leads us away. Adams in 2nd, and Robertson in that 3rd spot, but Wolf and Reed really going to want to work together and close down the gap with 10 seconds to go. 3 laps to go left in this race.
Yeah, and as you can see, one thing we've seen a little bit more today in Heat 3 that we haven't seen yesterday, with these weather conditions changing quite dramatically, you have kart breakaways happening now. People are deciding to work together finally. It's a lot harder to follow right on somebody's bumper whenever it's wet, and braking conditions are a little bit more different. If you slide into the guy in front of you, you could end up ruining his entire race just because of the lack of grip. So now people are much more confident to work together and really push each other in these drier conditions. As you can see, there's 2 trains out in front working together, trying to pull away, and so 2 groups up ahead. That's all for now. Usually it'd be a little bit tighter with the rain, but because everybody's working together, they're pulling a very commanding lead here, Caleb.
So you saw both of the groups there on your screen. Kelvin Zing, he was off the racetrack at the start of the race. He's all the way back up to 9th, but there goes Truly Adams at the bottom of the racetrack. Going to get clear on Aiden Rudolph. Robertson goes through as well. So Truly back to the point of the field here, wasted no time. But I tell you what, Rocco, Cameron Reed just went quickest, a 56.505, and closing down the gap with Caden Wolf ahead of her, setting personal best lap time, so they're going to be there in the end. But Truly Adams already 3 car lengths in between himself and Braden Robertson here at the moment. So Rudolph and Robertson going to need to push each other forward and try and deny Truly Adams from a heat race victory here. As it stands, it looks like Rudolph will take the pole position in the main event, but Robertson on the inside of Truly Adams, able to get clear. Rudolph in 3rd. Wolf and Cameron Reed officially now welcome to the party for the 2 of them. To the outside, there goes Rudolph trying to set up an over-under move. Is he going to have help from Caden Wolf? He's right there. Adams looks back, and already Robertson going at the defensive, looking down at his kart. Knows that Truly Adams wants to go on the inside, still looking there. Wanted to crowd him, not close enough for Robertson. White flag in the air this time by Cameron Reed, goes through on Wolf. She goes through on Robertson as well. Not close enough. Side by side on turn number 2, Rudolph retakes the lead. Truly Adams back to 2nd, and already a lot of shuffling. They need to work together, or they're going to let Aiden Rudolph run away with the heat race victory. Update on the gap in between Bryce Frank, Kelvin Zing, and Domain. They're closing here with the fighting in between the lead. 5 drivers fighting for heat race number 3. Reed looks for the inside. Not close enough on Truly Adams. 2 corners to go in heat race number 3, and you would have thought this is the main event. To the bottom of the racetrack, Truly Adams looks to go lower than Rudolph. He does. Can Rudolph pull off the over-under? Reed looks to go through as well. Everybody side by side into turn number 10. Domain has joined as well. 3 CRGs up into the top 6. Reed goes a little wide. Truly Adams stays at the point. A drag race all the way to the finish line. Wolf going to help out Reed, but I don't think it'll be enough to deny Truly Adams, who wins heat race number 3. Aiden Rudolph 2nd, Cameron Reed 3rd, Braden Domain 4th, and Caden Wolf 5th.
In 6th place, it'll be Braden Robertson. He lost a few positions there at the very end. Kelvin Zing made a good recovery, a little damage limitation into P7. Jensen Harrell into P8. Bryce Frank, P9, lost a few positions off the start. Sambo Young as well in P10. Wellender 11th. Braden 12th. You have in 13th Jacob Oliver, also getting into some trouble in the very start in turn 1. Carter Kilgo in 14th. McLeod in 15th, Jacob Oakes in 16th, Wegman 17th, White 18th, Jensen 19th, Melson 20th, and Reagan Seville with an unfortunate mechanical failure in 21st. Josie Chambers and Brooks Petzold couldn't. Actually, Josie Chambers did start this race and was also caught up in that first turn trouble. Yeah, unfortunate there for Josie Chambers, who big contact for him, but an action-packed day of racing here in 206 senior. There you see the rest of the drivers continue to cycle through. Josie Chambers, unfortunately,
Let's hope he can get back going later on today. But what a race did we just have? We had it all. A lot of passing, a lot of passes, and a lot of moves here as Braden Robertson walks over to talk to Aiden Rudolph and Braden Domain. But wow, already, I mean, for the likes of Rudolph, Reed, and Domain, I mean, all, chassis teammates here this weekend. And for the rest of the drivers, just kind of a one-man show here. Zing and Frank, the other teammates who are up there as well, and Domain. I mean, what a drive for him. He was really quick in the rain yesterday, but when it dried up, made up 8 spots in this race and got himself up to 4th. So a good drive by Braden Domain and Cameron Reed to go 3rd and 4th there that time. And Kelvin Zing, I mean, talk about him here for a little bit. Went purple off the racetrack in the first corner and able to recover all the way up to 7th. So it seems like that MGM AR Academy kart definitely has a lot of pace. No idea what happened to Bryce Frank. Fell all the way back to 9th. Jensen Harrell, a good showing for him. 8 spots game as well. And Caden Wolf, one of the drivers that we were talking about as well, was up into the top 5, knows how to win around this place, knows how to drive the 206 senior class, worked his way up into the top 5 and had a good showing. Afton Willander was 11th, Paul Braden 7th. Jacob Oliver, one of the drivers who was also off the racetrack there at the start, able to recover to 13th, so not too bad. Carter Kilgo up 7 spots. McLeod down 5 spots. Jacob Oakes 4 spots for the rookie. So a lot of moves, a lot of stories. One of the biggest ones, Reagan Seville, DNFing in this heat race. So going to be interesting to see what it looks like, but I think nobody denied Aiden Rudolph, who looks set to start on the pole position in 206 senior. With a lot of pickup to get underway, we'll be right back with the racing action live and green with KA100 Masters. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Well, your K100 Masters on the racetrack now. And we had a little bit of shuffling in the end of it, at the end of that 206 senior final. So we'll run you those results later on today. But for now, your KA100 Masters presented by High Five Performance are out on the racetrack, and nobody has been able to deny the 7-time Texas regional champion, Miguel Mir, who's starting on the pole position. Alongside him, Kyle Walter on the front row. Brent Harper, row 2, alongside Evan Kozak, Shane Burkett, and Caligaro on row 3. Baldas and Pregande, row 4. Jones and Uchinsky, row number 5. Kozak and Din, Wright, Wynn, Rogers, Kale, Hutchins, Faulkner, Cherry, Bergstein, and Gasper, all set to go green here in this KA100 Master class. A lot to play for, but these drivers need a Hail Mary to deny Miguel Mir, who's been perfect all weekend long. Put it on the pole, won both of the heat races in all types of conditions. Into the tram lines we go. For the final time in heat racing action here, your KA 100 Masters are green and racing. Miguel Mir, a good start there on the inside. Kyle Walter on the outside. There you see Baldus looking to make a move. Not close enough, and he is up to P4 for Pierce Baldus. Got ahead of Evan Kozak that time by. But Miguel Mir already off to a good start. Let's see what Baldus, is he close enough there on Brent Harper? Not as of yet. Gonna have to follow here, and he is close enough now on the inside there of Brent Harper. Pierce Baldus gets clear.
Yeah, so Miguel Mir with a little bit of a breakaway right now. Kyle Walter in P2 with Baldus right behind him. They're going to come down into turn 9. Miguel Mir looking pretty good right now. I mean, I don't know if it's just because of the start, how he got such a good lead, or because of his, he's electric off this start, I mean, Miguel Mir dominance could bore fans if nobody can catch up to him. So Kyle Walter and Baldus working together to get up to that front spot. They're going to push. He's not going to go around, or is he? He does go down the inside of Kyle Walter. Pierce Baldus gets down the inside into P2, goes Pierce Baldus.
Pierce Baldus able to get clear there on Kyle Walter. So a good move that time by Pierce Baldus. Walter falls back to the 3rd spot, and already Miguel Mir setting in pretty good lap times here at the start of this race. One driver there off the racetrack. That's Kyle Uchinsky in the 408, who gets stuck off the racetrack and beached. Unfortunate for Kyle Uchinsky there, who was running up in 9th, and not sure if it was an incident or what it was, but Uchinsky finds himself tail end of the field now. For Kyle Walter, fell back to 3rd. And already Pierce Baldus opening up his gap to Walter. 2 car lengths in between the high 5 driver and the other high 5 driver behind. So let's see what Baldus can do. Does he have enough pace to close down the gap to Miguel Mir? Already Kozak falling under fire to David Pergande further back for the 5th spot. Pergande was looking down the inside. Was he able to get clear? He wasn't. Kozak was able to hold on to that spot. Kozak holds on there at the moment, and behind them is Ademar Carigaro, who's currently 8th. And trying to close down as well. So a lot of movements. Mike Jones in this group as well. Currently sits 7th. So a lot of movers so far in this one. 2 spots gain, 3 spots gain, 4 spots gain for Randall Rogers, who's at the moment your hard charger.
Yeah, Pierce Baldus just last time by put down the fastest lap, about 2/10 quicker than Miguel Mir there. You can see him visually closing the gap down a little bit, and Kyle Walter's going to be tugged along in that draft. He's a little bit behind Pierce Baldus. I mean, when he got around, he managed to put a little bit of a cushion between him and P3 there on your screen. That is Kozak with Pergande behind in 5th and 6th. They're going to come across the line. You can see that Baldus is getting very close to Miguel Mir now. He's in the draft. He's closing rapidly and down the inside from way back into turn 1, but Miguel Mir is going to hold it around the outside into turn 2. Now down the back straight. Can he answer anything to Miguel Mir in the bowl?
Here we go to the bottom of the hill. Pierce Baldus was quickest last time by, 3/10 quicker than Miguel Mir. Is Baldus going to be close enough to send a move into the bowl? Not as of yet. Going to have to wait because they know Kyle Walter is right there in 3rd. Baldus, his drive up the field has shown the racetrack there to Kyle Walter. And already Pierce Baldus on the inside of Miguel Mir, who tries to hold on to it around the outside, side by side. Going to get shoved there a little bit. And Miguel Mir going to have the inside in turn number 10. Walter there on the inside as well. Mir, a deep dive and clear of Pierce Baldus. Miguel Mir retakes the lead here, but more and more drivers starting to close down the gap. Mir already going defensive. Baldus on the outside. Walter looking to go through as well. Over-under move for Pierce Baldus. Is he close enough? He stuck the nose there. Not close enough as of yet. Has to go on to the brakes there early and let Miguel Mir slot right back into play. And you see the respect there already by Pierce Baldus. He knows if he would have sent it, he would have definitely made contact and lost a handful of time to Kyle Walter and everybody else in this field who's closing down that gap. Brent Harper and Kozak working together here, trying to close down to the top 3 here at the moment.
Yeah, it's a common saying, one thing's catching, the other thing's passing. So Pierce Baldus is still struggling to get around Miguel Mir, even though he has an extra handful of pace on that first place driver. Now into turn 10, will he do anything there? No, he thinks better of it. I mean, we saw him in the draft a few laps ago. He could possibly just motor by if Miguel Mir doesn't go defensive, which he doesn't right now. So we see Pierce Baldus pull down to the inside into turn 1. Miguel Mir holding it around the outside for now. He's still around the outside. If he can get the inside for turn 2, he'll keep it. What a defensive drive right now from Miguel Mir.
Wow, what a move by Miguel Mir, not letting Pierce Baldus have the run that he needs, making him uncomfortable, keeping him there. So Miguel Mir has done a great job to hold on to the lead of the race here, but it's costing them here a little bit. They're losing time to drivers behind. There you see Kozak start to come into frame. You see Walter lose a little bit of time, trying to let these two drivers fight it out so he can pick up the scraps, and there goes Pierce Baldus on the inside. Can Miguel Mir go 3 for 3 on outside moves? He cannot. 2 for 3 for Miguel Mir. Gonna have to slot back in a second and gonna have to push Pierce Baldus. Miguel Mir took a look over his shoulder and saw that Kozak and others started to close down the gap. And they want to make it a 2-horse race here, so Miguel Mir and Baldus going to have to work together if they want to pull away from Walter so they have enough cushion, enough room to fight. And Baldus goes a little wide there, and Miguel Mir able to get through. I don't know if it was a bumper or what it was, but Baldus all out of shape. Miguel Mir retakes the lead.
Yeah, big issue for Baldus there. He made a mistake coming out of turn 1 as he goes down the inside of Miguel Mir again to take the lead. Clean run from there, but did he go wide? I think Miguel Mir's looking down the inside. He can't get it just yet, though. There goes Baldus, and little deep there. He makes contact. Miguel Mir not happy with that. Throws a hand up, and now Kozak into P3. Unfortunate for Baldus there. He got a little late on the brakes and got sideways, but now Kozak and Pregande in P3 and P4. There's a bit of a gap between 1 and 2 now. They're not going to be slowing each other up anymore, so we could see that pack behind slowly catch up to our leaders.
So Kyle Walter was the driver who made contact with Miguel Mir. Pierce Baldus still your leader. There you see Walter trying to get a move back on Mike Jones. Not close, sorry, on Adamar Caligaro, and they go side by side there further back. So Walter lost a lot of time trying to go through on Miguel Mir into the bowl. Just wasn't there and made a little contact there with the reigning champion, who lost a little bit of time to Pierce Baldus in the lead of this race. 0.6 of a second was the gap last time by when they crossed the line. So just over half a second. So Miguel Mir going to have to go a 1/10 of a lap quicker if he wants to get there by the end. Going to need even more than that if he wants to close down the gap to Pierce Baldus here at the moment. There's Mike Jones on your screen here. In between them, that's Brent Harper currently leading. Mike Jones, the driver there in 5th, and Caligaro currently in that 6th spot. So let's see what Jones can do here down the back straightaway. Not close enough as of yet, but the white flag is out, and this will be the final time around in heat racing action for your KA100 Masters. Baldus with a commanding lead so far. Mir was a 10th quicker last time by, but not going to have enough time to close down the gap to the high 5 LSR driver of Pierce Baldus, who kept it perfect, made up 6 spots in this race, got to the lead, fought Miguel Mir, did not make it easy for him though, and Pierce Baldus still was able to come out in front in the end of it. Mir already with a lot of pace, closing on the gap, but unfortunately just going to run out of time. A good drive though for Evan Kozak, keeping his nose clean and able to hold on to it as Mike Jones and Kyle Walter go side by side there for a second. Walter able to get ahead of Mike Jones on the exit turn number 9, but nobody able to deny Pierce Baldus. And let's see what it looks like later on today in the main event. But for now, Pierce Baldus victorious in heat race number 3. Miguel Mir 2nd, Evan Kozak 3rd. And you saw that pace that Mir had was closing down rapidly, 0.3 quicker than Pierce Baldus last time by. Kozak 3rd, Harper 4th, Mike Jones 5th.
And Kyle Walter, mistake there. He was P3 for a moment in those last few laps, so now into P6. You have Caligaro in P7, Pregande in 8th, Din 9th, Wright 10th, Rogers 11th, Wen 12th. You have Anna Kozak in 13th, Neil Faulkner in 14th. Yuchinski made a mistake in turn 3, goes down to 15th. Hale 16th, Hutchins 17th, Burkett 18th, Cherry 19th, Bergstein 20th, and Gasper in 21st.
So I haven't seen Scott Cherry here this weekend, so I'm not sure if Bergstein, Drew Gasper, and Scott Cherry are here. Shane Burkett was here though, not out on the racetrack, so interested to see what happened with Shane Burkett as all the Masters drivers worked their way into the pits. And already we are almost to main event time. 4 more classes to go left in this one, with 206 Junior coming up next.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series here for the Summer Shootout, live at Cresson at KartMoto, as we are getting ready to go racing for heat race number 3 for your 206 juniors, presented by Seville Electric. Taylor Burris here along with Rocco as we get set to go. Here is your starting lineup for this heat race. It's Eva Blem who will lead us to the green flag, with Robert Arana in second, Chris Tracy in third position, then John Paul Malacori in fourth position. Emmett Eddles will be in fifth, followed by Mia Johnson, Shelby Ramirez, Brooklyn Dudley, Grayson Pillion, Jackson Baldus, and Derek Wargo, your 11 kart field. And as they work their way through turn number 9 and 10, everyone just slowing down, getting themselves ready to go. Heat race number 3, and looking through the field, I think we only have 10 karts. Derek Wargo not with us here this weekend. As they come out of turn number 10, let's see if we get the clean green flag start that we need as they enter into the start box. Coming up into getting up to speed, and we have green flag. We are racing for heat race number 3 for your 206 juniors as they climb up to the top of the hill at turn number 1. Side-by-side battle for position as Eva Blem will take over the race lead as they're 3, almost 4 wide down to the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, you see Robin Arana getting that P2 spot. I think Tracy lost a position or two there off the start. Malcori into P3. Good start from him. Now, as we go down the back straight, that is Blem and Arana out in front. It's a recurring theme from yesterday. The two out in front working together. Hopefully they work together and can push away from this field. It's a dry racetrack. It's a lot more common to see people break away and work together. So maybe we see it, maybe we don't. In 206 racing, usually the further down the pack, you'll see them all bunch up and become a lot faster if they have more karts in that front train. So we'll see what happens. You see Malcori gaining on that back straight. I think further back it was Ramirez and Eddles possibly down the into turn 10 side by side. There they go. Yeah, Ramirez making up a few spots on the beginning of the race. So here you go. Blem, Arana, and Malcori, 1, 2, and 3 right now. They're breaking away from the rest of the field, and they're going to work together, hopefully, for the rest of this half of the race.
Coming down to the bottom of the hill here at a turn number 2 and 3, you see right now your top 3 just trying to see if they can start building that gap from the rest of the field of Shelby Ramirez, Emmett the Beast Eddles, and Chris Tracy as they work their way down the back straightaway through the chicane over towards turns 7 and 8, and so far they have done that, stretched out to about a 1.3 second lead over the rest of the field right now. It's pretty much groups of 3 in your 206 category. You have this first group led by Eva Blem, then you have the second group led by Shelby Ramirez, who's getting a big push from Emmett and Chris Tracy, and now she's starting to break away from the rest of the field as they come up into turn number 10. You watch Eva now just holding that inside line, trying to prevent Arana from getting to her inside and taking over that position. Malacori being very smart, just waiting for that opportune time, and as he does that, he sets fastest lap of the race with a 57. He'll look to the inside of Arana, side by side for second. Arana will be able to power his way back through, though, around the outside. That gives a little bit of a gap right now between each one of these 3 drivers as they head down the hill over towards the chicane.
Yeah, as a racing driver, I understand Malcori's want to get ahead of Arana right there, but right now it's really not helping him. He actually, with that half move, fell back on the front two. He will catch back up to them. He is still within that draft, but right now they are pulling a gap between Ramirez and her train further behind. So they need to work together now until those 2 flags go. As you see, Arana down the inside of Blem, they're not working together now. They might start slowing each other down for that second group to catch back up. We'll see. He taps his helmet, tells Blem to work together. Maybe just a quick swap to see if they can lead, if he can lead and go a little bit faster. I mean, there hasn't been much tussling from the top 2. Yeah, he gives a thumbs up, tells him to go. Blem, we'll see if she slots in behind. I think she will. No move just yet. And as you can see, with those 2 and their new pushing order, Malcori is falling far behind.
Yeah, so a little bit of changes. Arana felt like he was faster, feeling like if these 2 can get away from the rest of the field, then if they have enough time, giving it the fact of the situation, then they can maybe start battling for that race lead. But it's all about making sure you get enough points in order, or that best average finish in each of these heat races in order for you to have a shot of a good starting position. Now, Eva had not the best heat race number 1, so she's looking to try to recover and get as much points and finishes as possible in order for her to have at least a good top 5 starting position for the finals later on this afternoon. But we're going to go side by side for second as Melikori will go around the long way and try to cross over to the inside of Eva Blem, side by side down the front straightaway as they work their way down across the start-finish line. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Melikori drops back into third position as trouble for Chris Tracy. He's fallen off timing and scoring by the looks of it. We'll have to check in and see how Chris Tracy is. But so far, it is Robert Arana, Eva Blem, and Jean-Paul Melikori, your top 3. There is Shelby Ramirez in 4th position. Emmett Eddles is still right there in 5th, but he is quite a ways back from Shelby, about 4 seconds. Actually, no, make that 1.7 seconds. So your closest battle besides your top 3 is in 6th position between Baldus and Pillion. There's Ramirez as they come out of the bowl, and then you see right there behind Emmett Eddles. So wonder what happened to Chris Tracy. We'll have to see what's going on and get a report on that later.
Yeah, Chris Tracy right there in turn 10. I think, yeah, that's Chris Tracy right there. That's where he is. His race has ended. So unfortunate for him, but now back up to your leaders. There goes Ava Blim poking out to the inside. Melikori not going to follow with, oh, no, yeah, he is. Going to follow with Ava Blim down the inside. Oh, a little bit of contact there between Melikori and Arana. He couldn't turn in there and went wide. Lost a bit of time to the 2 leaders, but, you know, he may have a bit more time to get underway and start running more laps. I mean, I think they got around just in time to get 3 to go next time by, so a little bit of time for him to catch back up. These 2 are inevitably going to start fighting, as we saw Melikori looking down the inside this whole race, trying to test and see where he can get around these other drivers. So they come into the turn 9, turn 8 hairpin. Yeah, he's going to go now down the inside of Ava Blim into turn 9. Easy, he's going to make it stick. Is she going to get the switchback? I don't think so. She's smart about it and slots right back behind. But now, down the inside, or actually, should I say the outside of turn 10, to try and get the switchback. She partially does. We'll see if she can motor by. She's still in the draft. We'll see what happens. But now, Arana with a great run after they got crossed up on each other in that turn 10 hairpin. Down into turn 1. They draft by Robert Arana. He has no pushing partners or draft partners in his little team now. Now we can see into turn, Ava Blim down the inside of Melikori. Arana tries to capitalize on that move there. Can't get a position, and your top 3 is now Blim, Melikori, and Arana.
Don't look back now, but Shelby Ramirez, was these 3 battling, has picked up over half a second on your top 3. She is starting to close in, and if these 3 get to fighting and an incident were to happen amongst the top 3, let's just say Shelby Ramirez might be there to capitalize on their mistakes as they work down the short chute over towards turn number 9. Down to the inside they will go, and going to stay single file for the moment as they work their way across into turn number 10. Let's keep an eye on Shelby Ramirez as well in that 4th spot as they come out of turn 10. They will get the 2 to go signal, and Melikori will try to go to the inside. Can't do it. Blem throws the block. He'll now go around the outside lane to try to get the pass for the race lead. Arana's right there, ready to sneak his way down to the inside. He will get the 2nd spot, but Melikori will power his way back through as they crest down the hill, heading over towards the S's. And so far, it is going to get exciting. Meanwhile, Ramirez has picked up another half a second on the field as Arana to the inside of Melikori will take over that 2nd spot.
Yeah, they're still tussling up ahead. This is very good news for Shelby Ramirez there. She's been in no man's land, or should I say no woman's land, for the longest time. So now she's gaining on the leaders. As you say, Robert Arana down the inside of Blim. Melikori going to set it up, try to get the crossover on both of them. They're both going to go a little wide there. So a run from Melikori. He's right back on the bumper. Down the inside of Ava Blim. He goes down the inside of both of them. Robert Arana as well. A 2-for-1 move there. Into the lead goes Melikori, but the switchback, both Blim and Arana going to push straight by. Here comes Shelby Ramirez. They're all going to freight train right by Melikori. He loses. He goes to first, and he loses 3 positions now. Down the inside, Ava Blim on Robert Arana. Shelby Ramirez is going to try and follow through. She gets a bit of oversteer there, trying to go down the inside. Melikori also down the inside. She throws a hand up. Made a mistake there, I assume. So now your top 4. She loses. Ramirez loses a little bit of time there. She will catch back up if they keep battling. So now your top 3, Blim, Arana, and Melikori, through the kink into the sweeper and down into the bowl. Down the inside goes Robert Arana on Ava Blim, but she closes the door. keeps the lead, and Mel Corey gets into P2.
Heading down the short chute for the final time here in heat race number 3 for your 206 juniors presented by Seville Electric. Down into turn number 9. Ramirez tries to see if they can take him 3 wide. Not going to work. Heading into turn number 10 for the final time. Arana's trying to find the opening he needs to get around Eva Blem. Not going to work. It's going to be who can get the power down. Blem will try to hold up as they come to the start-finish line. It will be Eva Blem. Yes, no.
Robert Arana
got the win. Holy cow.
Arana with a gap of 1/100th of a second. Photo finish there for the Trackside Solutions go-kart. Eva Blem P2 and Mel Corey in P3.
How about this? Your top 4 separated by less than 0.2 of a second between them. So that's pretty impressive, I have to say. So we will see this. It is, of course, Robert Arana, your race winner, followed by Eva Blem second. John Paul Melcori will finish third with Shelby Ramirez in 4th position. Emmett the Beast Eddles will finish in 5th with Grayson Pillion in 6th position. Mia Johnson in 7th. Jackson Baldus 8th. Brooklyn Dudley will finish 9th. And Chris Tracy will not get the finish. He will finish P10. With that, we're going to take ourselves a quick commercial break, as there you see Chris Tracy heading over to the scale line. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series Summer Shootout live here at Cresson.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the TSRS Sprint Racing Series as we get set to go with your shifter category presented by Houston Freightliner Western Star. Vincent Cassard has been the dominant driver all weekend long. He will have to start alongside Noah Zarsk, Juan Gomez, Derek Proctor, Luis Mendez, Corey Maline, and then, of course, it will be Cameron Reed and Dominic Trujillo who will round out your 8-kart field. As they enter into the start box, they will go to a complete stop. Let everyone get themselves all lined up, ready to go, as we get set for some exciting shifter kart action here at KartMoto. Officials give the all-clear signal. Watch the flags here, and it's lights out, and we're off racing. A great jump by both Noah Zars and Vincent Cassard, but here comes Derek Proctor to the inside. Contact! How about that slide right there by Derek Proctor? Able to recover beautifully, but will lose a ton of positions here as they work their way down to the bottom of the hill. But Cassard, Zars will lead a charge, followed by, of course, a couple of other drivers. Juan Gomez moving up to P3.
Yeah, Juan Gomez and Milne in third and fourth, two teammates. They're going to try and control that midfield fight. As you see on your screen, Vincent Cassard, again, pulling a commanding lead from the very start, already more than a second clear of the second driver. There you go. No, that is Cameron Reed, actually, down the inside of Milne. Now into turn 9, there goes Cameron Reed into P3. She's showing a lot more pace now that there's a dry track. She was struggling a little bit yesterday. Now down the outside, Milne tries to get the outside but can't do it. Gets the switchback. They're both side by side still. They're fighting and slowing each other down as they see the leaders run away. Now Milne into P3. But yeah, so Cameron Reed yesterday struggling a little bit in the rain. She's definitely a bit more on form now that it's dry out there, and she's up fighting in the lead. Now further back, there's a fight for, I think, Gomez and a few other drivers, but it's heating off everywhere basically from second on back. So the two teammates, I wonder if they'll try and slot back and try to calm down or work together. Now further back, that is Gomez and company. So they're down. Yeah, they're going down the infield into turn 9, and down the inside goes, I'm pretty sure that was Milne on Gomez.
Yeah, Milne will move up a couple of spots after getting into the top 5 now, as he will try to see what he can do. And then down to the bottom of the racetrack, trouble for Juan Gomez, as he will lose a spot to the 22 of Dominic Trujillo as they come across the start-finish line. It's Cassard who leads by 1 second over Noah Zars. Then 2 seconds back will be Luis Mendez and Cameron Reed, who are having a fun battle for that third position. Then Corey Milne will be in 5th. Dominic Trujillo, Juan Gomez, Derek Proctor right there as well. He's got a lot of work to do after his near chaos spin in turn number 2. But so far, everyone just trying to find their opening, set their pace. But for drivers like Vincent Cassard, it's a good time maybe to take care of those tires to get ready for the finals later on this afternoon.
Yeah, that seems what he's been doing this whole race, just, hanging out in the front, like you said yesterday, backing off those corners, making sure he doesn't work those tires too much. And as well, Luis Mendez in P3. I think I was mistaking him for Milne earlier. So yeah, that is Mendez up into P3 with Reed in P4. He's putting a little bit of a gap on her right now. She's kind of in no man's land. May get swallowed later by Milne. As you can see, Zarsk is actually gaining on Cassard right now, something we haven't seen all weekend, or should I say all season, with Vincent Cassard, because he is such a dominant shifter driver. Now into the bowl, Zarsk has been quickest as we've ever seen. And one thing is that we didn't see him in Heat 2 yesterday, so he may have a little bit more life in those tires, but still, to keep the pace with Vincent Cassard is quite a tall order.
It really is, and he ran a half a second faster than Vincent Cassard, 46.516 compared to the 47.06 that Cassard did last time by. As they come across the line now, we'll see what the times are. And so far, about a 10th faster for Noah Zarsk as they come through turn 1 and now down the bottom of the hill towards turn 2. So they're now starting to balance back out a little bit here as they come down the hill. But Noah Zarsk trying to keep the pressure on the Frenchman of Vincent Cassard.
Yeah, he wasn't there for Heat 2, but you see, as he still had that P2 position because of how the qualifying works, you get to start in your qualifying position for all the heats. So even though he wasn't there, he may gain a lot of points and may not start on the front row for the final, but right now he's showing that he has pace for the final. The only issue right now that I would see is that with those tires and with those points, I don't know if he's he won't get championship points for that heat that he did not start, but it doesn't really matter as long as he can fight for the win in the final, because that's all that really matters, Taylor.
It really does, as Cassard runs a 46.60. Not as fast, though, as Zarsk, who ran a 46.5. So still, Zarsk is just running the race, as Vincent apparently was disqualified at heat race number 1. So that kind of will balance it out a little bit as far as for how they will finish and start for the finals later on this afternoon. He had underweight, so he didn't have enough weight to make the scale line, so he was illegal on his weight. So this could actually help out Noah Zarsk with how their starting position is going to be.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that DQ that Vincent Cassard had yesterday, so that will definitely help Noah Zarsk. But, the drivers behind will also be gaining an advantage from both of the two leaders gaining points there. But as you can see, Noah Zarsk is not letting Vincent Cassard go at all. He hasn't been close enough for the overtake, but he's just sitting there and waiting. I mean, this is, that's probably what he's trying to do. He's thinking right now. He's something that you don't see too often in the single-speed karts because there's so much overtaking and so many drivers that it's not only in your best interest to overtake to gain position, but it's also a defense mechanism because if you don't send it on somebody, you're most likely going to get send it on. So now, as you can see, Zarsk is gaining rapidly on the back of Vincent Cassard there. And if he can get a good run out here and get in that draft, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him shoot for the lead. Right here, you see for the first time this weekend, Vincent Cassard is looking over his shoulder to see where Noah Zarsk is. So down in the braking zone, Zarsk closes ever so slightly on Vincent Cassard. He seems to be pretty good through this middle sector here. As you can see, he's much deeper on the brakes, earlier on the throttle. He's right there as they throw a little bit of mud onto the track.
I was getting ready to say, what was that debris that they threw up? And it was some grass and mud. But so far, I mean, Zarsk has been about a tenth faster every single lap. The problem is he just can't find the opening to pass Vincent Cassard for the race lead here. He's caught him, but passing is another as he will try to send it in deep right there. A little bit of a bobble as they entered into the braking zone of turn number 9, and now so far as they come into turn number 10, a little breathing room now for the Frenchmen as they come out of turn number 10 across the line. It should be 2 laps to go, possibly, for your race leaders as they work their way across into turn number 2. Good battle for position here with your race leaders.
Yeah, they're making it interesting for sure. Not a good exit onto the front straight for Noah Zarsk. He lost a little bit of time there to Vincent Cassard to open that tenth of a second gap to about 4 tenths now. He's running out of time. We have about you said 2 laps to go last time by, so we're going to get the white flag this time by. It's a tall order from Noah Zarsk to gain that, close that distance, and as we see, he's been able to close the distance throughout the entire race, hasn't been able to close it enough to get the lunge on Vincent Cassard, but also that may just not be in his interest, because he doesn't want to work those tires, because he definitely doesn't see Vincent Cassard working those tires, They're only lapping right now. They're not necessarily sending it deep on the brakes. So, he wants to match his tires with Vincent Cassard. He doesn't want to get a disadvantage for the final.
He doesn't, and as they work their way down towards the bottom of the hill here, they got some lap traffic up ahead. That's Juan Gomez, who will be put a lap down momentarily, maybe, as they work their way towards the back half of the course, over towards the bowl. Dominic Trujillo is out of the race after having some problems, but as we watch on, here comes Noah Zarsk with a big run. He's going to try to see if he can close the gap up heading into turn number 10. He sends it down to the bottom of the racetrack, side by side. Can he keep the block and prevent Cassard from passing? Cassard will send it in as well. Crossover as they will drag race to the start-finish line. Side by side for the race lead as they come across the line. It will be Cassard who will get the win over Noah Zarsk. 0.02 of a second right there.
What a deep lunge from Noah Zarsk. Almost had it there. If he could have got slightly ahead of Vincent Cassard and covered off that turn 10 apex, possibly could have came away with the win too. First win of the weekend for him. So your finishing positions, that is Cassard with the win. Very close second from Noah Zarsk. Luis Mendez in third. Milne fourth. Reed in fifth. Proctor in sixth. And Gomez in seventh. And Trolio, having an issue, did not finish the race.
Tough break for Dominic Trujillo, who had such a good run yesterday with a couple of heat races inside the top 5. So he'll have a lot of work to do for the finals this afternoon. But for Vincent Cassard, he goes 2 out of 3 pretty much. Not counting, in fact, if he doesn't have any penalties after heat race number 3, as he will enter into the scale line. And with that, we will take ourselves a quick commercial break. Oh, nope, we actually got Karts on the track for the next category who are getting ready to pull out here. So we will get set. Next out onto the track should be our 206 cadets, presented, of course, by Rimrock Raceway. And this one was a good battle we saw yesterday, especially in the rain between Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh, who had a good fight. Marshall Steves will be starting in third with Jensen Willander in fourth. Milo Podoraki will be starting in fifth with Theodore Mitchell sixth. Dean Gregoria in seventh with Benjamin Osborne in eighth. Simon Klein will be starting in ninth. And rounding out your top 10 will be Maxwell Dewey.
In 11th, that will be Vargas. In 12th place, that is Blackwood. On the 7th row, that is Blim and White. Busby and Oviedo in row 8. That is Westbrook way back with Massad in row 9. And Brennan Barsh Shotgun Charlie in 19th place.
19 karts are about to enter onto the track. Dutch Westbrook yesterday put on some stellar drives to get himself further up and give him some valuable points to have a good starting position for the finals this afternoon. Can he continue that stretch? But of course, the ones to watch are the two Burrell arcs there of Wyatt and Barsh. They have been the class of the field here in your 206 cadets.
Yeah, on their warm-up lap right now, they'll get their tires warmed up and queued up for this Heat 3 of 206 Cadet. So the races before, we've been seeing Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh link up and run away with it, even though they've been battling throughout most of the heats, sending it on each other down the inside whenever they can. They still were able to pull away from the rest of the field, which is quite impressive from these two Speed Sports locals right here. You see Theodore Mitchell in third. I think he's supposed to be on the third row. I'm not too sure, but there he is. Yeah, he's slowing down a little bit, trying to let a few of the other drivers by. So yeah, your drivers queuing up for their final heat of the weekend on the front row. That is Wyatt and Barsh. So everybody is looking at these two drivers, the two drivers to beat right now. They have Westbrook way back. He's going to be making his way through the field after a poor qualifying on Saturday. So now they're all single filed up, or double filed, I should say, in green flag. We are racing for your final heat for the 206 cadets. As you have, I think that was Marshall Steves for a second, tried to look down the inside of Aston Wyatt, couldn't do it. And as you see, Theodore Mitchell goes a little bit wide there. They're too wide on back, and Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh already pulling away here.
Already great drive between the two Houston natives as they will work nose to tail to try to separate themselves from the competition as they head down towards the bowl. Right there behind is Marshall Steves, though, in that GFC machine as they come down towards the bottom of the racetrack, heading out through the bowl. And as they work their way, actually, Tanner lives only 10 minutes away from here, so it's going to be a little bit of a fun night for him if he's able to pull off the victory here at the home track as they come out of turn number 9. But Barsh and Wyatt working well together as they will continue to try to pull away from the rest of the competition.
Yeah, and pull away they are doing right now. The only one within a shot is Marshall Steves, but still he's about 2 kart lengths away, or should I say more now. It's opening up quite a bit because of these two drivers working together. And is he going to send it? No, he will not. So big surprise. They are going to work together through turn 1. I mean, I can't say that they haven't been working together. They're just having fun up there while they're working together, switching back and forth, not losing much time to the drivers behind. But as you can see, Marshall Steves getting pressure right now by Porteraki, looking over his shoulder right now. I don't think we'll see much tussling right here or any slowing down from these leaders. So we might want to look back a little bit to P3 to see where Marshall Steves is in his race. So as they come through the bowl, Marshall Steves leads with Porteraki and Willender right behind.
Yeah, as they work their way through here, coming down the short chute, I'm trying to pick up, I think that's a different driver who might be in that position. Nope, that is Milo right there. Then you have Jensen Willander rounding out your top 5, trying to give a little bit of a hop to get that engine rolling as they come down into turn number 10, and Willander will lose a spot to Theodore Mitchell in the 220. Gives a little tap of the helmet to say, hey, let's try to go catch the top 4 as they work their way across the start-finish line. To the inside will be Porteraki, who will try to get that third spot away, completes the pass heading into turn 1.
And as they make that pass, Theo Mitchell and company start to fly right to the back of Marshall Steves and Porteraki. I mean, he got around Marshall Steves, and he may be a little bit quicker. We'll see if Marshall Steves will work together. Theo Mitchell pointing forward again, just trying to make progress right now. They're losing touch with those leaders right now. If they want to catch back up, they have to work together or get somebody who can lead very well and somebody who can push. That driver might be Theo Mitchell as he's making headway right now into the field. He started 6. He's now up into P5. I think he lost a few positions off the start there, so he had to make a little bit of more work done for him after the start. But now, as you can see, as he goes off, Theo Mitchell goes off of the racetrack. Now, Porteraki and Marshall Steves there, yeah. So Theo Mitchell going to lose a few positions going off the track at the exit of turn 9.
So it's going to be Wyatt, Barsh, and then Porteraki moving up to P3. Steves will drop back to P4. Theodore Mitchell all the way to P7 with Willander in 5th. Gregoria picked up a spot, and Dutch Westbrook, he's picked up 8 spots. He's now inside the top 10 in 9th position. He's trying to close in on this battle for the top 5. He's currently about 1.3 seconds back from this group of karts.
Yeah, it's no big surprise. Dutch Westbrook, one of our best cadet drivers out here in this series, had a poor qualifying, but as you can see, making a lot of positions up here in the first half of this race. Now, on your screen, Porteraki and Steves still patient with each other, just hanging out in third and fourth. Aston Wyatt and Barsh still first and second. No changes for position here. Maybe their mechanics, because they're both teammates, were telling them, calm down. Maybe let's not overtake each other. It's too risky, especially now in Heat 3. You had heats before Heat 3 to make up positions, but now it's the final heat before the final, so everybody needs to hunker down and think about points here. As you see Theo Mitchell look over his shoulder, telling him to go forward with his team, with another driver. They go down the inside, and through goes Theo Mitchell and company. That is the 223 or 233. No, that
232.
232 of Simon Klein right there with Theo Mitchell. So they're going to go and make one position there. They're quite fast here, I would say. If they can work together and stop fighting, they could catch the drivers up ahead. They're falling quite behind the leaders, though. They are a few, 1 or 2 corners back. It's quite a big gap now, especially with a minute and a half plus 2 laps to go. Yeah, still, your 2 leaders, no drama there for the lead. Now you have Klein, Mitchell, and that's Westbrook right there, I believe. And the actually, no, 2 drivers back. That is Westbrook just outside of this train right here. So I think that's actually, is that Garrier? Yeah, that is Garrier ahead of Theo Mitchell right there. So we'll see what they do. Theo Mitchell does pull out ahead of Jerry right there. Oh, and as for the lead, there's a change for the lead. Tanner Barsh gets around Aston Wyatt there. Possibly no drama too much from there. Probably just a quick overtake for P1. That's how it has been with these 2 all weekend. Not the hardest fighting in the world. Just, hey, I want to lead, now you're going to lead. Back whenever I would run the reindeer run, I'd see that a lot with Aiden Rudolph and Alex Stanfield. Now, down the inside, that is Westbrook going down the inside of Garrier. But as I said, there is a way of drafting where if it's just the 2 of y'all and one of y'all has a big draft coming out of a corner, it's I don't have to push you. I can go around. We'll just swap positions. We're not losing any time here because we're making our passes on the front straights instead of in the low-speed corners. Now, down the inside, that is Klein on Gary, if I am not mistaken. Now, Theo Mitchell around the outside, possibly looking down the inside. Everybody single file. Westbrook gives the bumper to Mitchell. Little bit of a bobble there, but the exit isn't too bad. Westbrook going to pull alongside along with that 3rd driver in that group. They're going to all push by Garrier right here and possibly even pass by Steves if they have enough run. All they do, that is a huge run from those 2 drivers right there.
Absolutely. Some 2 car tandeming here. You saw it just shot out of a cannon. And now Westbrook will take up the spot. So from pretty much towards Shotgun Charlie to inside almost, I believe he might have the 5th position when he comes back around. We are going to get the 2 to go signal this time by for your race leaders here, as Barsh and Wyatt currently hold about a half a second lead over Milo Podoraki, and then you got to go another 1.3 seconds back to Marshall Steves as they work their way through. Little tap of the helmet right there for the driver of Dutch Westbrook, telling these guys, let's work together. We're making time. We have plenty of time to try and catch up to those karts that don't have a drafting partner as they come down into turn number 10. Let's see what the lap time is right there for the driver of Dutch Westbrook. 2 to go this time by, and already a pass for the race lead up towards the front of the field as Tanner Barsh will take it back away from Aston Wyatt as they come down towards the bottom of the hill. Podoraki trying to close the gap there in 3rd. He's about less than a second behind them. Westbrook, he's about 4 seconds behind your top 2.
Yeah, Podoraki with some promising pace right here. If the 2 drivers up in front keep deciding to battle corner by corner, they're going to get caught up immediately by this 3rd place driver right here. They go into the bowl, no changes for position. Maybe Aston Wyatt saw that 3rd driver behind him and decided maybe not now. Maybe, yeah, he's looking over his shoulder right now. He's not going to go for the overtake, or is he? No, he follows right behind Tanner Barsh through turn 9 and possibly also into turn 10. Maybe a drafting overtake coming onto the front straight, something that won't slow him down too much because, if I were Aston Wyatt, I'd want to put a kart between me and that 3rd place driver for sure. Now we have the white flag. 1 more lap around KartMoto for these drivers before the final. So will Aston Wyatt pull out ahead? No, he doesn't. He decides to follow. He's probably going to set it up for a late move at the end of the track or end of the lap so that Tanner Barsh doesn't have time to get back around. So as we see them go through turn 2 and 3 and down the back straight into the kink and the sweeper, we have Tanner Barsh, your leader, with Aston Wyatt closely behind. Now down the inside goes Aston Wyatt through the kink. Holds the inside, parks it so that he can't get the switch back on him. Now into the bowl, covers again. Aston Wyatt still holding that 1st place position. Tanner Barsh looking for every gap he can, gets the move done around and actually thinks better of it into turn 9, gets the switch back. Maybe he goes defensive. down and gets the switchback. Defensive again by Aston White. He's going to cover that apex, maybe even park it so that his teammate can't get the switchback. We'll see. He goes and he parks it perfectly. No, he doesn't. A little small switchback there from Tanner Barsh. And I don't think it'll be enough. I think Aston Wyatt will pull and get the lead. We'll see as they come across the line, and Aston Wyatt will win Heat 3 for your 206 cadets. Followed closely behind by Tanner Barsh and Milo Portoraki, so close to catching up to that front lead, but no gains for him.
No, but he tried his best. Marshall Steve will come home in 4th position. How about Mr. Biggest Mover of the race? Dutch Westbrook up 12 spots, followed by Theodore Mitchell in 6th. Simon Klein in 7th, with Jensen Willander in 8th. Dean Gregoria will be in the 9th position, and Maxwell Dewey will round out your top 10. Micah Massad in 11th position, followed by Tyler Blackwood in 12th. Drew Blem will finish in the 13th position. Vargas in 14th. Brennan Barsh 15th. Easton Bubsby in 16th. Benjamin Osborne 17th. Michaela Oviedo will be in 18th position, and Wyatt White will finish in 19th position. Well, gives us a few brief moments to say thank you to our amazing partners here at Kart Chaser before we get set for the final heat race for one of our main event classes. It is the KA 100 Seniors presented by CRG, and they're next here on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Well, the last of heat racing action is getting set to go underway. Your KA100 Seniors presented by CRG Nordam are on your racetrack now, where Aiden Rudolph is going to lead us to green alongside Diego Guillot. Beckett, Friesen, Skinner on that second row, all the way to Vasquez, Cruz, French, Phillips, Dunlap, Adams, Goodson, Music, Clements, Robertson, Stanfield, and more, all getting set to go green. 34 drivers total here who will get set to take the green flag in the final time of heat racing action. It was Rudolph on the pole position in qualifying. Cruz took away heat race number 1, and after post-race penalties, Beckett Friesen, your winner. Here we go. Green flag is out, and we are racing here in K100 Senior. A good start by Diego Guillot on the outside. Looks to hold on to it. He does around the outside. Not good enough, though. Aiden Rudolph retakes the lead. Landon Skinner and Guillot go side by side there for a second. Cruz up to P4.
Yeah, Aiden Rudolph, same thing as yesterday, into the lead, but it is now a dry track, so we may see a few more drivers up in that front fight. So you have Diego Guillot, Skinner, and Cruz all in that front pack with Beckett, Friesen, and Phillips closely behind as well. So everybody covering a little bit into the bowl. I think I saw a little move for position there a little further back, so we'll see. But your top three, Sill, jockeying for a position, covering down low on the racetrack. Aiden Rudolph did the same thing in 206 a few heats before, trying to block everybody back up and get that chaos going on behind him.
Stack him and pack him. And there goes Beckett Friesen back on Truly Adams, who made the move there earlier on there to get up to P5. Lost the spot, though, so everything from 5th on back, an all-out brawl. And that leader currently Beckett Friesen there. And once for a second, Truly Adams was able to get the move done for the 5th spot. So let's see how much time it takes for Truly Adams to close down the gap to Adrian Cruz's rear bumper. Diego Guillot closing down the gap on Aiden Rudolph now. There's Justin Music, Jake French, and Peyton Phillips at the tail end of that train. And a lot of action here so far throughout the field. Dallas Dunlap on the edge of the top 10. There goes Justin Music on the inside of Jake French. Justin Music gets clear.
Yeah, this K100 senior class is awesome because you have a lot of old and young drivers. So Cruz down the inside of Skinner there gets P3. So yeah, you have Guillot, Cruz, Skinner, and Truly. They're all quite young of age. So here we go through the turn 10 corner onto the front straight, but where I was trying to go with that is you have people like Jake French, much older drivers, much more experience, getting thrown down the inside by younger drivers. It's a spectacle, as you have Cruz go down the inside of Guillot. Guillot goes a little wide there in turn 1 and promote Cruz up into P2.
Yeah, and you're talking about old driver on young driver. That's one of the veterans, Adrian Cruz, on the inside of the rookie, side by side for the back, Peyton Phillips, Dunlap, and more, all going side by side and jockeying for position. There goes Jesus Vasquez Jr. on the inside of Beckett Friesen. Vasquez moves up another spot, and this is all the chaos. Sandfield leads the TB kart train with Dallas Dunlap right behind him, and Xander Clements not too far back. Truly Adams on the inside of Diego Guillot now. Can he get clear? He does. Truly Adams up to P4 now and ahead of Diego Guillot. Rudolph still leads with the car length back to Adrian Cruz, and there goes the rest of the field. Everybody cycling through. Clements was passed by Robertson that time by. Everybody cycling their way through, and there goes Vasquez. Another move, trying to get through on Diego Guillot. Going to have the help from Beckett Friesen, and Guillot absolutely freight train into turn number 1. Vasquez is clear. Friesen is clear.
Guillot is falling backwards as well as Peyton Phillips. Not too sure what's happening with them. Maybe just an issue with setup because the setup from now and yesterday, Guillot goes down the inside of Beckett Friesen, but as I was saying, it is a lot different from yesterday. It was a lot wetter, so people were definitely changing setup this morning to compensate for that drying track, as you can see. So Guillot and Beckett Friesen, they're now very close together. I think Friesen's going to work together with Guillot because they're losing touch with Vasquez up in front. So now your top 4. And Vasquez Jr., he's in no man's land right now. He has nobody to work with. He's just gaining and gaining on Landon Skinner right now if he can. He's slightly in that draft, so he might get a bit of a benefit down this front straight. But your leaders, Aiden Rudolph, Cruz, and Adams, your top 3, no change for lead. Oh, Adams goes deep right there. Doesn't make contact with Cruz, but gets very close to his bumper. Still holding very closely to Cruz here.
Yeah, Truly Adams last time by was quickest. You're talking about drafts, and you already saw what the draft did for Truly Adams in that 3rd spot. Going to want to go. He does on the inside, and the left-hander able to get clear. Truly Adams up to P2, and already 3 car lengths in between himself and Aiden Rudolph in the lead of the race here at the moment. Cruz fell back, was going quicker than Rudolph, but Truly Adams lapping absolutely quickly here. 4/10 quicker than Aiden Rudolph last time by. Let's see what Truly Adams can do. He's been super quick in both classes, and to think that this kid is only 13 years old is absolutely amazing with the racing that he has going on. Beckett Friesen and Guillot continue to jockey for a position. Guillot on the bottom of the racetrack there, wanting to get clear on Beckett Friesen. Going to have help from Jake French further back. Truly Adams, a deep send into turn number 1, able to get clear. Truly Adams is flying, but not enough because Aiden Rudolph goes back into turn number 2.
Yeah, he just overshot there on his overtake into turn 1 and then didn't cover for the next corner in turn 2. So Aiden Rudolph got back into the lead. Landon Skinner and Cruz now very close, and Vasquez Jr. gaining on this group. As you see, Truly Adams pulled to the inside and get ahead of Aiden Rudolph, as you have Cruz also trying to follow through there side by side. Now Landon Skinner going to get the inside with Vasquez Jr. pushing him through. Now into the turn 9 corner, Landon Skinner kind of falls back, and Vasquez Jr. makes a crazy move into P2, now covers the inside and gets P2.
What a heads-up move by Vasquez Jr. to get through to 2nd, and then you see the rest of the group starting to join the party. Alex Stanfield, welcome into the top 10 for the first time this weekend. Already on the rear bumper of Beckett Friesen. Friesen. There you have Jesus Vasquez Jr., your 2 leaders in all California, 1-2 in heat race number 3 with 40 seconds to go left in this race. Friesen looking to go on the inside of Guillot, not close enough into turn number 2. Going to lose a lot of time, but going to have help from Alex Stanfield behind, and Jake French going to decide to push them through as well. There goes Stanfield on the inside of turn number 5. He gets clear. Turn number 6 now. Not close enough for Guillot. It's still Vasquez and Truly Adams who lead. They're staying stagnant here at the moment. Rudolph still in 3rd and really needs this result into the top 3 after that late DQ for Aiden Rudolph at the end of heat race number 2. Side by side for Guillot and Jake French. Jake French looks over at Guillot. He's like, hey, let's work together. We got to push ourselves further up the field. But what a drive by Alex Stanfield, up 7 spots and gaining here by the second for that TB kart. 8 spots gain, and there goes Vasquez Jr. on the inside of Truly Adams into turn number 1. Adams looks to get the over-under move, not close enough. Rudolph going to take advantage up to P2.
Yeah, Truly Adams was on that outside line, had nothing else to do there except just take that overtake from Aiden Rudolph. So now Rudolph's in P2. Skinner also still hanging in there in P4. The top 4 has starting to break away. Cruz fell a little bit behind there in the last lap, but he's still within striking distance so he can get back in that draft, and the drivers behind him can also work together. So we're going into turn 9 now. Any changes? Aiden Rudolph goes down the inside of Jesus Vasquez Jr. So does Truly Adams. Gives him a little bit of a bumper, I feel. 3 wide for a partial moment. Truly Adams slots back in behind Aiden Rudolph, and they're all going to white line down to the apex, and nobody can overtake down the inside there. Alex Stanfield, a lot of positions there. He's getting onto the side of Cruz, slots back in behind. Beckett Friesen loses a few positions there.
Aiden Rudolph back to the point of the field. Jesus Vasquez Jr. in second. Landon Skinner was biding his time, but batted too much. Truly Adams back to the point. A heads-up move into turn number 1. Back to the lead here in heat race number 3. Alex Stanfield into the top 5 for the TB kart. Currently 5th here at the moment. Beckett Friesen in that 6th spot. Going to try and concede, and there goes Rudolph back on Truly Adams. We have 10 karts in the battle for the lead here. Truly Adams leads all the veterans away, and there goes Rudolph on the inside of Adams, who's going to be stuck on the outside into the kink. Into turn number 9 now. 3 wide down the short chute here, and there goes Rudolph on the outside. Cruz looking to go through on the inside. Not close enough as of yet. Almost 12 karts in this battle for the lead. Absolute chaos here in this one. Truly Adams still leads us away as we get set to take the white flag one more time around in heat racing action. 12 karts in the battle. There goes Vasquez on the inside of Adrian Cruz. Jake French looking to follow through as well. He's able to get clear. Cruz stuck on the outside. Stanfield gets clear. Landon Skinner on the inside of Jake French there into turn number 2. Landon Skinner gets through. Jake French drops a tire on the exit and is going to lose a lot of time side by side for the lead. Aiden Rudolph and Truly Adams here, still battling it out. They battled in 206. They battle once again in KA100 Senior on the inside into the bull. Vasquez looks to follow Truly Adams. He does. Rudolph loses 2 spots, almost 3 to Landon Skinner. Adams all the way to the bottom of the racetrack. Everybody's cycling through. Jesus Vasquez Jr., what a move into turn number 9. Wasn't able to complete it.
No.
Contact in between Landon Skinner, who's off the racetrack. Truly Adams still in the lead, and it looks to be set. Truly Adams heads up the entire race. Jake French off the racetrack on the main straightaway, but Truly Adams wins heat race number 3 in a chaotic race.
What a finish there. Truly Adams with a masterclass defense, squeezing Aiden Rudolph whenever he had to down the bowl to keep the outside for turn 9. What a performance there of 9 positions from 10th place. Jesus Vasquez Jr. takes P2 with Aiden Rudolph in P3. Alex Stanfield up 11 positions in 4th. Cruz 5th. That is your top 5. Phillips in 6th place. Clements up 6 spots into 7th with Din up 9 into 8th. Guillot lost a handful of positions in 9th with Pico up 16 spots in your top 10.
Wow, and then outside of the top 10, you have Jake French in 11th after going off the racetrack on the main straightaway. Justin Music 12th. Dunlap 13th. Michael Levitt 14th. Skinner after contact on the exit of turn number 9 puts him all the way down in 15th. Faulkner 12 spots gained 16th. For Joey Friend 17th. Howell 18th. Friesen 16 spots lost in 19th. Ace Parker 20th. Suplee 21st. Alex Pope 22nd. James Good 23rd. Asensio 24th. Roddy 25th. Robertson 12 spots lost all the way down in 26th. Then you have Rousseau, Goodson, and Summers rounding out your field here. But what a chaotic race there. And then you see Braden Robertson taking grass out of his seat. But wow, man, oh man, what did we just witness? An action-packed K100 senior race. And there's going to be a lot of action whenever we get into the scale lines. A lot of debriefs, a lot of drivers talking about what we just saw. So here's the schedule for the rest of the day. We go back live in 45 minutes time with the main event starting at 12:30 p.m. Central Time, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. And if you want to see more racing action like that, make sure you tune in. This is Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We'll be right back in 45 minutes time. We've been waiting all weekend long to hand out some trophies here at round number 3 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series Summer Shootout as we get set to go green for the first time in main event racing here with your micro strips presented by the Kart Racing Solutions team. Dutch Westbrook starting on the pole position alongside Kimo Ahmad, Anastasio, P3, Wonderley on row number 2, Sanders, Hale, Blackwood, Garza, and Vargas all getting set to kick off your main event races here. And into the tram lines we go. Green flag is out, and we are racing. Dutch Westbrook with a great start there on the inside. Ahmad on the outside. Anastasio going to push Westbrook through. And to the point of the field here, the Bennick driver, Dutch Westbrook, your leader here so far. Ahmad lost the spot, back to third, but a lot of racing left. The longest that these drivers will go. Double their heat races here, and are going to go 15 minutes plus 2 laps of racing action here, Rocco.
Yeah, they all followed through clean there and into the first few corners. I'm not expecting too much fighting here at the very beginning because it is a very, very long race. You know, I'm assuming unless, you know, Kimo maybe thinks he can get around Anastasio if they're starting to lose a little bit of touch to Vega, he might try to go around early. But as of right now, I bet it'll be quite tame until we have around like 5 minutes to go, Caleb.
Yeah, no, for sure. So let's see what Anastasio and Ahmad can do here as we get to the stripe for the first time in this main event. Westbrook, your leader, Anastasio second, Ahmad there on third. Victor Gus Wonderley in fourth. Blackwood currently holds on to that 5th spot. Sanders lost a spot, falls back to 6th. Benton Hale lost a spot as well in 7th. Naomi Vargas gained one up to 8th, and Garza still in 9th here. So these drivers continue to cycle through into the first sweeping left-hander, and you see a lot of space so far to start this one out. In the lower speed classes, we're going to see a lot of drafting and a lot of draft racing as the weekend progresses. I mean, Rocco, we saw it in the KA Senior heat race. We've seen it in 206, and Micro Swift being one of the lower speed classes, one of the high momentum based classes. We're going to see the draft take a lot of effect here in this one, and a lot of working together as well. These drivers need to really be patient with each other, push each other forward, and try and get themselves further up the field to get to that rear bumper of Dutch Westbrook. They cannot let them get away, because once that draft gets broken, it's going to be super hard to close down that gap. As there goes Kimo Ahmad on the inside. Victor Gus Wonderley looking to go through as well. He does, up to P3, and Anastasio loses 2 spots in turn number 1.
Yeah, they're losing a little bit of touch there with Royce Vega. You know, I mean, he's a driver who's been not only doing Micro Swift but 206 cadet as well. He's been getting a lot of experience on this track this weekend, about double the experience, if you would say, of these other Micro Swift drivers if they're not running 206 cadet, which I don't think any of them are. So there you see the last lap, Anastasio was losing a little bit of touch there with Vega, so Kimo thought he'd be quicker, and Gus Wonderley followed him through for 3rd place.
Westbrook. So you're saying Vega's going green and Mini Swift later. This is Dutch Westbrook in Micro Swift. So getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here in the booth.
Hey, but he is racing.
He is racing, and he's not racing. Royce Vega is not racing 206. Dutch Westbrook is racing 206.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
My mistake. Is what you meant. But here we go. Kimo Ahmad continuing to work his way up to Dutch Westbrook here at the moment. Victor Gus Wonderley continuing to push him. But like you said, Dutch Westbrook lapping very quickly, half a tenth quicker than Kimo Ahmad last time by, a 54.449 for Westbrook, and then for Kimo Ahmad, a 54.511. So going to be critical for Wonderley and Ahmad to work together and try and push the rear bumper of Dutch Westbrook here in this race. It's a long, long race, and this is where setup starts to take play, right? You need the tire pressures to be in the right range. You don't want to overheat the tires in the first couple of laps and then fall off towards the end of the race whenever your tires are way too hot. They basically turn into bricks whenever they overheat so much, and you're so stuck to the racetrack. So you need the tire to have longevity throughout the race. You need the tire to come to life towards the closing stages of the race whenever you're battling. If you need to catch someone, and you already see Kimo Ahmad starting to get that warmth up in the kart, starting to get warmed up, and already on the rear bumper of Dutch Westbrook, and they left Victor Gus Wonderley all the way back there, almost a second back to Victor Gus Wonderley and his Iron Rock Motorsports machine here. Now a car length separates Dutch Westbrook and Kimo Ahmad, who went quickest last time by, was 0.4 of a second quicker than Dutch Westbrook in the lead here.
Yeah, Kimo Ahmad was struggling a tad bit yesterday, and now he's totally on form. Only when it really mattered, in the main event, he's right there and where he needs to be in P2, watching Westbrook. And also, sorry for mistaking him for Vega. I bet they're very discernible. It's just I saw that Bennett go-kart, and I thought Royce Vega. So apologies for that. But yeah, Dutch Westbrook definitely in P1 there. Kimo Ahmad, though, gaining rapidly right now. And now that he's in the draft, he's going to just stay right there, glued to the bumper of Dutch Westbrook. I mean, still 10 minutes to go. Kimo only made a move when he found out that Anastasio wasn't going to be able to keep up with Westbrook. So now I wouldn't be surprised if he just sits there for the remainder of this race, Caleb.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be super important, right? Already Westbrook goes a little bit wide. They're on the exit turn number 1, and Ahmad looked for the move, just not close enough there. But, I mean, like you said, right, going to be important for them to work together to either push each other further up the field and bide their time. For Ahmad, who has swept the year so far, won the first 2 Micro Swift races at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, would be a great turnaround to his weekend after, finishing third, getting left a long ways back, but looks to be doing a lot better here in this one. And I mean, Ahmad, a driver that struggled in the changing conditions whenever it was damp on the racetrack, just struggled to get up to pace there. But now, I mean, with the dry racetrack, the sun is out, there's no more puddles. I mean, there's only puddles on the outside. So if you end up on the outside like Jake French did at the end of his heat race, you're going to end up with a dirty go-kart and maybe with the flooded engine or whatever it may be. So need to be careful, but Ahmad already much quicker and definitely coming to life in dry conditions.
Yeah, and one thing that always changes throughout the day is the weather, and so does the setup. I mean, even though we've had basically dry races all day today, the track is warming up, so people are still, considering tire pressures and all other kinds of things, to keep the go-karts not from over-gripping or from not having enough grip. So now you see maybe... another thing on these main events, you probably want to go low with your pressures just so that you can build it progressively throughout the race, especially right now that, there's not much else going on.
Yeah, definitely not much else. I mean, the field really spread out. But for the likes of Kimo Ahmad, I mean, a driver that grew up in the Texas area, and we spoke about it a little bit earlier, right? Dutch Westbrook and Ahmad were drivers that were going at it in Kitty Kart a couple of years ago, and now they're driving here at the pinnacle of regional racing here in Texas and doing a great job of it. Becoming big and stars in their own respect. They're showing a lot of pace whenever they go across national series or wherever it may be. I mean, Ahmad was one of the drivers that put it on the podium in Rotax earlier this year whenever we were there in Orlando. And then you have Victor Gus Wonderly, a driver who's dipping his toes into the regional racing scene this year and did a couple last year as well. A driver who was very good in Kit Kart. I mean, from the Houston area, with a big family affair for the Wonderly family this weekend as well, with older brother Oscar racing and older sister Amelia racing in junior. So a very good showing by Victor Gus Wonderly here at the moment, and doing a great job. A driver who grew up around 3.5 hours away from here, racing and driving at a small racetrack in Katy, Gulf Coast Karters, where he grew up. He learned a lot about racing. He learned a lot about mini Micro Swift racing, and where he's developed along with Kimo Ahmad and then Dutch Westbrook as well. Growing up an hour and a half up the road in Denton, North Texas, at North Texas Karters, a track where has delivered a lot of drivers who have a lot of pace and who are very good in their own respect. Alex Stanfield, one of the big drivers that came out of North Texas and showing his pace all weekend long, showed his pace throughout the years and a champion in his own respect. So good to see Alex Stanfield back here this weekend in racing after what he thought was going to be, a year on the sidelines. But good to see, drivers come out from many places, and Victor Gus Wonderly, one of those.
Yeah, definitely. And as you can see right now, your two leaders still, just working together. There's not much really going on track right now other than lapping right now. So, and as you said, Wonderly being at Katy, that is a track that is very important with lower speed, more momentum-based go-karts. It's not the most fun track in a KA100, but in 206 and Cadet, it's a really fun track. A lot of hairpins, a lot of low-speed corners, a lot of setups.
Very, very technical. And I mean, Elio Meza, for those of you viewers who aren't familiar, also another driver that came out of that racetrack in just outside of Houston and Katy, and has done a lot of development towards the Iron Rock team throughout the years and throughout the entire year as well, right? We're seeing Elio out here not racing, but has been here throughout the year, coaching these kids, coaching the likes of Ahmad, coaching the likes of Wonderly, coaching the likes of the other kids up in Mini Swift like Nicholas Orbezo, like Sawyer Chambers and Alex Chandler. So he's done the development a lot, and they've, like you were saying, right, Katy being a very small technical racetrack, this is where these drivers really come to life. Andrew Anastasio is one of the drivers who is from the Houston area, just 3 hours away. Grew up in Katy as well. Grew up at a track like Speed Sports Racing Park. Raced there many times. Grew up racing the kid kart class as well. So a lot of drivers that that we used to see go at it around the club scene and around the club scene here in Texas. And now they come to the regional stuff. Now they show their pace. And then whenever they dip their toes into the national, they're pretty ready for it. Whenever they're driving against very, very good and quality micro Swift drivers.
Yeah, Andrew Lee Anastasio on your screen right now. Definitely frequented Katy a lot. His father would have his Performance Stop trailer out there, selling a bunch of merch and all that. Actually, I remember about 2 or so years ago, I won a raffle from them. So they're definitely a good book for me. I really appreciate them being at racetracks. There are one little Performance Stop. Yeah, sorry. They're actually our safety sponsor this weekend, too. So, yeah, not only are they racing this weekend, but they're also sponsoring. Yeah, so definitely Mr. Anastasio, a man who definitely cares about the sport, provides at any club racetrack. If you need something, he's there for you. He's got gloves, neck protectors, helmets, all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, so already with 10 minutes down in this race, we have 4.5 minutes to go, and Westbrook just keeping Ahmad at bay here. So a good showing for the Bennick team. That's a smaller operation than they're used to. Don't have the driver coaching that they're so used to. Don't have their hauler that they're so used to. They're pitting out of Royce Vega's RV here this weekend. Dutch Westbrook and Vega both being Dallas locals with team manager Juan Villarreal out here this weekend as well, and having these drivers stay ready whenever they go back out to the regional to the national scene later on this year. So good to see Dutch, doing a good job so far here. You could call it a hometown race for Dutch, right? Only living an hour up the road for Mr. Westbrook. And Ahmad, coming into, I guess you could say for us Houstonians, enemy territory up here in Dallas, right? Being some a little bit of bad blood in between the Dallas Cowboys and the Houston Texans. So we'll see. And you have it going on now, right, with Kimo Ahmad and Dutch Westbrook being from Dallas and Houston, respectively.
Yeah, and right now we're closing in on the last few minutes of this race right now. So I'm assuming, Kimo Ahmad, I wonder if he's getting any hand signals from his father down in pit lane telling him just to calm down and, hang out here for a little bit because, he doesn't have to do much else right now. As long as he can keep Dutch Westbrook within reach, he's losing a little bit of time right now, ever so slightly. But, as long as he can be there by the time the 2.6 come out, he'll start making headway,
No, for sure. He's last time by, he lapped a 10th slower than Dutch Westbrook. So Ahmad definitely going to need any ounce of speed he can get here as we get to the closing stages of this race. 2.5 minutes to go, plus 2 laps, and Dutch Westbrook has driven a perfect race up to this point, has done a good job to keep Kimo Ahmad at bay here. Westbrook got to the lead, has kept his nose clean all weekend long, and has done a good job so far, and Ahmad has just been catch-up for him all weekend long. Hasn't been that straightforward, sweeping weekend that he would have wanted and that he's had throughout the year so far. So for Ahmad, who has a good exit there out of turn number 10, is going to be back in drafting range, as you saw him get out of there, out of the drafting range earlier on in this race. So now he's just going to try and keep it on the racetrack, try and keep it clean, and continue to close down that gap to Dutch Westbrook in the lead of the race. He needs a Hail Mary here. He needs to push every single ounce of speed out of that Iron Rock Motorsports Gillard here to catch up to the Bennick machine of Dutch Westbrook, who is still in the lead here, keeping Kimo Ahmad at bay 0.3 of a second last time by when they crossed the stripe. Both these drivers have been super consistent, more consistent than anybody else on the racetrack. Wonderly, the next driver down the road, is 7 seconds behind here. These two drivers have been absolutely flying, have hit their marks every single time they've gotten through the corners, and already Ahmad starts to close down the gap bit by bit, starts to reel in Dutch Westbrook corner by corner. He's going to have the best run that he's had so far in this race. Going to be officially in drafting range here when they get to the main straightaway. When they cross the line, Ahmad just sets the purple lap, the fastest lap time of the race of 54.274 was 0.3 quicker than Dutch Westbrook last time by. Ahmad has bided his time, and it could be just the tires coming into their own here in the later stages of this race. Ahmad definitely coming into his own here towards the end of this one. Westbrook gonna have to keep Ahmad at bay, gonna have to hit his marks, gonna have to defend from the fast Egyptian here in that second spot. Ahmad gonna have to throw a Hail Mary if he wants to take the lead of this race.
Yeah, I mean, you saw him hang back for the majority of that race. It's a whole 15-minute, main event, so not much reason to fight all the way through. Keeping a little bit of a cushion between him and Westbrook. I mean, neither of them seem to be working very hard right now, and putting more heat in those tires than they need to right now. But as you said, a setup for later in the race. If you want your kart to come in later in the race, it's a very good plan if you're already up there in the front, because the guy in front, if he loses his tires, he's going to be basically at your mercy.
Yeah, for sure. Last time by, Westbrook a 54.416, Ahmad 0.2 slower. So Ahmad can't afford another lap like that as they get down to 5 seconds to go. So 2.5 laps to go in this Micro Swift main event presented by Kart Racing Solutions. Ahmad, like I said, going to have to throw a Hail Mary at Dutch Westbrook if he wants to close down the gap. But Ahmad just losing time here, losing space on the racetrack. Westbrook continues to power his way forward, and it could be the end for Kimo Ahmad. He's going to need Westbrook to make a mistake, who hasn't made a mistake as of yet in this race. Both these drivers have been super consistent, setting, purple lap times, really good lap times, personal best lap times. So Ahmad going to need another lap time like he had on lap 15. We're now 18 laps in, 2 laps to go here. The 2.6 were in the air, and this is going to be it. Home stretch for Dutch Westbrook with 2 laps to go as he works his way down the back straightaway. Ahmad keeping him at bay. A second here at the moment in between Westbrook and Ahmad, who that gap closed down and then opened back up again. Oh no, Westbrook goes off the racetrack. They're over the curb, and this is a lifeline here for Kimo Ahmad, exactly what he needed as we get to the 2 laps to go. Westbrook with a big mistake there, unfortunately. Ahmad now with new life here. When they cross the stripe, it's going to be the white flag in the air, and 1 lap to go. Ahmad going to need everything that he's got left in his Iron Rock Motorsports Gaylord. Has a great exit out of turn number 10, side by side for a second. Not close enough, but Ahmad officially in drafting range. That mistake by Westbrook cost him so much, and there goes Ahmad on the inside. He needed the lifeline. He got it to the point of the field in turn 1. Westbrook looks to over-under. Wasn't close enough. And Kimo Ahmad already 2 car lengths in between himself and Dutch Westbrook, who goes off the racetrack again. Kimo Ahmad has a big gap back to Dutch Westbrook, who lost it in the last 2 laps. He was on the home stretch and unfortunately made 2 mistakes that costed him oh so much. And for Kimo Ahmad, bided his time in second, waited, he was patient, he pushed when he needed to. He was trying to throw everything at Dutch Westbrook, and Westbrook unfortunately made 2 mistakes that cost him a lot. Ahmad took advantage when he needed to. He got to the point of the field, made the move. He was patient all the way through. He swept the season so far, and it looks to be the same here in Cresson. Kimo Ahmad, the young Egyptian, across the start straight, and he wins in Cresson. Dutch Westbrook second. Victor Gus Wonderly next across the line third.
Andrew Lee and Anastasio finishes in P4. Tyler Blackwood P5. Kason Sanders 6th, and Benton Hale in 7th. Your 2 non-finishers are Vargas and Garza.
Wow, what a race did we just have. You heard the story from Kimo Ahmad, you heard Dutch Westbrook's story, and it was Kimo Ahmad who keeps his unbeaten record in main event racing here at the Tech Sprint Racing Series alive. 3 for 3 in 2024 for Kimo Ahmad at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We had a great race with a lot of action. We had it all in that one. That was your Micro Swift presented by Kart Racing Solutions. When we come back, we go to everybody's favorite class, the Honda Kid Karts. Don't go anywhere.
We're at a commercial break.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 toothbrush sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Honda Kid Karts presented by Gallery Furniture have made their way out onto the racetrack where Beckley Anderson is going to start on the pole position alongside Rafe Ali. An all-CRG lockout on the front row. Brody Brown, after a good drive up the field all day yesterday and this morning, has put himself up to P3. Bodie Bayer, P4. Dusty Strayer, P5. Shep Sullivan, P6. Caden Tudor, P7. Holden Henson, 8th. Ben Nelson, 9th. Trevor Knight, 10th. And Liam Lofton starting shotgun Charlie on the field in 11th after issues for him at the end, or at the start of that third heat race. Saw a lot of broken parts on his kart. No idea what happened. A bent chassis or something after going off the racetrack, unfortunately, for Liam Lofton. But he gets set to go green here in this one if he's made his way out to the racetrack, and I think he has, so he'll be out there shortly to go green here as our race director Neil Strickland putting a glove on the number 53 of Caden Tudor, who forgot a glove. And this is really what you love to see from the Kid Karts. All right, I think he forgot both gloves as our race director Neil Strickland is putting his gloves on. You can't go out without your gloves, Caden. You can't forget those when he worked his way out onto the racetrack. And I'm trying not to laugh here, but goodness gracious, this is great. I love Kid Kart, man. Wow, this is. This is a class that I look forward to all weekend long, right? You have everything in these races. You have a little bit of contact, a lot of racing action, a lot of passes, some working together, some defending, and it all started off at NOLA, right? It was a barn burner of a first race. The second main event at Speed Sports was a little bit slower, but the third one here for the Kid Karts has been action-packed all weekend long. From the first heat race, as soon as the green flag dropped, it was all-out brawl for all these drivers. So let's see what it looks like for these Honda Kid Karts as they get set to go green. As our race director Neil Strickland gives them the last little bit of advice, and he's going to set them and send them on their way here as they all get set to go green. It's Beckley Anderson and Rafe Ali starting on the front row here. And it's a long drive up the hill on what's a super long main straightaway and what we call a back straightaway. But into the tram lines we go. Beckley Anderson gets the green flag, and we are racing here in Honda Kid Kart already with a good start for Beckley Anderson. Brody Brown in that second spot with a good start for him as well. Rafe Ali slots back to that third spot. Caden Tudor looking for a move on the inside there. He was able to get clear, so a good move by Caden Tudor. And already Beckley Anderson, the young lady from Waco, Texas, to the point of the field, but not for long because Brody Brown has a good run there out of turn number 2. They go side by side, 15 minutes plus 2 laps for these Honda Kid Karts, and it's going to be a battle of concentration all the way through. You need to hit your marks. You need to, listen to whatever your coaches are telling you, whatever video you watched earlier today, and you need to be consistent here. And keep your nose clean more than anything if you want to make it to the end. And there goes Beckley Anderson, a little bit wide on the exit of the bowl, side by side with Brody Brown, who's going to look for an over-under move, goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Beckley Anderson going to be stuck on the outside, looks over, knows that Brown is there, and she's going to have to concede the spot to Brody Brown. Gets a little bit out of shape there, able to get going. Contact in between the 14 and the 53. That's Shep Sullivan and Caden Tudor, who make a little bit of contact. Shep Sullivan able to continue to go, and here comes Bodie Bayer up to P3 already for the top cart, and already with a good run down the back straightaway. But a lead change already in lap number 1. Beckley Anderson looking to retake the lead here to the bottom of the racetrack for Beckley. Can she get the move done on young Brody Brown? She's on the inside, not able to get clear, slots right back in the line. But Bodie Bayer has joined the party. There goes Anderson on the inside of 1B. She's able to get clear. Brown with a much better exit, though. Going to retake the lead into turn number 2. An action-packed race so far, Rocco, with a lot of passes here so far, but Beckley Anderson going to need to keep it consistent, need to keep it on the racetrack, and bide her time to get around Brody Brown.
Yeah, Brody Brown, one thing that's different between this start and all the rest is that he finally started up in the front of the field instead of having to work his way through. So he's already up to that point. You have Bodie Bayer right on the back of Beckley Anderson. Rafe Ali falling a little bit behind Bayer just slightly. I mean, maybe a slight mistake from him earlier in the lap. Now, as you see Bayer slot out right behind Anderson and then think better of it, slot back in behind because he just didn't have the room to get around Beckley. But now as you see, Beckley goes a little wide there, has to defend from Bayer. Bayer might go into the corner, maybe not. No, does not. They all fall through single file through turn 10. And Brody Brown putting a slight gap on Anderson there, ever so slightly on their own, even in that draft. Now as you can see, Bayer slotting out again to the inside of Anderson and motors right past to get P2. Same with Rafe Ali. Anderson with maybe a shorter gearing or just not enough engine power to get down that straight with the same speed as our opponents. And now your order is Brown, Bayer, Ali, and Anderson.
Yeah, and it seemed like for Bodie Bayer and Rafe Ali just had a much better exit out of the turn number 10 complex, as now Brody Brown going to fall under fire to Bodie Bayer, who looks to make a move here shortly, has a good run down into the sweeping left-hander. Let's see if he can get close enough up into the bowl now for Bodie Bayer. Is he close enough? Going to decide to wait, and Brody Brown knows that Bodie Bayer has arrived on the scene. Bodie, what seemed to be a perfect weekend for him in NOLA was ended at the start of the race on lap number 1, where he had to DNF and couldn't finish that one after he had some sort of mechanical issue. But now Bodie looks to redeem himself here in the second one, and there goes Beckley Anderson, drops a tire. Bodie was able to take the win in race number 2 at Speed Sports Racing Park. He looks to go and repeat the same success he had a month ago. What can Bodie Bayer do against Brody Brown, who's still looking for that breakout Honda Kid Kart win? There goes Bodie Bayer to the bottom of the racetrack. Brown knows that he's there. Going to try and keep tucked his head. Not close enough for Brody Brown to stay ahead of Bodie Bayer, who takes the lead there. And Brown now going to try and chase back down Bodie Bayer. Anderson lost the spot that time by to Holden Henson, who works his way up to 4th. And Shep Sullivan, who currently sits in 6th, the fastest man on the racetrack, a 1:11.808. And already Brown with a great run down the hill. Can he get close enough into the left-hander? Not enough as of yet. Bayer going to stay in the lead.
Very competitive main event for these Kid Kart drivers. It's awesome, always awesome to see close racing in this class because these kids are so young. It's always much more interesting to see these drivers pull something out of the bag that you would only see in an older class like seniors. As you can see, Brody Brown pulls to the inside. He's alongside with Bodie Bayer. I don't know if Bayer exactly sees him just yet. They're both going to turn down to the apex around the outside Bayer, but Brown gets the position into P1. But as I said, this is a very competitive field. We've never seen them this close before this year. And really cool to see from all these drivers.
Yeah, and already had 3 lead changes so far in this race. Brody Brown retakes the lead of the race. And there goes Bodie Bayer looking to go back on Brody Brown. Can he get the inside? He does. And he's able to get clear as we have the red flag come out this time by, as issues further back in the field for a driver. So the red flag is out. And this will be an early stop to this one, as we hope that everybody's okay. So we're going to quiet here for a second and hope that whatever driver is involved is okay. But that's going to take an early stop to this race, and it will be restarted as we aren't halfway through. So we're going to go quiet here for a second and try and get every bit of information that we can. So driver there involved is Caden Tudor. He seems to be okay. He's out of the go-kart now and is okay. So good to see that, but the red flag is out. So let's hope that everybody is okay, as there you see that front fairing a little bent. That's Caden Tudor who was involved. So it seems to be a little bit of a mistake there. The red flag was not meant to come out. So we are still racing here in this kit kart race. Bodie Bayer back to the point of the field. So Caden Tudor is okay. And there isn't a red flag. I think it was just a mistake by the flagman there who threw out the red flag. But still already battle for the lead. Brody Brown and Bodie Bayer on what we thought was going to be an early stop. So this one, not for now, as these kit karts continue to fight it out for the lead. Further back, Ray Foley currently sits in that third spot, 2.5 seconds at bay. Brody Brown staying on the rear bumper of Bodie Bayer. He goes on the inside. Brody Brown looked to make the move and just wasn't close enough that time by and lost a whole lot of time there. As you see, Holden Henson currently P3, Beckley Anderson P4. Still a lot of racing action left, and these drivers need to keep the concentration, need to keep it on the racetrack to work their way around.
Yeah, if Bayer and Brown can keep fighting like this, it'll only mean any good news for the drivers behind, as they'll catch up. Third and fourth, very close now, much closer than our leaders. As you see a race director crossing the road right there, a little bit ahead of our leaders. So yeah, Bayer in the lead. Bit of a gap between him and Brown now, about 0.6 of a second. So that's red flag we had earlier was actually not a red flag. It was supposed to be maybe a yellow or something. We had one driver stop right in turn 2 on the track. I don't know if that was Strayer or Sullivan. They're both pretty far away now. It was a Tony kart. That's all I know. And a shame for that, small mistake on the track. But right now we're focused on these two leaders. Brown, much closer now than the beginning of this lap. He's right there on the bumper. We'll see if he goes into the bowl right there on the bumper. This Bayer goes a little defensive. You see him cover off the inside and not give that inside position to Brown.
Yeah, not close enough for Bodie Bayer, but Brody Brown lapping really quickly here. You see Liam Lofton further up the field. Beckley Anderson was able to put herself back into the third spot. Oh, and there goes Bodie Bayer a little bit wide there and a little bit out of shape. Is Brody Brown going to have a really good run here into the short chute in turn number 10? Is he close enough? Not as of yet for Brody Brown to get ahead of Bodie Bayer, but has a really good run out of turn number 10. Has to make his way around lap traffic, though, so going to be very interesting how these drivers can do their slicing their way through, and they split them up just like that. Wow, Brody Brown takes the lead of the race in turn number 1, and young Brody back to the point. Bodie lost the spot, falls back to second.
Yeah, Mika Hakkinen on Schumacher right there, splitting a back marker to get...
Oh,
wow, that was close right there. But yeah, they both got around all those back markers. Brody Brown took advantage of that situation and got a huge lead on Bodie Bayer right there with all those back markers. A little bit of a hiccup right there going into turn 2 with that one lapper for Bayer. So we'll see if Bayer can catch back up. One flagger out in the corner waving a flag. I'm not sure which one that was, but as you can see, going into turn 10, a comfy lead for Brody Brown right now.
Yeah, not too comfy, though, because Bodie Bayer closing down the gap here as Anderson and Henson trying to... And around goes Bodie Bayer in turn number 9. Everybody has to make it through clean and unscathed, and that's going to promote Beckley Anderson up to the second spot. Bodie Bayer dropped the tire on the exit of turn number 9, went for a spin, able to get back going again, and we're going to see how they stack up when they cross the stripe. There's Ray Foley side by side and able to get ahead of back marker there. But wow, that released Brody Brown, who just has 5 minutes left and needs to keep the concentration if he wants to close this one out. Holden Henson is the driver who's currently second in the 99. Ray Foley third. Bodie Bayer able to keep it in fourth. Beckley Anderson crosses the line now fifth. She lost a little bit of time. I don't know if she had some sort of issue or contact for Beckley Anderson. But Brody Brown, not too bad, and already with a big lead here. So here on your screen is a battle for second place. Holden Henson in the 99 and Ray Fall Lee in the number 2, and already a good gap for Holden Henson in second. So with some work to do for Ray Fall Lee. Meow. We have side-by-side action here. That's Shep Sullivan and the number 12 of Dusty Strayer. Strayer able to get ahead of Shep Sullivan for the 6th spot here. So a good move there by Dusty Strayer, who was able to get ahead for P6. And these two drivers are going to continue to battle it out as we come down to a minute and a half to go, plus 2 laps in this Kid Kart race. Side by side here once again. There goes Dusty Strayer on the inside of turn number 9, looking to go through. That's Shep Sullivan on the inside on Dusty Strayer, who's going to lose the spot and concede here in this one. And in turn number 10, Shep Sullivan going to lead us once again. Let's see what Dusty Strayer can do on the main straightaway, who has a very good exit there and rockets up the main straightaway. Strayer on the outside, Sullivan on the inside. What can these two drivers do here? In the turn number 1, Shep Sullivan with a much better exit. And Shep Sullivan, not the best exit out of turn number 1. Dusty Strayer going to go back, and Shep Sullivan already losing a lot of time here in this one. And there's Brody Brown, 8 seconds up the field on what's been a really good race for young Brody, who's kept it on the racetrack, been consistent, and made the moves when he's needed to. And now let's follow him around in his last couple of laps here on his way to victory. 8 seconds back to Holden Henson in second place. So Brody Brown at the moment is set to cross the line and be your winner here, but has a lot of racing action. We saw what happened to Dutch Westbrook a couple laps ago. He just needs to keep it on the racetrack here in the next 2.5 laps. Two sticks in the air, and no idea what the umbrella there is supposed to be signaling to these drivers, but definitely some sort of signal here from an umbrella there that you see on the sidelines. But Brody Brown, let's talk about the driver who's been in the lead since Bodie Bayer went around, and he's already up back to P3 and into the podium places. Back on the box for Bodie Bayer here in this one. But Brody Brown has been consistent, kept it on the racetrack, and done a good job of it for this Honda Kid Kart driver. He's been really good. I mean, Rocco, how cool is it to see a driver who was so consistent in this race, made the moves when he needed to, and just a smart overall race?
You know, I mean, these kids are so young, ranging from ages 5 to 8, so, you know, they're still, you know, grasping mathematics and whatnot, and I don't think they even are taught mathematics at that age yet. Maybe a basic, you know, addition to subtraction. So for them to be able to, you know, defend all that stuff, hit apexes, you know, extend to the outside of the track, do all these things. It's really interesting, you know. I mean, what could have been if Bayer, you know, didn't have that small mistake coming out of turn 9, we could have had a really good battle for the win. I mean, they were both glued together. And, you know, to have racecraft at such a young age, once they, you know, move up to Micro Swift and then the Mini Swift, these guys are going to be some heavy hitters.
No, for sure. And Brody Brown already has made a name for himself in this Honda Kid Kart class as he's getting near the rear bumper of Liam Lofton here shortly. So going to have to be smart here and work his way around young Liam for Brody Brown as he works his way around the outside, has a good run. They're going to go side by side, but Brody Brown, a lot more speed there out to the bottom of the hill and kept it on the racetrack. And, you know, I'm interested to see what Brody Brown does. Does he take the trophy to show and tell on Monday when he returns to school? But, man, that would be quite a weekend for Brody Brown, who's, I believe, is in kindergarten, if not first grade for Brody Brown. Has done a good job all weekend long, kept his nose clean, starting to nod his head, looks around, and he knows that he's just so close to the checkered flag. He rounds turn number 9, has kept it clean, has been smart all race long for Brody Brown. As he rounds turn number 10, it's set to be Brody Brown in the number 17, kept his nose clean, was absolutely perfect here in this Honda Kid Kart race, and he wins in Cresson. Brody Brown, your race winner in Honda Kid Kart.
Holden Henson coming across the line shortly after, going to go P2 there, with Bodie Bayer finishing third. Rafe Ali right behind Bayer, fighting for that last podium position. Beckley Anderson fell 4 positions down to 5th place. Strayer in 6th. Ben Nelson 7th. Lofton 8th. Sullivan did not finish according to our timing. Same with Knight and Tudor.
Yeah, so unfortunate end there. And here comes Ben Nelson here shortly and Liam Lofton, who are going to cross the line next. But Holden Henson, what a drive for him. 6 spots gained for Holden Henson. And a good race overall for your Honda Kid Karts. When we come back with pickup getting set to go underway, your Mini Swifts who will work their way onto the racetrack. Coming up next, it's Kart Chaser's live coverage of the Tech Sprint Racing Series. Don't go anywhere.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
As the engines come to life, your Mini Swift, presented by Allen Rudolph Racing Academy, have worked their way out onto the racetrack and get set to go green for the final time this weekend. Nicholas Orbezo and Aston Wyatt starting on the front row. Pasha Ali, Sawyer Chambers, row number 2. Kate Casper, Liam Nachawati, row 3.
And Royce Vega in 7th place with Alex Chandler on that 4th row joining him. And then you have Oscar Gus Wonderlay and Simon Klein on the 5th row. Sofia Sedagova and Rodolfo Lavin on the 6th row. Then Hughes and Cowell on that 7th row. And Vargas, Shotgun Charlie in 15th place.
15th place. And on the 8th row, all by himself for Adrian Vargas. But it's been an action-packed race all weekend long in between these Mini Swift drivers. Orbezo, Wyatt, Chambers, Ali, Nachawati, Casper, Vega, Chandler, and more getting set to go green here in this one. The Mini Swifts presented by Allen Rudolph Racing Academy have been action-packed all weekend long, and they're going to do just that here with 15 minutes plus 2 laps. Orbezo and Wyatt gonna lead us to green here in a crawling pace so far, and you see and you feel the tension start to rise in between all of these drivers. Into the tram lines we go. The green flag is out. We are racing here in Mini Swift. A good start, a monster start by the inside line. And Aston Wyatt going to lose 5 spots there on the start. Orbezo gets through. Ali gets through. Casper gets through as well. Royce Vega already up to P4. Ali looked for the move there in turn number 2. Wasn't close enough. Oscar Gus Wonderly up to P5, and Wyatt currently 6th. One driver around. That's the 133. That's Adrian Vargas, who went around there at the race start.
Unfortunate start to his race, but everybody else got through quite cleanly. As you can see, Ali, Casper, and Vega all 1, 2, and 3 nose to tail. Orbezo with a slight cushion between him and Ali. They're going to probably, never mind, Vega goes down the inside of Casper as well as further back. I think Nacho Wadi got down the inside of somebody. There you go, but Voice Vega into P3 right there.
And I'm not sure what happened to Liam Nachawati. He was starting further up the field and lost a lot of time here in this one. We saw Vargas go out of the racetrack. And there goes Ali to the point of the field on the inside into turn number 1. Pasha Ali gets clear. Royce Vega looks to go through as well on Nicholas Orbezo. Vega gets clear. Pasha Ali to the point. Vega up to 2nd. Orbezo falls back to 3rd and is getting pushed all over the racetrack by Cade Casper. In the 4th spot, Aston Wyatt was able to get back ahead of Oscar Gus Wonderly and back up to P5 for Aston Wyatt. Let's see what Royce Vega can do with Pasha Ali here. Moves to the outside of the racetrack and look for the over-under. Not close enough. Ali trying to hold back Royce Vega, who is absolutely flying in his Bennick machine into turn number 9. Going to have a good run for Nicholas Orbezo, who's going to look to go on Royce Vega. Down the inside, he's clear. Ali goes defensive. Cade Casper looks to go through as well. And Vega loses a spot there to Nicholas Orbezo. Doesn't concede to Casper, though. And Ali continuing to go defensive and hold everyone at bay. Stack them and pack them. Chambers lost a lot of spots at the start as well. Nachawati finds himself in 7th. And there you see him in the 180 machine, working his way up the field. Royce Vega going to freight train Cade Casper. Wyatt's going to go through. Chandler looks to go through as well. Not close enough for Alex Chandler. Casper goes through. Alex Chandler into the grass. Alex Chandler out of this one here and out of contention for the race win. After contact there, put him out of contention, and that's one down. One of the fastest drivers down. He was fastest last time by a 53.846. Very and wicked quick for him. Nicholas Orbezo on the inside of Pasha Ali. Going to get clear into the bowl.
Yeah, unfortunate for Chambers there. But as you can see, or Chandler, my mistake. Down the inside goes Orbezo, Royce, and Wyatt. Everybody getting around Wyatt, around Ali right there. Orbezo holding with the lead. Vega and Aston Wyatt in 2nd and 3rd. They're all nose to tail right now going down the front straight. And you have Royce Vega go down the inside of Aston Wyatt. He's going to get the position as well as everybody else. They're going to freight train Orbezo right here. And to the lead goes Royce Vega.
Royce Vega to the point of the field. Aston Wyatt to 2nd. Cade Casper was able to work his way back up to P3. Orbezo still 4th. Ali fell back to 5th. And Liam Nachawati not too far. Currently sits in 6th here. What can Aston Wyatt do on Royce Vega? Ali lost a lot of spots last time around. And going to have to make up a lot here if he wants to get back up into the podium places and maybe even get his first race win for the CRG Nordam team after moving teams over the winter from Sodi Racing USA over to the CRG Nordam team here at the start of the year. Aston Wyatt still chasing down for the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy. PSL Burrell Art Machine there in the 2nd spot. There you see Oscar Gus Wonderly for the Iron Rock team further back, currently in 7th here at the moment. Ali moved out of line, looked to pass Orbezo, but he knows pushing is a little bit quicker than passing, and there goes Orbezo on the inside of Casper, not able to get clear. Ali going to have to continue to push Orbezo forward, and Nachawati about to arrive on the rear bumper of Pasha Ali here shortly.
Yeah, this train is starting to turn into a 6-cart train. I see Orbezo try to send it deep down the inside of Casper. They're not going to be able to do it. He's sending these half moves, and all it's doing is hurting his pace with Ali behind. And Nachawati, they're going to try and get around him here, definitely, because they're starting to lose grips with that first train. So see if Ali goes to the inside. He doesn't. Orbezo kind of drives a tighter line, maybe trying to defend ever so slightly from Ali, maybe give him a second guess on what to do right now. He wants them to work together with Orbezo so they can catch that front group. But now up ahead, there's nothing going on there. Yeah, Ali pulls ahead. And so Orbezo not happy with that, puts a hand up, asks why are you doing that? But Nachawati also comes down and gets ahead of Orbezo.
Yeah, for Nicholas Orbezo, he just went a little too far over that curb in turn number 10 and lost a lot of time, scrubbed off all the speed that he had on exit, and that granted Pasha Ali to make the move. And Pasha Ali knew he had to go and work his way up to 4th. Nachawati was able to get through as well with Ali. So Arbezo back down to 6th. He is quick, but needs to stop doing needs to stop making the mistakes if he wants to get up to the top 3. Royce Vega still leads. Wyatt still in that 2nd spot. Casper happy to push Wyatt here at the moment to get to the rear bumper here of Royce Vega, who, I mean, again, we were talking about it earlier today, right? Had a slow start to his weekend, qualified almost last in the wet weather, and has worked his way up the field ever since for Royce Vega. And now, to think how his weekend started, to think he's now leading the main event here with 9 minutes to go is absolutely crazy. Cade Casper into the back of Aston Wyatt there, looked to make the move, wasn't close enough, but for the Benek machine, they weren't able to get it done in a Micro Swift. Gonna want to do it here in the Mini Swift class that has been absolutely stacked and action-packed all week long. Sawyer Chambers currently finds himself down in 9th after some sort of issue, and there goes Ali on the inside of Cade Casper. But already big movers, Sofia Sadakova up into the top 10, so a good drive by the young lady.
Yeah, a little bit of fighting still going on for that 3rd place position. Casper tried to get back on the inside of Ali, wasn't able to get it into the bowl. But as you can see, Aston Wyatt, you know, in the other class, I think 206 cadet, when he was with Tanner Barsh, he was overtaking quite frequently with that other driver. But now, as you can see, he's very patient behind Royce Vega. He probably doesn't race Royce Vega as much as he does Tanner, so he's probably not as comfortable with going and switching back and forth. Would rather lead. Never mind, he's going down the inside of Royce Vega. He holds it around the outside, though. Are they going to get the position? And Ali now side by side with Vega, but Vega follows through into P2. Now, your new leader, Aston Wyatt, as we come down the back straight. They're 1, 2, 3, 4 with a small group of Orbezo and Nachawati behind. Aston Wyatt trying to do something about that, but Royce Vega gets back around, and he's now back in the lead.
Royce Vega back to the lead after a great run. There goes Cade Casper on the inside of Pasha Ali, who has to concede the position. And welcome back, Nicholas Orbezo. Looks to work his way up to 4th. And already Royce Vega going defensive from Aston Wyatt. This is going to stack the entire field up. Nachawati goes through and up to P5 here. And Vega continuing to go defensive with 7 minutes to go left in this race. Aston Wyatt still in the 2nd spot. Cade Casper 3rd. Pasha Ali 4th. And once again to the bottom of the racetrack for Royce Vega, who tries to hold off a very hungry pack of wolves. There goes Ali on the inside of Cade Casper. He gets clear. Nachawati looks to go through as well. Side by side. Nachawati not able to get clear. And there goes Orbezo giving Casper that little push that he needs. And Nachawati gonna get left on the wayside in 6th.
And all the while that's happening, your leaders are both pulling a little bit away from Ali. I mean, it's only halfway done with this race, like you said, about 7 minutes left to go. So 6 drivers all in contention for the win here. Maybe more, as you can see. I think that's Oscar Gus Wanderlei in 7th place. If they keep fighting, he'll catch up too. So into turn 9, any changes for position here? Yes. I think that's Orbezo going to take 2 positions down on Casper and Ali to get that P3 position. He covers it off for turn 10 to keep that P3 position. Will Casper get the switch back? We will see. But as I was saying, you know, quite a few drivers in contention here, and about half the race left to go. Caleb.
Halfway through, Vega goes defensive again for the lead. Cade Casper gets past Nicholas Orbezo. Going to have a help from Pasha Ali, who gets through and back in a 4th. The amount of position changes that we've seen in this one inside the top 5 have been absolutely insane. 6.5 minutes to go for your mini Swifts that have absolutely delivered the racing action here in this one. Cade Casper working with Ali. Vega still going defensive. There goes Casper, 6-0s on the inside of Wyatt, who gets stuck on the outside, not able to get clear. Ali in the grass. He's still able to make the move, not close enough. Loses the spot to Orbezo after he went 4 wheels off the racetrack and clear. Pasha Ali to the bottom of the racetrack. Vega still going defensive, looks back, knows that Casper and others are closing down the gap. Nachawati is back. Vega still at the bottom of the racetrack. Wyatt looking to follow Vega through, going to give him a little bit of a bumper, push himself through, and Cade Casper stuck on the outside. Orbezo now looking to get the run. A monster run on Royce Vega on the inside. Ali looks to help out Orbezo. Orbezo looks by, knows that Vega's going to concede. Nachawati up to 3rd.
And they're racing like it's the final lap right now. Still 5 minutes left to go. Orbezo, your new leader, with Ali in P2. Nachawati, the highest he's ever been in this main event now. It's at P3. He's making slowly but surely making progress on this lead right now. Royce Vega trying to go down the inside of Nachawati. He's going to get it. They're all going to file through. Aston Wyatt tries to make it through as well. They're side by side coming out the sweeper into the bowl. There's your leader, Orbezo and Ali. They're kind of pulling away from this fight right here, 3rd and back. Now, Royce Vega, will they work together? Orbezo and Vega coming in on turn 9. No overtakes there. Yes, they're all going to fall through, and they need to think, we still have 5 minutes. We cannot lose this lead here, Caleb.
Yeah, no, for sure. A very, very good racing action. There goes Cade Casper on the inside of Aston Wyatt and gets the move done into P5 again for Cade Casper. Aston Wyatt back into the 6th spot. And for Royce Vega, who was defending there for a couple of laps, lost a lot of time. And Nicholas Orbezo took advantage. So did Pasha Ali. Orbezo was outside of the top 5 a couple of laps ago, but bided his time, was consistent, got back into the zone, and got back to the point of the field. Ali as well, being patient, looks back, knows that Vega is in the 3rd spot, knows that Vega is one of the quickest drivers, not only here in Texas, not only here this weekend, but one of the best drivers in the Mini Swift class in the nation. And you have Liam Nachiwati there in the 4th spot as well. Going to know to push Vega forward. Going to know they have to work together if they want to get up to the rear bumper of Pasha Ali and his CRG machine. This is not only the best in Texas, some of the best drivers in the nation in the Mini Swift class, fighting it out for Mini Swift glory here in Cresson, Texas, as Vega continues to close down the gap. 4 minutes to go left in this race. Ali still on the rear bumper there of Orbezo, goes to the inside, bottom of the racetrack, and clear for Pasha Ali. And welcome back, Royce Vega and Liam Nachiwati.
You have your top 4 now, all single file, coming through turn 2. One driver with a lot of work right now is Aston Wyatt. He was leading this race a little bit earlier, but now he finds himself in P6. He needs to get around Casper and start working on this group unless they can both hunker down and work together. Now through the sweeper, no jockeying for position right there. They're now a 5-car train. As you see, Orbezo thought about it, but Pasha covered off the inside line. They're all still single file coming through out of the bowl and into turn 9. Now, oh no, I think Ali is about to get freight trained through turn 9. There's 3 drivers, including Nachiwati. He also goes on the inside. Oh my gosh, Nachiwati, I think, gets around Royce Vega as well. He's now on the outside of Orbezo, but Royce Vega and Casper now on the inside of Aston Wyatt. He gets the switchback. They're all fighting. They're almost 3 wide for a partial moment. And it's a huge gaggle of go-karts coming down this front straight, Caleb.
A huge gaggle of go-karts. Aston Wyatt going to push Royce Vega through. Nachiwati, currently the driver in the lead, but is about to get freight trained because Vega's close. Not close enough, though, to get the move done in turn number 1. It's Aston Wyatt in the 3rd spot. Oscar Gus Wonderly has joined the fight here. Cade Casper goes back for 5th. And Pasha Ali currently sits in the 6th position here in this one. So a lot of work to do. 7th for Pasha Ali, who has a lot of work to do to get back up to the point of the field. We've seen a lot of defensive action. We saw it from Vega. We saw it from Ali. They lost a couple of spots, but unfortunate exit for Ali at the exit of the kink here. Put him on the outside and just got past. And there goes Vega. Wants to retake the lead. Going to waste no time. Back to the point of the field and clear. Wyatt looking to go through as well. Liam Nachiwati stuck on the outside. Able to keep it on the racetrack. Going to stay in 4th. Orbezo still in 3rd. Going to over-under. Try the over-under on the entire field here. Can he get through? Has a good run out of turn number 10 and up the main straightaway on what's been a very, very action-packed Mini Swift race. There goes Wyatt to the bottom of the racetrack. Looks to get clear. Not close enough. Vega shuts the door.
In just 2 laps, or over 2 laps, you see Aston Wyatt go from 6th all the way into 2nd, almost into 1st, into turn 1 now. Royce Vega still, though, holding that lead with the rest of the cavalry behind. Now we're coming down with 2 minutes to go, plus 2 laps. A little bit running out of time for these drivers. You saw Aston Wyatt look a little bit down the inside. I mean, a half move put a little bit more gap between him and Royce Vega. He defends again into the bull. Orbezo trying to find a way around Aston Wyatt. They're all going around. He's defending. Orbezo not happy about that. Pasha Ali pushes the bumper of Aston Wyatt. So does Casper. They're all making contact now coming into turn 9. Aston Wyatt still at that position, causing chaos behind him. Orbezo. Down the inside goes Gus Wonderley on everybody. Gets a few positions there out of turn 9. Good exit from him, too. He's up in a P4.
Up in a P4 for Oscar Gus Wonderly, and there's Pasha Ali. Help from Cade Casper to get up into the top 5 here. Ali going to get clear. Casper going to get clear. Nachiwati knows that Wonderly doesn't have the best line. Going to slot right back behind Cade Casper. But all the fighting and all the defending really released Royce Vega here in this one. 9/10 of a second clear on Aston Wyatt and Nicholas Orbezo here. So Orbezo and Wyatt have to put their differences aside. They can't defend. They need to work together, or they're going to let Royce Vega run away with the win. And they may have already done that here because Vega almost a second up the field. They're closing down the gap. They're going to have 3 laps to go when they cross the stripe.
Yeah, they're running out of time, as you said. This might just turn into a battle for the 2nd spot on the podium and the 3rd. Royce Vega really gone right now. We'll see the gap update as we come around again. They haven't fought much the last lap, so maybe they're thinking a little bit further ahead, but you know, maybe a little too late, as you said. Into turn 1 now. No changes for position there. You have Wyatt, Orbezo, Ali, Casper, and Nachawati in that 6th place position. Everybody still single file coming through the back straight. They're slowly making progress on Vega, I believe, if my eyes don't deceive me. But as you can see, Orbezo still pretty impatient, looks back over his shoulder, looking left and right on Wyatt, trying to find a gap. Somewhere into the bowl, here goes Casper. Kind of made a look to the inside of Ali, but did not decide to go through with it, slot it back into Ali. And as you can see, they're going to turn 9. Everybody's still single file.
Everybody's still single file, and they're deciding to work together now, but it could be a little too late for Aston Wyatt and Nicholas Orbezo. You see them, it looks like they're kind of closing down the gap. We'll see what the gap is this time by. They were a tenth slower than Vega all out there on his lonesome. There goes Ali looking to make the move. Are they quicker? A couple of hundredths of a second quicker, but not enough as of yet to close down the gap with 2 laps to go left in this Mini Swift race. Royce Vega got a lifeline, made up 6 spots in this race, started just outside of the top 5, near 6th, 7th, and 8th. And then they have a lapped car further ahead of Adrian Vargas, who currently sits in that 13th spot. So let's see if Vega can work his way through. But for Aston Wyatt, Nicholas Orbezo, and Pasha Ali, could be a little too late, as Wyatt, I think he realizes it, knows that he has to defend for the podium place.
Yeah, now they're all coming into turn 9. Single file, you see Nachawati kind of move to the inside, maybe covering for Casper right there, but as you can see, everybody's still single file, white lining slightly at the beginning for Wyatt. Orbezo, they're all still working together, surprisingly. Not too much going on for position changes right there. Final lap coming now. They're all going to, white line now. They will not catch the leader. They must fight for this 2nd and 3rd place positions. Ali right there on the cusp, trying to see. Orbezo goes down the inside of Wyatt. Wyatt goes a little wide there in the middle of turn 1 and loses a position to Orbezo. Now Ali trying to make progress as well on Wyatt. If Wyatt can get back on Orbezo and try to put a cushion between him as he's falling behind actually to Ali and Nachawati. Nachawati now down the inside of Ali into the bowl now.
Into the bowl we go for the final time in Mini Swift. Aston Wyatt currently on the edge of the podium here. Currently sits 3rd. There you see Vega round turn number 9. This is the battle for the podium. Liam Nachawati and Aston Wyatt going to fight it out. Orbezo looks back, knows that Wyatt's not close enough. Wyatt going to look to go on the inside, not close enough. This is the battle for outside of the podium. Nobody able to compete with Royce Vega, who's absolutely flown to the point of the field and takes the win in Cresson. Aston Wyatt 2nd. Orbezo 2nd, Aston Wyatt 3rd, Liam Nachawati 4th.
Pasha Ali in 5th place, Cade Casper 6th. Gus Wonderley had a decent run there, he was 7th. So Sofia Sedagova made a lot of progress this weekend from the back of the grid all the way up into 8th, and you have Simon Klein in 9th, Hughes 10th, Rodolfo 11th, Jack Cowell in 12th. Adrian Vargas, Sawyer Chambers, and Alex Chandler, all non-finishers in this race.
Yeah, big stories out of this one. Sawyer Chambers and Alex Chandler, drivers who could have mixed it up in this field, and just unfortunate there you see behind our unofficial results, the aftermath of Alex Chandler's OTK Tony Kart on the side of the racetrack. But that was it for your Mini Swift, where Royce Vega comes out victorious and is your race winner here in Cresson, Texas, in Mini Swift, presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. When we return, it's going to be 206 Heavy, presented by TB Kart. This is Kart Chasers live coverage of round number 3, the summer shootout of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Don't go anywhere.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Well, our 206 heavies presented by TB Kart have worked their way out onto the racetrack. And speaking of TB Kart, Jay Weaver has been quick all weekend long, hasn't been denied as of yet, starting on the pole position here in this one. Madison Knox starting second, Nick Miller third, David Roddy fourth, Kevin Dickerson fifth, and Jennifer Pilione in sixth here. As they work their way around turn number 9. They will get set to go green, and the last little bit of tire warmth they have here. Can anybody challenge Jay Weaver here in this one? It's been complicated so far. Spoke to Nick Miller in the break. He was like, you know what? I think you guys are right. You guys are definitely cursing me when you guys talk about my livery, talk about my nickname. So let's keep it to a minimum here, Rocco, and give and wish the best of luck to Nick Miller, who's starting on the second row and on the inside. Let's hope he has a good one here so far. Jay Weaver and Madison Knox going to lead us away here to the green flag. Into the tram lines we go. Green flag is out, and we are racing here in 206 heavy. A great start by Nick Miller. An even better start by Jay Weaver. Nick Miller goes to the inside, looks to get clear on Jay Weaver. Not close enough as of yet for the Maverick, who's still struggling a little bit with tire warmth here in this one. Jay Weaver already with 2 car lengths in between himself and the Maverick.
Yeah, Jay Weaver drove that outside line beautifully there to hold on to that P1 position. Nick Miller in P2, like you said. I think Madison Knox in P3. So they're a little spaced out right now. It's the start, and it's the start of the race, you know, and I think as time goes on, they'll slowly start to slot back closer together if they don't let Jay Weaver run away here. But yeah, David Roddy as well up in right behind Madison Knox. If they can link together and catch up to this lead, it could be an interesting 206 heavy final.
Yeah, for sure. But they need to work together. David Roddy needs to be consistent, and the rest of the field needs to work their way further up. What does Nick Miller have against Jay Weaver here in this one? One lap down, and already a good lap for Jay Weaver.
Yeah, Jay Weaver has been leading this whole weekend here. He hasn't been giving the win to anybody else. He doesn't want to share. Nick Miller, he wants to steal that cake from Jay Weaver in the main event because that's all that really matters here. Madison Knox as well. They're all losing. David Roddy is losing touch to the front three, but as you can see, one lap down, and they're already starting to close back in on each other. Nick Miller closing rapidly in this back sector right here. He may be geared a little bit longer because you just saw how much of a length he closed in that final sector of that back straight here. Now, maybe through this corner, you could see Jay Weaver pull a little bit on Nick Miller as we come into turn 9. Maybe so, maybe not. I mean, the draft is there. Nick Miller could be helping with that too. I mean, when you're focused on the draft, you gear long. I mean, if you're running 206 and you're in the draft and you have a short gearing, it's not going to help you at all because you'll just bang off that limiter. But if you're in a long gearing and you don't have as he drops a tire, Madison Knox is going to get around Nick Miller.
Yeah, so not the best there for Nick Miller, who was closing down the gap. Weaver made a mistake as well, but they continue to close down the gap here in this one as they continue to work their way through, and Jay Weaver already with a good gap. And that mistake by Miller and Knox now has to be consistent if she wants to catch up to Jay Weaver here in this one. Going to have to knock out every ounce of pace that they have left in their karts. And I think you're right. Nick Miller looked like he had a lower gear, was closing down the gap to Jay Weaver on the straightaways, but loses a lot of time in the infield here. That is, you can gain so much throughout the straightaways that's super easy to just keep it and keep the speed up. But whenever you get to the technical sections with such a lower gear, you need to be consistent. You need to be as smooth on the steering wheel as possible to not lose any time.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you make a mistake with a longer gearing, you don't have as much pull out of the corner to correct your mistake. You'll accelerate a lot slower than your competitors who are on a shorter gearing. But he's not too much further geared than Madison Knox. They're both pretty even on the straight and whatnot. I mean, the draft will of course pull Nick Miller a little bit closer. They're going to work together here, he's not going to go around Madison Knox. I mean, it's too early in this event for that. It's only 4 minutes have passed, and that's all. Jay Weaver pulling away. Nick Miller may want to get around if he thinks he's faster than Madison Knox, but apart from that, Jay Weaver is already running away with a 1.5 second gap. But yeah, so you're 1 and 2. That is 2 and 3. Nick Miller and Madison Knox now very close. This is the closest thing that we have on track. And through turn 9, we'll see if Nick Miller wants to go for it. It doesn't seem like he will. They're going to work together.
Yeah, Nick Miller needs to be smart here and continue to push Madison Knox so they can close down their gap to Jay Weaver. Last time by a 58.342. That's a pretty good lap time for Jay Weaver. We've seen some lap times in heavy. The real quick lap time of 57.8 around here. So Jay Weaver pretty consistent, 58.3 once again. And for Knox and Miller, just a couple of tenths that they need to find if they want to close down the gap to Jay Weaver here in this one.
Coming down your front straight, Madison Knox still holding Nick Miller behind in P3. Not much change for position here. I mean, they're still losing ever so slightly to Jay Weaver, but we'll see as, Nick Miller still giving a big push to Madison Knox. They're going to work together for these next few laps. So your second and third place drivers, Madison Knox and Nick Miller, still losing time ever so slightly. I think there was one lap previous where they maybe gained about a tenth to a tenth on them, but this next time by, they have opened that gap from a 2.2 second gap to a 2.5. So Jay Weaver running away right now with Nick Miller still choosing to push Madison Knox down the straights. Nick Miller goes off the track right behind Madison Knox. Loses a bit of time, but gets right back on, rejoins, and keeps on to his third place position. But he's got a lot of ground to work up now if he's going to catch back up to Madison Knox. Yeah, Jay Weaver still with a comfortable gap on Madison Knox. Is about a 5-second gap right now. Nick Miller almost a second back from Madison Knox after that mistake. It's going to stay that way for now as long as Nick Miller can't catch up to Madison Knox here. 1, 2, 3 is going to be Jay Weaver, Madison Knox, and Nick Miller. that Madison Knox and Nick Miller are now fighting for that P2 position. These are two podium places, though. It's just whoever's going to be on that second step. So Madison Knox is holding that P2 position. I think Nick Miller got around her at some point earlier in the last lap, but now Madison Knox back with the point. We'll see if Nick Miller has anything to say about it. Is he going to go into the sweeper? I don't think so. He's going to hold back for now. And down on the inside goes Nick Miller on Madison Knox for P2. Into the bowl. Now, I think we're going to get the 2.6 to go this time by, so closest. At least we have one battle on track. I mean, Jay Weaver definitely pulled away right now in the lead, but as you can see, Madison Knox and Nick Miller both fighting for that P2 position.
Madison Knox and Nick Miller fighting for that second spot. There goes Knox on the inside. She's able to get clear. Nick Miller looks for the over-under move onto the main straightaway. A little bit of contact there up the main, and then we go into turn number 1. 2 laps to go as Nick Maverick Miller fighting with Madison Knox here for that second spot. Who is it going to be? And I couldn't tell you here, Rocco. These drivers have been going at it all race long. We've seen a little bit of everything in between the two of them. And all to play for here as they get to the final laps. But nobody has been able to contend with Jay Weaver, who's been absolutely perfect, has kept it on the racetrack, and done a good job in doing so. For Nick Miller, still ahead of Madison Knox. Is she close enough into the bowl? Not as of yet, having to stay patient.
Yeah, I mean, after 15 minutes, still having a battle, it's a great thing to see. Nick Miller looks over his shoulder. Madison Knox goes down to the inside. We're going to see if she can get the position. Nick Miller going to get the switchback if he can. She goes and gets the position. Nick Miller is down in third now. I mean, there's one more lap to go. They're going to get the white flag this time by, so we'll see what happens. Madison Knox is getting pressure from behind by Nick Miller. He's right there, tailgating the back of Madison Knox. White flag in the air. One more lap to go as he pulls into the inside and gets the inside for turn 1. He's going to go and clear right now for for Nick Miller. Madison Knox now in P3.
Madison Knox back to P3 here, and she continues to stay in that third spot. For Nick Miller still in second. Side by side down the hill. Madison Knox looks to get the move done. Not as of yet. And Jay Weaver all the way 8 seconds up the field, about to get to turn number 9 here shortly. Knox looks on the inside into the bowl. She's able to get clear. Nick Miller can look to go back. But these two drivers haven't been able to contend with the TB kart of Jay Weaver, who gets set to cross the line and win here this weekend in 206 heavy. Jay Weaver wonders where everybody is and wins in 206 heavy. A perfect end to his weekend. And Madison Knox across the line. She looks to get set to finish second. Nick Miller third.
Yep, Nick Miller third with David Roddy further down the field in fourth place. They still have yet to cross the line. Kevin Dickerson in fifth place, and Jennifer Pillion in sixth place. That'll be your 206 heavy presented by TB Kart. When we come back, it will be, I believe it will be K100 Junior for their main event.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsport.
As the engines come to life, your KA100 Juniors, presented by 4T Concrete Pumping, get set to go out onto the racetrack. It's Tyrone Kemper Jr. starting on the pole position. The kid from New Orleans was off to a flying start in race number 1. Got the the main event win in NOLA. Wasn't the best showing for him at Speed Sports, but looks to get back onto the top step of the podium here this weekend. Tyler Roberts alongside him on the front row. Graham Tremmel on row 2 alongside Gage Bailey.
Yeah, Easton Cox in 5th with Carson Berry joining him on that third row. Nathan Golseth and Matthew Duquette in that 4th row. Nathan Golseth came back from the very back of the field in Heat 3. So you have David Ibarra and Juan Jose Paramo in row 5, Anbar and Masonberry in row 6, Joey Domi and that is Jordan Invani in row 7, Gus Wonderley in 15th with Luke Cruz in 16th, Jeremiah Thomas and Davis Henry 17th and 18th, and Jackson Young with Santiago Duran in 19th and 20th. 2 drivers that we know very well in the last 2 positions.
Yeah, so a rough day for Santi Duran and Jackson Young, but let's see what it looks like this time by. We've seen a lot of chaos in this class, a lot of passing, a lot of lead changes, but they're going to have to deny the kid from NOLA Motorsports Park, Tyrone Kemper Jr. He starts alongside Tyler Roberts, who's led a lot of laps here this weekend. Graham Tremmel as well on that second row alongside Gage Bailey. Tremmel has had a rough up and down day, but has had good recovery drives to average out onto a 3rd place starting position. Easton the Eagle Cox for High Five Performance in the 815, getting set to go green here on that 3rd row alongside Carson Berry, brother Mason Berry further back in the field. But we get set to go green, and we expect a lot of racing action from these KA100 juniors. 15 minutes plus 2 laps coming your way. Tyler Roberts and Tyrone Kemper Jr. are gonna lead us to green. They begin to speed up. The green flag is out, and we are racing here in KA Junior. Down the inside goes Tyrone Kemper Jr. Tremmel looks to go through as well. Cox further back, looking to get through, not able to. Tyler Roberts loses a spot, goes back to 3rd. There's Ibarra on the outside, can't get through as of yet. Side by side with Paramo, the CRG driver and the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy side by side there for a second. But Tyrone Kemper Jr. was perfect at the start, and Graham Tremmel as well had a really good start there on the inside line.
Yeah, Graham Tremmel followed him through there on the start, got a really good start, but you see that is Gage Bailey in 3rd place, I'm pretty sure. So that is Easton Cox. He got up about 2 positions there, up into P4. Ooh, I think that was the High Five Performance driver that got off in the dirt there a little bit. Oh, and loses another position. There's Carson Berry falling backwards in the field, getting swallowed up by a few other go-karts as they all fly down the straight right now.
Everybody down the main straightaway. Tyler Roberts also back in at 3rd. Graham Tremmel, the first lap was actually quicker than Tyrone Kemper Jr. Still not relative lap times at the moment, but already Graham Tremmel has a lot of pace in his Arcade Motorsports OTK. What can Graham Tremmel do down the hill? Has been patient all weekend long, bided his time, and has been really smart this weekend for Graham Tremmel. So gonna need the exact same here in this main event. In KA Junior. Already a minute and a half down. There goes Graham Tremmel to the bottom of the racetrack. Tyrone Kemper Jr. going to crowd him. Tyler Roberts are going to go through as well. Tremmel, your new leader. Cox goes through on Tyrone Kemper Jr. as well, who goes all the way back to 4th. And Easton Cox absolutely flying here in this one, up to the top 3 now, up 2 spots from where he started. So let's see what the lap times look like. Joey Domi off the racetrack there at the edge of your screen and loses a lot of time. And Tyler Roberts wants to take the lead. Easton Cox up to 2nd. And Graham Tremmel falls back to 3rd.
One thing that Tyler Roberts needs right now is his teammate Gage Bailey that sits pretty in 5th place. If he can get up to his teammate, they could work together and make it a little bit easier on each other. But right now, Easton Cox and Tyler Roberts both making a lot of progress right now, especially Cox. He started in 6th place. He's all the way up into 2nd after just a few laps. We're about 2 minutes into this main event right now, and Easton Cox making a lot of progress. Now you can see Carson Berry, and Easton Cox goes to the inside of Tyler Roberts, gets the overtake done, and a bunch of drivers are going to follow him through. Graham Tremmel and Tyrone Kemper Jr., I believe, are all going to follow through right now.
Yeah, and whenever you get past, it's not just one driver. It seems to be 3 who are going to go through. Tyrone Kemper Jr. was able to go back on Tyler Roberts that time by. Gage Bailey not too far back. He currently sits in the 5th position here, but Graham Tremmel still in the 2nd spot. Is still biding his time here. Nathan Golseth out of nowhere on the edge of the top 6. Nathan Golseth up into 6 here. What a drive so far by the young Arcade Motorsports driver there, ahead of Carson Berry here at the moment, and doing a good job so far for young Nathan.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest weekend for him so far. I mean, in all the heats, he's been fighting from the back of the field, but now he finds himself in that 6th place position. And as I mentioned earlier, Tyler Roberts, and as you see, Graham Tremmel, and everybody slots in and goes around Easton Cox. Well, Tyrone Kemper Jr. actually just covers off that. Oh, a little bit of a bobble right there from behind, but as you can see, Tyler Roberts and Gage Bailey, they have found each other on the racetrack. They need to work together and try and get to the front of this field. As you can see further behind, somebody pulls out. That is Easton Cox and Tyler Roberts. They're all getting too wide now. Easton Cox, they all slide back in to single file going into turn 1.
Everybody single file again into turn number 1. David Ibarra already on the edge of the top 5 here, was quickest, has the fastest lap of the race so far. But not for long. Matthew Duquette retook that, a 51.207. He currently sits 10th here. Duran already up 9 spots. There goes Gage Bailey on the inside of his teammate Tyler Roberts into turn number 5, and he's able to get clear. So we're going to move there. Heads up move by Gage Bailey and Ibarra already cracking into the top 5. They're going to go ahead of Tyrone Kemper Jr., who bobbled there on the exit at turn number 8. He's going to get past, and there goes Gage Bailey on the inside of Graham Tremmel, and that's not going to help him out because Easton Cox already going to open up that gap. Graham Tremmel going to get pushed through by David Ibarra, who's up into the top 3.
Yeah, and as you can see further back, you saw Tyler Roberts get around Tyrone Kipper Jr. as well as the Arcane driver getting around Tyrone Kipper Jr. As you can see up in front, David Ibarra goes around Graham Tremmel with Gage Bailey, and Tyler Roberts also getting around his teammate there. A huge fight further back, and there's Nathan Golseth and Tyrone Kipper Jr. They're all fighting for position. Tyrone gets around Golseth. As you can see further up ahead, the teammates are pushing each other now towards David Ibarra. They need to catch up to Easton Cox, and they can't let him get away. They have 10 minutes to go, so they have still have quite a bit left in this race, but you know they still can't let him fall.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! A big contact further back in the field, and I think that could have been Nathan Golseth there. Let's hope he's all right. The yellow flags are out there in that section of the racetrack, and red flag is out. So let's hope that Nathan Golseth is okay, and we're gonna worry about that here more than anything. So we just got word that the drivers involved were indeed Nathan Golseth and Hamza Onbar, the two Arcane Motorsports OTK drivers. Both drivers okay. Obviously, we saw Golseth flipped there, unfortunately. Anbar is okay as well, and Golseth was able to stand up and is currently being brought over to receive some medical attention over here near the paddock. But whenever we think about racing, these things can happen, and it's really good to see that Nathan Golseth is okay, and is currently um, being attended to. So he is okay, which is what matters here more than anything. And then whenever we go racing and whenever we have the grid figured out of how they cross the line, the lap before is how they will be restarted. But again, I can confirm Nathan Golseth, the driver involved, and Hamza Ambar, both okay, which is all that matters here. Well, engines are fired here once again to complete the rest of this KA100 Junior main event. And again, for those of you tuning back in, Nathan Golseth and Hamza Anbar, the both drivers that were involved, are okay and were able to get up under their own power. So good to see that. They will be checked out by our medical staff here on site. So best wishes to Golseth, who is all right, and as well for Hamza Anbar. But we focus back on the racetrack, and it's Graham Tremmel who's going to lead us away to green here shortly. It's going to be Easton Cox in that second spot. We are under yellow, 5 minutes down, with 9.5 minutes to go left in this race. Graham Tremmel, then it's Cox, then it's Tyrone Kemper Jr., then it's Gage Bailey. I believe it's Tyler Roberts, then it's Gage Bailey, then it's David Ibarra, the drivers inside of your top 6 here at the moment. So everybody getting set to go green, and we are going to get the green flag this time by. It's going to be a single file start due to red flag procedure. So here you have it. It's a full course caution here at the moment, and it's going to be Graham Tremmel who's going to lead us to the green flag in this single file start. So 9.5 minutes to go when we cross the stripe, and we get down to it all over again. And it's all up to Graham Tremmel when he decides to start here. Goes to the bottom of the racetrack, and very smart by Graham Tremmel into the start box. Green flag is out, and we are racing here once again in KA100 Junior. Tremmel leads, Cox second, Tyrone Kemper Jr. third, Tyler Roberts fourth, and Gage Bailey on the edge of the top 5 there in 5th. And already a good start by Graham Tremmel. Everybody starting to accordion and get closer and closer to each other's rear bumpers. There's Carson Berry right behind David Ibarra. So these drivers can continue to cycle through, and let's see what Easton Cox can do here into the bowl this time by. Not close enough. Ibarra is, though. Gets on the inside of Gage Bailey. Able to get clear. David Ibarra onto the edge of the top 5. Now to the bottom of the racetrack. Look, Easton Cox wasn't close enough that time by, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. going to stay in 3rd.
Yeah, Easton Cox looking pretty racy here. He's looking down the inside of Graham Tremmel just a little bit, but a little bit of a gap between the two of them. I think I see Jackson Young a little further back working with Carson Berry trying to get around him. So your leaders, that's still Graham Tremmel and Easton Cox. He's going to go down to the inside and get the lead of the race unless Graham Tremmel can hang it around the outside. He can't, and Easton Cox gets the lead. Now, very close. He's going to follow him through turn 2. Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Tyler Roberts there in 3rd and 4th with David Ibarra. He made a position getting around Gage Bailey.
Yeah, so very smart by David Ibarra to work his way through. And there goes Tyler Roberts on the inside of Tyrone Kemper Jr. Ibarra looks to go through as well. He does. Tyrone Kemper Jr. concedes the positions, and he falls back to 5th here. And now going to fall under fire here shortly to Carson Berry, who's going to decide to stay patient. Gage Bailey isn't, though, on the inside of Carson Berry there on the edge. Able to get clear. Jackson Young now side by side there for a second. Wasn't able to get ahead. And it's Graham Tremmel still in that second spot, chasing down the high 5 performance machine of Easton Cox. Ibarra there in 4th, and Tyler Roberts in 3rd. 7.5 minutes to go, plus 2 laps in this KA Junior main event presented by 4T Concrete Pumping. Cox leads.
Yeah, I might eat my words in a minute, but it looks like Graham Tremmel is looking to work with Easton Cox up ahead. And now they got Tyler Roberts and David Ibarra, 2 other seasoned drivers in the KA Junior class. They're going to try and maybe work together. We'll see when they get together. Still in the same order as we saw last time by. There goes Gage Bailey down the inside of Tyrone Kemper Jr. to get that 5th place position. Further back, there's a fight up in front and down the bottom. Now Tyler Roberts covering from David Ibarra right there going into turn 9. There's still single file, no changes for the top 4 just yet. And you have Gage Bailey separating himself from that. Oh, and there you go. Tyler Roberts tries to get down the inside of Easton Cox. We don't see the overtake get done just yet. We're looking a little further down. They're still side by side. David Ibarra pushing Tyler Roberts past Easton Cox.
Yeah, and there goes Tyler Roberts and David Ibarra, who worked their way ahead of Easton Cox, and there goes Gage Bailey looking to go through as well on Easton Cox, side by side in between the two of them. And they able to get through unscathed, but lost a lot of time to Tyrone Kemper Jr. And all the battling from second on back has given a little bit of a cushion to Graham Tremmel. So for the likes of Ibarra and Roberts, going to have to work together if they want to reclose that gap to Graham Tremmel. It's going to be hard for Tremmel to get away. There is draft here now with dry conditions. So Ibarra in the best spot that he's been all weekend long, currently second and fighting for a main event win. There goes Jackson Young on the inside of Tyrone Kemper Jr., who's losing a handful of spots here on this restart. and Carson Berry able to work through as well. And now next up, Mason Berry is going to try and work his way around Tyrone Kemper Jr. there, but already a pass for the lead. David Ibarra on the inside of turn number 1. He's clear. Ibarra, your new leader. Tyler Roberts up to second.
Yeah, your new top 3 has switched up a little bit, but if you look down further in the field in the 6th place position, you can see Jackson Young. He started from last on the grid, and he's already up into P6 with 5 minutes left to go. He could totally work together with that driver behind and get up to the front, but we just got to see what the leaders are going to do, if they're going to work together or try to pull away. Right now, it's David Ibarra, Tyler Roberts, and Graham Tremmel in that 1, 2, 3 position. Easton Cox was leading for a little bit, fell back to P4 now with Gage Bailey right behind him. Gage Bailey tried to get around Easton Cox, and it was a half move, so Easton Cox kind of gave a hand signal, no, we got to work together, and Gage Bailey definitely read that message, and now they're gaining on the top 3.
Yeah, for sure. So Gage Bailey already starting to gain on the top 3. Ibarra leads from Roberts. Trammell currently 3rd. Tyrone Kemper Jr. all the way back in 8th with the fastest lap of the right. Matthew Duquette currently behind Jackson Young in his Gillard machine there. So he's trying to work his way further up into the top 5 and contend for this main event win. 4.5 minutes to go plus 2 laps. David Ibarra, for the first time this weekend, is leading us here in KartMoto. So let's see what Ibarra can do. Can he hold off the GFC of Tyler Roberts? Can he hold off the OTK of Graham Tremmel? He can for now, and there's a move further back. Matthew Duquette going to go on the inside there of Jackson Young. He's able to get clear. Duquette gets ahead of Jackson Young.
Yeah, Jackson Young lost 1 position there. I mean, he's been gaining most of them this whole race, but falls back a little there. Now you see up in front, David Ibarra still leads the top 5, single file coming through the front straight. You can see that Tyler Roberts is choosing to still work with David Ibarra. Very smart from your top 2. I think Graham Tremmel has been doing the same thing this whole race, just, being very patient. He's in a good spot right now. It's 4 minutes left to go. He doesn't want to throw it all away, just battling up in the front for no reason. A very good position right now for him. There you go. There's Matthew Duquette, and further back, Jackson Young down the inside. That is Tyrone Kemper Jr. going down the inside of Jackson Young now. Further up ahead, your top 3 there on your screen. Jackson Young, and back to our leaders now. David Ibarra, Tyler Roberts, and Graham Tremmel, still with a slight gap between Easton Cox and Gage Bailey.
And there goes Tyrone Kemper Jr. trying to hold off Jackson Young. He's able to do so. Went defensive that time by. Jackson Young on the outside. Carson Berry could be corrected here. It looks like he was able to get the move done. Still side by side between the 2 of them. And now going to need help from his brother Mason.
Yeah, the 2 brothers have found each other on track, and same with those 2 trackside service go-karts up in front, Gage Bailey and Tyler Roberts. They need to find each other on track if they want to work together and make it a little bit easier for themselves. They couldn't do it in the Heat 3, but we'll see if they can do it now. Further back, that is Tyrone Kemper Jr. There's a huge group with Jackson Young and the 2 Berry brothers right there coming down through the sweeper. Single file now. They're going to be moves. I think Jackson Young's going to look for it here. Never mind. They're all going to stay single file through this the bowl.
Everybody single file here. Your leaders continuing to put in personal best lap times. Ibarra has had a great drive up the field. 8 spots gain for young David here, who holds off Tyler Roberts. There goes Kemper looking on the inside of Jackson Young. Not close enough into turn number 10. Carson makes a little mistake there and going to fall under fire to his brother Mason Berry as they cross the stripe. But already a good drive up the field for David Ibarra. Like we said, struggled in qualifying, struggled in the mixed conditions, but has definitely come to life here as the track has dried up, has been here when it matters, and has been leading for the last couple of laps. So let's see if he can lead on the one that's most important, the final lap, when they get to the stripe here. He has Tyler Roberts, one of the drivers that wants to deny him here, has been really quick all weekend long, has led laps himself. Graham Tremmel, opposite side for him, has struggled and again worked his way up the field, kept his nose clean, bided his time, and has been one of the most consistent drivers, hence why he was starting P3. And for Easton Cox, on a breakout weekend for him, working his way up the field, wanting to solidify himself into the podium places and become a contender week in, week out at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. But these 2 drivers are currently the class of the field here at the moment, as Ibarra goes quickest, a 50.418 in the lead of the race here. 1.5 minutes to go. Tyler Roberts wanting to deny that CRG driver, and Graham Tremmel as well.
Yeah, this whole race, you've seen them kind of work together in the top 5. Not much going on in the second half. I mean, I know there's a little bit of tussle for position, who's going to lead, who's going to follow in the top 5 earlier in the race. But as you can see, it's a main event. It's no longer a heat race. People are really thinking about, okay, well, points don't really matter anymore. It's more about position. I really want to be, well, championship points are a different thing. I'm talking about qualifying points. These drivers are being very careful right now. They're being very smart. They're in great positions. If they fought now, they would only invite more drivers into that glory for the top 3 spots. So, working together, they're all evenly spaced out, giving each other room, but it's about to pop off here in the next few minutes, Caleb.
And I'll tell you what, Rocco, already for David Ibarra, he's lapping 0.2 of a second quicker than Tyler Roberts in the second spot. So Ibarra just needs to keep this up for 3 more laps around. Ibarra going to need to be absolutely perfect and fend off Tyler Roberts, who's been super hungry all weekend long for a heat race win, for a main event win. This is when you get the hardware. This is when it matters the most. This is when you need to be perfect. This is when you cannot make mistakes. For the likes of Roberts, for the likes of Trammell, have been relatively clean all weekend long, and for Ibarra has been a struggle to get up to the field. He's here now, and he wants to be here to stay. So let's see what Ibarra can do when they get to the line. It looks like they will have enough time for 3 more, and Graham Trammell looking at something on the kart. He's losing a lot of time here on the main straightaway. Could it be an issue for Graham Trammell? Could be some sort of mechanical failure. Seems to be all right for now, but scared me, I think, just as he was scared looking down at his chassis.
Yeah, thankfully, it doesn't seem like he's slowing down too much. Your top 3 still, they've just been sitting like this for the last few laps. Easton Cox is losing a little bit of touch with Gage Bailey. They're trying to work together, but they can't do much. David Ibarra choosing not to defend. He pointed forward that last time around the front straight with Tyler Roberts, and nothing really happened between the two of them. But now as they go through turn 9 and turn 10, single file, let's see, you said he was 0.2 quicker last time around, but now looks like Tyler Roberts with that draft is starting to suck up to the back of David Ibarra, and maybe down this front straight we'll see him move, Caleb.
Yeah, when they get to the stripe, it's going to be officially crunch time. The 2 sticks are up in the air, all to play for here. David Ibarra against Tyler Roberts. CRG Nordham against Trackside Karting Services. The GFC against the CRG. But Graham Trammell not too far back here at the moment. They set identical lap times. The draft is very much a factor here, but David Ibarra has done a good job throughout the bottom of the hill to keep Tyler Roberts at bay, to keep him at a car length every time they go down into the big passing zones. Can David Ibarra do this for 1 more lap? He's going to look back, know that Tyler Roberts isn't close enough as of yet to make the move. Roberts not going to risk too much, doesn't want to make the dive bomb. Still a car length separates David Ibarra and Tyler Roberts. When they get to the stripe, white flag is going to be in the air, and it's going to be all to play for here for David Ibarra and Tyler Roberts. You can't forget about Graham Trammell as Easton Cox finds himself off the racetrack and off and on the main straightaway. Tyler Roberts looks to the bottom of the racetrack, thinks better of it, slots back in a second. Ibarra still your leader here in KA100 Junior. Trammell now starting to close down that gap. Ibarra, Roberts, and Trammell fighting for the hardware here in Cresson, Texas. All the way down the hill. Does Ibarra have the same run that he's had all race long, keeping him at a car length and a half at bay? Does Roberts have enough into the bowl? Is he close enough this time by? Not as of yet to attempt the move. Ibarra going to now have to go defensive as Robert had a good run there on the exit to the bottom of the racetrack. Tries to go Roberts, Trammell on the outside. Ibarra going defensive. Roberts in second. Hasn't been close enough. Ibarra going to go defensive here once again. Does Roberts have the run on the exit of turn number 10? Isn't close enough as of yet. A drag race to the line. He wasn't denied. David Ibarra is set to win in Cresson, Texas. Tyler Roberts second, Graham Trammell third.
Gage Bailey crosses the line in 4th place. You got Matthew Duquette in 5th. Cox fell down at the very end, had a little bit of trouble for him in P6. Yeah, Jackson Young make up 12 positions into 7th place. Tyrone Kemper Jr. lost 7 places and got to 8th. Same with Santiago Duran. He went up about 11 positions, our second hard charge of the race. You have Mason Berry in 10th. Henry, 11th. Carson Berry in 12th place. You got Joey Domi in 13th. Juan Jose Palermo, 14th place. Jordan Vani, 15th. Cruz, 16th. Amelia Gus Wonderley in 17th. And then we had 3 non-finishers, Jeremiah Thomas, Hamza Anbar, and Nathan Golseth. Though 2 drivers that were teammates, 2 drivers that were in a big incident earlier in the race. Thankfully, they're both okay, and they're out of their go-kart.
Wow, what an action-packed KA100 Junior race presented by 4T Concrete Pumping. Your big winner, David Ibarra, who wins in Cresson, Texas. Ready racing from here on out as we get set to go green with our 206 seniors. The engine is now coming to life, and what a race for these young boys and girls who absolutely delivered here in this one. Ibarra, your winner. Robert second. Graham Trammell third. As we get set to go green for our 206 seniors with pickup underway, will get set to go green here shortly.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
As the 206 engines come to life, it's time for 206 Senior Racing presented by Slipstream Racing. Caden Wolf and Kelvin Zing on the front row. Cameron Reed, Braden Robertson, row number 2. Josie Chambers and Aiden Rudolph on the 3rd row. Samuel Young, Bryce Frank, row 4. Chuck Jensen, Seville on the 5th row. And that's your top 10. McLeod, Adams, Domain, White, Harrell, Melson, Oaks, Oliver, Kilgo, Willender, Weckman, Braden, and Petzold all getting set to go green here in the first of our 2 headline classes here this weekend at the Texas Racing Series. It's going to be Caden Wolf, who has a lot of experience here, knows how to lead, and Kelvin Zing on the outside, who kept his nose clean, was consistent, and earned himself a front row starting spot. This is the first of our 2 main events here in 206 Racing. The green flag is out, and we are racing here in 206 Senior. A good start by the inside line. Cameron Reed going to push Caden Wolf through. Zing going to be stuck on the outside. Josie Chambers looking to go through on Zing. Not close enough. And Zing going to be able to slot right back up to 3rd. There goes Braden Robertson up in a 4th. Gets through on Josie Chambers. And already Caden Wolf with a very good start. Cameron Reed up to that 2nd spot. Kelvin Zing to 3rd, and these 3 drivers going to try and push away. I'd be surprised to see any passing here, Rocco, so early in this race from 3 very experienced drivers in the 206 and 4-stroke category. Caden Wolf has been a championship contender in this series for many years. Cameron Reed was overseas over the summer and racing in the Tilts and T4 World Championships, and Kelvin Zing has a lot of experience, knows how to win, and wants to have a championship berth this year. And Braden Robertson there sits in 4th, a rookie, and Josie Chambers currently 5th. Rudolph there fell back to 7th. Samuel Young currently in the 6th spot, and more drivers going side by side further back in the field. But Cameron Reed currently 2nd, and happy to push Caden Wolf along as long as they open up the gap to the rest of the field.
Yeah, Kelvin Zing, a driver who does the same thing almost every TSRS weekend we see him at. He's pretty under the radar for the first few heats. He hangs back around the P10 position, keeps himself out of trouble for the most part, tries to, keep himself but up towards the front, try to get a few points, But right now, at every main event we see, he's always up in the front, kind of sneaks. He snuck a lot of wins in the past. Maybe maybe he can get one today. We don't know. But you see the top 4 working together here. Josie Chambers kind of in no man's land, working on his own. May catch up to the front, might get swallowed by Aiden Rudolph behind. I mean, he's got Rudolph and Reagan Seville right there too. You see Bryce Frank pointing forward with Samuel Young. He lost a few positions there. He was 6th just a few moments ago.
Yeah, so they'll work their way up, and after issues for Bryce Frank in the heat races, he needs to work his way up. So the number 2 plate holder here pointing forward to Samuel Young to work their way up the field. Reagan Seville currently quickest, and there goes Kelvin Zing. Knows it's time to go for the lead. Not close enough as of yet. Going to lose 3 spots there in the process and fall back to 4th here. Robertson was able to get through. Just for Zing, had no help there on the outside. Wolf was able to get the move done. But here come Josie Chambers, Aiden Rudolph, and Reagan Seville there, who are going to want to push up to the top three here on your screen. Truly Adams not too far back as well. Chuck Jensen in this top group. Currently behind Truly Adams in 9th, and there goes Robertson, looks for the move on Kelvin Zing. He's able to get clear, and Kelvin Zing still in 4th. Rudolph is up into 5th, and this is about to become a 10-kart train in the battle for the lead. Bryce Frank just on the edge there in that 10th position, looking to work his way up to the rear bumper of Chuck Jensen.
Yeah, Kelvin Zing doing something I haven't seen him do quite often, which is try to really fight Braden Robertson for that position. Braden tried to point forward and said, "What are you doing, man? We got to go forward. You're just slowing us down." I mean, they just started their race. They're only 3 minutes in, so a lot of time to work back up if anything does happen, if they don't fall too far behind. But yeah, as you said, this field is bunching up right now to a huge amount. There's almost 10 karts in this front train. As you see, Cameron Reed and Braden Robertson go down the inside of Caden Wolf. Only Cameron Reed can get clear, you know. And yeah, so Kelvin Zing also looks down the inside, but a little bit of contact with him and Braden Robertson. They go side by side with Aiden Rudolph now, and yeah, Kelvin Zing now in 3rd.
And a deep send there by Kelvin Zing to get ahead of Braden Robertson, who's going to go back there on Kelvin Zing. And let's see what these two do. Zing going to end up with a tire off the racetrack, and these two trying to settle out their differences here. Reagan Seville going to split the two of them. Robertson going to get swallowed up by the pack and going to get passed by Rudolph and Truly Adams in the process. In the lead, though, Cameron Reed, the racing Cajun, to the point of the field. Caden Wolf, 2nd. Zing leads this 2nd group with Reagan Seville right behind. And you see a little bit more patient driving in this main event. They know they can't let the leaders get away. I've seen this happen before. We saw it last year with Frank and Oliver at the season finale at Speed Sports Racing Park. And this could very much happen if these drivers continue to fight and if Cameron Reed and Caden Wolf push away from the field.
Yeah, Zing, Seville, and Rudolph, 3 drivers that know each other from Speed Sports very well. They all frequent that track quite often. So, I mean, they know how each other race. Truly Adams and Braden Robertson. Braden Robertson also a person that goes down to Speed Sports every now and then, but, you know, Kelvin Zing, I guess, preferred not to follow with Braden. He tried for a few laps to get around. As you see further back, a bit of a commotion there. But Kelvin Zing still in that 3rd place. You have Reagan Seville, a very experienced driver, you know, a very good driver to have behind you to push. He was pointing forward there. It may seem like he might try to go for the move on Zing. He was pointing back and looking at Rudolph, so we'll see. Rudolph pulls forward ahead of Seville and then slots back in behind.
And Robertson there looks for the move on Truly Adams for that spot. Wasn't close enough for Robertson to do so. But already Kelvin Zing and Reagan Seville and company closing down the gap to your 2 leaders here. So I wouldn't see why Reagan Seville would pass just yet. Definitely continue to push Kelvin Zing to try and get to the front of the pack here, because if they pass, they're going to lose time. And already Cameron Reed with a good gap and a good cushion to Caden Wolf. A car length separates the 2 of them. So let's see what the Cajun can do against Caden Wolf, who makes his return here this weekend to the 206 senior category. And already all these drivers continuing to form together. About to be 15 karts in this battle. We saw Jensen Harrell there drop a tire in his Kart Republic, fell back a little bit and lost a little bit of time, but continuing on his way. Frank up to 9th behind Josie Chambers here at the moment, and they just don't have the push from behind and don't have the draft at the moment. So when they cross the stripe, 9 minutes to go. A lot of racing left. There goes Kelvin Zing on the inside of Caden Wolf. Looks to go for a 2-for-1 move. Caden Wolf going to get the side pod there and moved off to the wayside. Aiden Rudolph there in turn number 2, looking to go clear on Caden Wolf as well. He does. Truly Adams goes clear. And from the lead at one point in this race, Caden Wolf falls back outside of the top 10. There goes Kelvin Zing with Reagan Seville still very happy to push Zing along. And there goes Zing looking on the inside of Reed. Not close enough as of yet. Cameron Reed, still your leader. The Allen Rudolph Racing Academy, MGM, currently 2nd. And the Trackside Karting Services, GFC of Seville, 3rd. And there goes Kelvin Zing on the inside of Cameron Reed. He's able to get clear. Seville looking to go through on Reed as well, who is going to fall back to 3rd. And Seville up to the 2nd position. And we've said it all weekend long. The kid can crash. He can DNF. But in the end, he will find his way to the front of the field. Kelvin Zing, the 666, to the point of the field.
Not only that, but Reagan Seville is being a really good push partner right now. Cameron Reed pointing forward to, I don't know who's behind her, because they have a big cushion between them and Aiden Rudolph, who's in 4th place right now. But as you can see, Reagan Seville being the best pushing partner for Kelvin Zing. As you can see, Truly Adams and Aiden Rudolph with Braden Robertson right behind them. That is the 2nd pack that we have fighting for the 4th spot and back. So Reagan Seville still pushing. I don't think there'll be a move into the bowl, and no, not from anybody, not even the 2nd pack.
And you're not seeing any pushing at this stage in the race because we've said it all weekend long. It's a chess match. You have to play chess. You can't come out here, against some of the best chess players, right, and want to play checkers against them. You need to work together. You need to push forward. So that's why you see Aiden Rudolph and Truly Adams work together here and try and get up into the top 3. Frank now has found Caden Wolf, Jensen Harrow in this group as well as Jacob Oliver. So all these drivers need to work together. They need to set their differences aside. Yeah, whatever contact you made in the first couple of heats, you need to forget about that. It's a whole new race. This is where you get the hardware. This is where you get the valuable championship points. And no matter who you're angry with, no matter what happened in that first heat race, set the differences aside and focus on the main event. Working together is really what's going to help these drivers out. In the 2 laps to go, do all the fighting you want. But in the first 15 minutes, work together, push each other forward, try and collaborate. Don't let the leaders get away. Put yourself in a position where you can be successful, and that's exactly what's happening right now with Aiden Rudolph, Truly Adams, and Braden Robertson. We've seen these drivers pass each other a lot of times throughout the weekend early on because the heat races are so short. It's a very long main event. You need to be smart. You need to keep it on the racetrack, and you see it's starting to pay off for Aiden Rudolph, Truly Adams, and Braden Robertson.
Yeah, one driver that is hauling right now is Jacob Oliver. He started way back in the back of the field because of his unfortunate heat race. As you see, Cameron Reed kind of looked to the inside there, slotted back inside. But yeah, Jacob Oliver, driver now in 8th or 9th place from way back on the grid. So if we keep fighting here and we keep slowing each other down, we may see as Aiden Rudolph goes to the inside of Cameron Reed. Oh my goodness, big contact, and Cameron Reed goes off the track as well as Aiden Rudolph gets slowed down and loses a bunch of positions there, falling down to the 12th position for Aiden Rudolph.
Wow, unfortunate there. Rudolph and Cameron Reed out of contention here in this one, falling all the way outside of the top 5, and I think for Reed even outside of the top 10. Rudolph at the edge of that group, but issues with him, contacting between himself and Reed, have put him out of contention here in this 206 senior main event. Had a lot of work to do with a lot of drivers ahead of him, so gonna need to work his way up the field. For Kelvin Zing and Reagan Seville, if they stay how they are here at the moment, they can pull away from Truly Adams and company if they do decide to fight, and I think they will. There goes Robertson on the inside. Adams going to get stuck on the outside. Josie Chambers looking to go through. Bryce Frank looking to go through as well on Truly Adams. Not close enough for Frank as of yet. He doesn't get clear. Oliver gonna get the move done on Bryce Frank.
Yeah, Oliver making slight moves here and there, pushing forward to pointing forward to Truly Adams, telling him to go forward. I think Truly Adams did just get around Josie Chambers as well. Truly Adams here this week in 2 different classes finds himself fighting up in the front in both. I mean, a great week, and from Truly Adams, definitely a good performance from him. As you see, the 2 drivers up in front starting to kind of run away with it. I mean, Braden Robertson, not one to really like to push. He usually likes to be in front of the pack that's pushing. I mean, even Truly Adams pointing forward. As you see Caden Wolf go off in turn 9 a little bit, slows himself down.
Yeah, so let's see what it looks like here for Caden Wolf, who just lost a lot of time there. Rudolph in no man's land here at the moment, has a little bit of a draft to the drivers ahead, but no push from behind to help him propel himself further up in this field. Robertson currently on the edge of the podium. And I don't really see Zing and Seville fight until the last 2 laps. Zing has a lot of experience, has come into his own in the National Series this past year. Had a good showing at Cup Karts North America Spring Nationals at Charlotte Motor Speedway not too long ago, and is definitely doing a good job here this weekend to maintain that second spot here, and is very experienced and staying in that second spot, being patient with Reagan Seville, continuing to push him further and further ahead of Robertson and company. Truly Adams there in that 4th spot, another driver who's raced a lot at Tillerton before. It was his first time here at the Texas Racing Series and in Texas racing at Speed Sports Racing Park for round number 2 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. So now he currently sits in 4th and pushing Robertson, who's a veteran of the series, who has a lot of laps, and we haven't seen him that much in the 206 senior class, but has definitely become a factor this year in his Burrell Art Trackside Karting Services machine. And there are the 2 drivers. The driver in the lead, Reagan Seville, a 7-time Texas Regional Racing champion, and he looks to repeat that same success that he had in the junior categories here in the senior category. Can a rookie, for the first time ever, win the Texas Sprint Racing Series 206 senior class? He has a good start so far. He won in NOLA, had a good showing last time out at Speed Sports Racing Park, and is definitely on for a good finish here today in Cresson, Texas. But Kelvin Zing, a driver who always had championship berths, had a win last year, had 2 wins on track, I should say, but after a post-race DQ, put him on the back foot in the championship and a move to Saudi Arabia. He's back this year, set for a full season here at the Texas Motor Racing Series. Looks to finally take that monkey off his back and try and return to the winner's circle here at the Texas Motor Racing Series in 206 Senior. Seville stormed onto the scene at the start of the year and has been one of the drivers to watch ever since. Can Zing deny him? Can Robertson, Adams, Chambers, and Oliver close down the gap to the top 2 who have been working together, have turned themselves into an 8-wheeled go-kart here in this race?
Yeah, they weren't fighting further back, and then you just see Truly Adams get around Braden Robertson there. They've been doing really well, though, trying to catch that lead. I mean, last lap they didn't improve, but the lap before they put 2/10 on the 2 leaders up in front, so they're just under a second. I mean, if they can work together here and not try to fight, if they can get into that draft, that'll be key for them to catch back up to these leaders.
Going to be key indeed. And then you have a couple of other veterans there. Bryce Frank, Jacob Oliver in his second year, Josie Chambers, a rookie. And the lap times are still super consistent in between these drivers. Last time by a 55.9, 2/10 quicker for Truly Adams, and he had to make the move. Adams has a lot of speed in that VLR machine, but is he going to have enough time with a minute and a half to go to catch up to the likes of Reagan Seville and Kelvin Zing? You see that gap close down bit by bit. They weren't closing down too much with Robertson at the point, but now they're closing down that gap little by little with Truly Adams leading the charge. Will they have enough time to get there? As time continues to dwindle down, Seville and Zing still been patient, have been smart, and have continued to push their way further and further up the field, but Truly Adams now denying that, denying whatever gap that they had and closing it down here by the second. What do the lap times look like when they cross the stripe? 1 minute to go, and it looks like it's going to be 3 laps to go this time by. 3 laps left for 206 Glory in Cresson, Texas, as Josie Chambers goes quickest, a 55.727, 2/10 quicker for Truly Adams and company. They're definitely closing down the gap to Reagan Seville and Kelvin Zing, and they will definitely be there in the end. If they decide to continue to push each other and continue to work together, they will definitely get to the rear bumper of the MGM Allen Rudolph Racing Academy entry of Kelvin Zing.
It's funny how they all have to agree and stay single file there, otherwise they will ruin each other's race and any chance they have for getting a shot at the win there. I mean, up ahead, just about 7/10 of a second. I mean, just last time by, they're rapidly closing that gap. It's only down to a few car lengths now.
And Truly Adams pointed forward. I think he wants to make the move this time by, and not close enough as of yet, but definitely going to want to make the move pretty soon. Truly Adams now has arrived on the rear bumper. It's turned into a 9-kart train in the battle for the lead. 8 karts, and there goes Kelvin Zing on the inside on Reagan Seville. Truly Adams now up in a second. Seville falls back just outside of the top 2. Braden Robertson on the rear bumper of Truly Adams. They have to keep it clean, or Kelvin Zing will definitely run away with it here. A car length separates Adams in between Zing. 1 and 2 separated by a car length here. Zing with the lead. Truly Adams second. Seville slotted himself back up in a third. It's Braden Robertson currently 4th. Josie Chambers 5th. Oliver 6th. Frank 7th. And Jensen Harrell currently 8th. 17 laps down. 1 lap to go for 206 Hardware in Cresson, Texas. Adams going to go for the move in turn number 9. Not going to wait for the last lap. And clear. Truly Adams looks to go back-to-back race wins in 206 Senior. He won in Speed Sports. He wants to win here at KartMoto. And Kelvin Zing, the driver in second, wants to deny him. Truly Adams goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Seville points him forward. Going to help Kelvin Zing here on the outside. Truly Adams going to get freight train. Braden Robertson not going to allow it. Going to push Truly Adams here. Zing on the outside. Robertson on the inside there. Trying to help Truly Adams. Zing slots back up in a second. Reagan Seville in third. Robertson falls back to 4th. This is it. This is the final lap, the last time down the hill. Robertson 4th, wanted to deny the lead, and the position change by Kelvin Zing, who wanted to go to the point, wasn't close enough into the bowl. Is Zing going to go? Is he going to wait? He wants to go. Not close enough as of yet. Into the kink we go. Turn number 9. 2 corners left. Zing to the bottom of the racetrack. Reagan Seville trying to go through on Kelvin Zing. He goes to the point on the bottom of the racetrack. Wants to go through in turn number 9. Not close enough. Truly Adams drops a tire. Reagan Seville on the outside. Kelvin Zing going to push Adams. Can he get through? No. Josie Chambers. Zing made contact. Who came out unscathed? It was Truly Adams, who looks set to go 2 for 2. Seville wants to deny him. Does he have the run? Not close enough. Truly Adams, 2 for 2, and Reagan Seville takes the win. Reagan Seville, transponder replacement is the name of the game. Reagan Seville, the rookie, for the second time in his senior career, wins in Cresson.
I saw Reagan throw a little bit of a fist of celebration there. I mean, he may have got him just by a smidge on the line. I'm not too sure, but yeah, your top three, that is Reagan Seville, Truly Adams, and Bryce Frank, able to sneak a podium finish right there at the very end. Jacob Oliver up 14 spots to finish 4th. What a great job from him. Harrell in 5th place, up 10 spots as well. And then Aiden Rudolph stayed where he was in 6th. Cameron Reed in 7th. Domain in 8th. Caden Wolf down into 9th place. Chuck Jensen in your top 10. Now we have Afton Wellender in 11th. McLeod 12th. Melson 13th. Young, unfortunate, he was up in the front, fell back to 14th. Paul Braden 15th. Jing fell all the way back to 16th. That's a very unfortunate race for him, as well as Josie Chambers fell back to 18th. Carter Kilgo in 17th with Zach Wegman in 19th. A few non-finishers, Braden Robertson at the very end there. What could have been if he didn't get caught up in that contact right there, but him, Jacob Oakes, Brooks Petrold, and Christopher White got sent off very early in the race. We saw him go off in turn 1. They're all the non-finishers.
What a race did we just witness, and it was all decided by a last lap crash that denied Kelvin Zing from the race winner to even challenge that one. And Truly Adams thought he crossed the line in first, but it was Reagan Seville, your race winner in 2:06 senior. What a race by Seville. And there you have it. White out of this one early. Robertson, last lap once again. Contact in between Chambers and Zing. Put him out of contention here in this one. When we come back, we'll go racing with KA100 Masters. And we'll be right back shortly. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Don't go anywhere.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
On track now is your KA100 Masters presented by High Five Performance. Pierce Baldus starting on the pole position alongside Evan Kozak. David Pregande on the second row alongside Mike Jones. Brent Harper on row number 3 alongside Miguel Mir, who is starting further back in the field. Not sure why, but starting back in the field in 6th. Kyle Walter 7th, Janae Dent 8th, Tim Wynn 9th, Hogan Wright slated to start 10th, Caligaro 11th, Uchinsky 12th, Kozak in 13th, Rogers 14th, Burkett 15th, Faulkner 16th, Hale 17th, Bergstein 18th, Hutchins 19th, Gasper 20th, and Scott Cherry not here this weekend. I don't think Keithan Hutchins is here either, so it looks set to be 18 karts getting set to take the green flag here in KA100 Masters as we get set to go green. It's going to be Pierce Baldus and Evan Kozak, who are going to lead us to green. But you can't fail to mention Miguel Mir, who won both of the heat races and qualified on the pole position earlier on in the weekend, but starting back in 6th here. Pierce Baldus is looking set to go green at a crawling pace so far, starting to speed up. Into the tram lines we go. Green flag is out, and what a jump by Mike Jones on the outside. Looks to make it 3 wide. Miguel Mir already takes advantage of that move by Jones, who gets the over-under move. Nice and easy. Thank you very much. Up to 3rd, and Evan Kozak off the racetrack there. Rejoins, and Kyle Uchinsky able to work his way through.
Oh, a little bit of a 3-wide moment there coming out of turn 2. I mean, you have a good lead there from Pierce Baldus. Evan Kozak, he had a bit of a bad start, but he got pushed out by Miguel Mir to get back up into that fight coming into turn 1. Sadly, though, went off the racetrack, but now that's Miguel Mir giving some pressure to Pregande right there. Early in the race, he's pointing forward. There's Mike Jones right behind him. That's the earliest we've seen him up in the field. Usually he's coming from the back because of his qualifying, how that all works, but now you see him in P4. Miguel Mir and Pregande still nose to tail. I don't know if Miguel Mir is going to work together or try to go around. He's right there, though. We'll see when he comes to turn 1. Still behind. He's looking for it, and he's going to stay behind. Yeah, so Miguel Mir and Pregande are going to work together for now.
Not clear and not close enough for Miguel Mir to work his way ahead of David Pregande here. Is currently in that 2nd spot. Mike Jones in 4th there on the rear bumper of Miguel Mir. And these two Dallas, Texas locals going to want to work together here and push each other forward, because Pierce Baldus absolutely flying in the lead of this race. They're in 2nd, Pregande losing a little bit of touch there with Pierce Baldus. Miguel Mir, he's going to have to go here as soon as he can. Going to go to the bottom of the racetrack, knows it's time to go, knows they're losing time. Inside and clear on David Pregande, but a little bit too late. Drops the tire there and loses a little bit of time there. Mike Jones can be patient with him here, but Brent Harper closing down on them as well.
Saw him put his hand on his head there for a second. That was pretty funny. Little reaction from that mistake he made, but back with hands on the steering wheel, he's going to have to try and make that position back up. There's Mike Jones and Harper right behind them. They're all nose to tail now. I mean, they are losing a lot of time to Baldus right now. It's about a 1.5 second gap with only about 2 minutes down right now. So so Miguel Mir goes down the inside of Pregande. He made that move finally to get back in front. Hopefully he doesn't make another mistake coming into turn 9 like he did last lap. But back into P2. Now he can work on that gap up front. I don't know if he'll have the pace to catch up. We'll see. He's pointing forward. He has the ambition of going up forward. So maybe if Mike Jones can get ahead, or even if Pregante can get back up to the back of him and start working together, maybe they can catch Pierce Baldus.
Yeah, going to be a lot of work to catch Pierce Baldus, who's absolutely flying here in this race so far. But you have to remember, we're only 2.5 minutes in, 12 and some change minutes to go, plus 2 laps. So it's a long one. Miguel Mir, it's definitely doable for himself to catch up to Pierce Baldus here. It's a very, very long main event. And for these drivers, have to keep it clean, have to keep it smart. And they need to get there by the end if they want to challenge Pierce Baldus. They need to work together. I mean, we saw it in the 206 final, right? When you work together, you can move mountains, put it that way. You can close down the gap to the lead. And for Miguel Mir, that's going to be, important here. He's not going to have help. Jones going to go on the inside there. David Pregante, he's able to get clear. Mike Jones up to P3. Pregante falls back to 4th. Brent Harper, P5. So for Mir, going to have to set in those lap times on his own. Neil Faulkner out of this race, unfortunately, his TB Kart machine there in the infield.
Yeah, you can see Mike Jones tapping his helmet, telling him to go forward. Seems that they're going to work together now to catch back up to Miguel Mir. Miguel Mir is actually putting a bit of a gap on them, too. So I think he also has a little bit of a pace right there as we see them all come around and put their laps down. Pierce Baldus is lapping 2/10 quicker than the next fastest guy in that group. I think that was Mike Jones, who put down a lap only 2/10 slower than Pierce Baldus. So, yeah, on his own, without a draft or anything, pulling away right now from this pack of 4 from second on back. But now you see they're all still quite close. We could get some good battling right now for P2 and back. So Mike Jones still not going to go. And there we go. That's Harper down the inside of Pregante for P4. Now promote Pregante to, or Harper to P4 and demote Pregante to P5.
Yeah, going to move there by Brent Harper. Knew it was time to go. Mike Jones taps the back of his helmet. Oh, one driver's off. That's Evan Kozak once again finding himself in the grass here. Unfortunate there for Evan Kozak. And Mike Jones sets the fastest lap of the race, a 51.368, and absolutely flying here in this one for Mr. DKC himself. Further back, Brent Harper currently 4th. Pregante still in 5th here. Kozak, after going off track, able to hold on to that 7th spot. Caligaro currently 8th, and Din 9th. Yuchinski on the edge of the top 10 in 11th. Kogan Wright in 10th here. So still a lot of racing action to go. There goes Mike Jones on the inside of Miguel Mir. He's going to get through and clear for Mike Jones. Miguel Mir going to concede that spot and move back to P3. And these two drivers are really the ones. If anybody can do it, it's Miguel Mir and Mike Jones to close down that gap to Pierce Baldus, who's absolutely flying here and running away with it. The gap this time by is currently at 2 seconds, almost 3 seconds up the field for Mike Jones. So going to be very difficult for the likes of Pierce Baldus and company to close down the gap here and get up there. Mike Jones needs to set in purple lap time after purple lap time, needs to lap 0.2 of a second quicker than Pierce Baldus, and at the moment that isn't the case. They have been passing a lot though, so benefit of the doubt for Jones and Mir. They need to work together. They need to get there in the end because Pierce Baldus is running away at the moment.
Well, it's up for position. Maybe Mike Jones is saying, hey, maybe I could be faster up front while you push me, because he was glued to the back bumper of Miguel Mir. But now, as you can see, there's Harper and Pregante in 4th and 5th as well, single file. We're not really fighting right now, just kind of hanging back. But you could see they were, as you said, they were slowly chipping away at that lead from Pierce Baldus. If they want to get up there, they're going to have to start crunching some laps in. But as well, they have 8.5 minutes left to go, so they can take advantage of that. If they're able to put down some good laps, yes, they can catch the leaders, but Pierce Baldus putting down some flaming laps right now, Caleb.
Yeah, for sure. A 51.425 last time by, and continuing to lap quicker and quicker than Mike Jones and Miguel Mir. So Pierce Baldus at the moment looks untouchable. Nobody close to his lap times. Baldus has had to work his way up the field. He didn't win on track until heat race number 3, where he was able to get it done. There goes Pregante on the inside of his teammate in Harper, and Pregante able to get clear up to P4 here for David Pregante. And now Kyle Walter going to look to go next on Harper.
Yeah, you see up close, you see Miguel Mir looking down the inside of Mike Jones. I don't know why he would do that right now. But as you can see, there is Walter going down the inside of Harper. He's trying to get that position, but there's Miguel Mir and Mike Jones. So he keeps looking over his shoulder, seeing where the rest of the drivers are. I mean, there's no real reason for him to go around Mike Jones unless he thinks he can pull away from Mike Jones, because, I mean, there's no reason to defend from behind right now. We saw in an earlier race with the 206s, whenever Bryce Frank and Kelvin Zing were leading, it's the rule, send or get sent. You know, Kelvin Zing pulled to the inside to avoid being overtaken by that freight train, ended up going around Reagan Seville, and everybody ended up swallowing Reagan Seville. Same thing here. Maybe, you know, if Miguel Mir has anybody behind him, then he'll go around Mike Jones, but right now I don't really see the reason why he would do that.
Yeah, and, you know, just would be kind of a consolation prize at this point for Miguel Mir to get himself into second. He's been really good all year long here at the Texas Racing Series, a 7-time champion. He always thinks, from the first round and from the get-go, he thinks championship in the long run. Wants to have a good start, is smart all the way through it, and as long as he's able to stay consistent, he knows that he will be there in the end to contend for a championship spot. Last year, it was the Mustache Man and Miguel Mir, Morgan LeBaron, and Miguel Mir going at it every single round here, where Miguel Mir was able to edge Morgan LeBaron in the final race of the season, and Miguel Mir was able to come out victorious and hold on to that number 1 plate on his OTK machine for the Cruise Racing Development Camp. But this time out, Mike Jones, after a late entry, deciding to come out here and race for the first time at KartMoto, and has been doing a good job so far, up in a second, but still not able to contend, not able to close down the gap to Pierce Baldus. 4/10 quicker was Pierce Baldus last time by in that gap, growing second by second, lap by lap, and extending himself further and further ahead of Mike Jones and company.
Yeah, Kyle Walter's still trying to get by these two drivers right here. I mean, they're slowing each other down, trying to fight right now. I mean, one guy, I think that was Harper, down the front straight, was pointing forward, wondering why we weren't working together. But now, as they can see, they're losing touch even to the podium positions. This might just be a fight for points here, as we're closing down. The 5 minutes left to go here. About a whole straightaway there from turn 8 to turn 9. Here we go. Kyle Walter down the, oh my goodness, big oversteer there coming into the corner. It was almost like that overtake he had on Miguel Mir that one heat yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. And tried to do it again, just was a little too late and a little too ambitious there on the brakes, and wasn't able to get clear of David Pregande. Now we have a pass. Miguel Mir on the inside of Mike Jones, and clear. Miguel Mir up to second. Mike Jones falls back to third here, and these two drivers continuing to work their way up. And a little bit of a throwback livery there by Mike Jones in the Crosslink Motorsports. Mike Jones helped run that team back in the day whenever my Crosslink was the powerhouse that it was across the junior categories and across the senior categories, with a lot of drivers, the likes of Aiden Rudolph, Braden Robertson, Miguel Mir even, all driving for Crosslink at some point. A big Texas contingency for that Crosslink team. And after 2021, that marked the end to Crosslink, unfortunately. But Sean Owens still out here this weekend as well, made his return to the Texas Racing Series and to racing action at the opening round at NOLA Motorsports Park. Since then, has decided to work on the next generation, has helped Shep Sullivan and others here. And for Miguel Mir as well, a driver who's still looking for his breakout national championship and wants to continue to have the same dominance that he's had here in Texas, is looking good here so far to finish off with the podium. As long as himself and Mike Jones keep it clean, they have a big gap behind, 2.5 seconds to Brent Harper and David Pregande, who currently sit 4th and 5th respectively. So for Miguel Mir, not where he would have been, where he would have wanted to be, and more of a consolation prize for him this weekend after having such a dominating start to the weekend. But for Pierce Baldus, again, fastest lap of the race, a 51.335 for Pierce, who's doing a really good job of keeping these drivers at bay and not letting up, not slowing down, continuing to push himself forward. And there you see Miguel Mir on the needles, trying to get any ounce of speed out of that KA100 engine.
Yeah, and there's one Crosslink driver you forgot to mention. I think that was Alex Stanfield, another big name that came from that Crosslink team, a very prestigious team. It's cool to see it out here. You don't see it very often anymore because they don't really make that sticker kit. That karting team dispersed a few years back, but they still run up in the F4 in the junior categories, up in open wheelers with Kiwi Motorsports. They're kind of a link team now. So there you go. There's your second and third drivers still. So Miguel Mir did get around Mike Jones a few laps ago, and thinks he can maybe go a little bit faster being the leader. So I mean, there's nothing from behind. Even Mike Jones looks over his shoulder, sees that they're clear for now. If they just stay here and they can settle it amongst themselves as they come into these last few laps.
Last couple of laps, and you see Miguel Mir once again messing with the needles on that engine, trying to go either richer or just change around that that carburation there in that KA100 engine. So just struggles for Miguel Mir so far in this one, who hasn't been able to get within a tenth of the lap time of Pierce Baldus. He's a tenth away, but not in the same tenth as Pierce Baldus here at the moment. Fastest lap of 51.588. The fastest lap for Pierce Baldus of 51.335. So you see the big difference there of Baldus, who continues to lap here. That's him further up the field and working his way into turn number 9. And then you start seeing Mike Jones and Miguel Mir barely get to the short chute straightaway into turn number 9.
Yeah, Pierce Baldus was running mostly second for most of yesterday behind Miguel Mir, but now it's a totally different story. He's still lapping about 2/10 quicker on his own versus these two very big names in KA Masters, two huge heavy hitters, Miguel Mir and Mike Jones. Mike Jones owning DKC on the east side of Dallas, just a little bit over the town, to come to KartMoto and run a TSRS race. So it's really cool to see him out here. I don't think I've ever seen him race live. He used to race against the Speed Sports team owner, Alan Rudolph, back in the day when they'd run Masters for the National Championship. But now he's back here running KA100 Masters and running a healthy P3. He's going to get a lot of good points this race, even if he finishes behind Miguel Mir. But we'll see what happens at the end of this race. We're coming down to a minute and a half to go. Pierce Baldus gone with it. He's about 5 seconds up the road, and here we go. Your second and third place drivers, they're going to start getting feisty here in the next few corners.
Feisty for sure. A minute and 10 seconds left. Looks to be around 5 laps to go this time by when they cross the stripe. And so for Miguel Mir, a car length separates himself and Mike Jones here at the moment as they rocket up the turn number 1 complex. And still for Mike Jones, being patient with Miguel Mir and just kind of lapping here at this point and lapping for Pierce Baldus. And there goes Mike Jones looking for the move on Miguel Mir. Not close enough as of yet for him, and going to have to stay patient here in this one at the moment. So for Mike Jones, not close enough as of yet to get the move done on Miguel Mir, and going to have to stay patient in third.
Yeah, he is being very patient in third right now. But see, the gap from behind, if they start fighting right now, maybe that group behind them could catch back up. But again, they're about 4.5 seconds behind these two drivers right here. So maybe they'll wait for the 2.6 to go. I mean, I don't think we'll get it this time by. I think we'll have 3 to go this time by. So, yeah, Mike Jones still pulling a bit of a gap there. Maybe he got that carburation to finally work on that go-kart, because down the back straight, or down the front straight, I should say, pulled a little bit of a gap there on Mike Jones. Maybe got a better exit. I'm not too sure, but we'll see in these next closing few laps. So that is Mir and Jones going through the sweeper, still nose to tail. He's gaining a little bit there, ever so slightly, closing that kart length gap to Miguel Mir. Is he going to go for it in the bull? I don't think so. He follows sweet with Miguel Mir.
Yeah, follows here around as they continue to work their way through. It says it's the final lap there on the top left of our screen. And what does it look like this time by for Pierce Baldus? How many laps do we actually have left in this one? 18. 2 laps to go this time by when he crosses the stripe. Let's see the sticks. 2 to go, so not the last lap. It's definitely not finished. 2 more to go here for your KA100 Masters, and already a car length and a half in between Miguel Mir and Mike Jones. We got that fixed for you guys up there. 19 laps down, 2 more to go.
Yeah, it's crunch time for Mike Jones. He needs to get around Miguel Mir if he wants to get that second place position, because it is currently owned by Miguel Mir. He's been sitting there for a few laps now, not really looking behind. He's not too worried about Mike Jones right now. He's just driving his own race. I mean, if Mike Jones does try to get around him, I bet Miguel Mir will have some in the back pocket to get back around. It's definitely not over yet. 1 more lap to go as they round the final corner, turn 10. He looks over his shoulder to see where Mike Jones is. He's a little ways back, about a kart length. It would definitely be a deep send if he did it from right now, but now we have this long straight, a huge draft as we come down to the white flag, and we'll see if Mike Jones has anything for Miguel Mir here.
Yeah, and a couple of big movers further back in the field. Kyle Uchinsky up 2 spots, as well for Adamar Caligaro up 3 spots here. Kozak lost 5 there at the start, Mir up 4 spots, so not a bad drive considering the circumstances here, as Mike Jones looking to fire away and retake that second spot here, but not close enough as of Mike Jones here at the moment in that third spot. And for Miguel Mir, not close enough, but these two drivers haven't been able to deny Pierce Baldus, who's been absolutely perfect all race long. He's kept it clean, and 5 seconds up the road, Pierce Baldus gets the white flag and getting set to cross the checkered flag and win in Cresson, Texas. Pierce Baldus, your winner and KA100 Master.
Miguel Mir is going to finish in that P2 position with Mike Jones finishing out your podium places. David Pregande in 4th place with Harper finishing a good 5th place for him. Kyle Walter and Kozak 6th and 7th. Caligaro in 8th place. Kogan Wright crosses the line in 9th. Kyle Uchinsky up 2 positions into the top 10. Randall Rogers into 11th. I think we have a few more drivers coming across the line here. Randall Rogers 11th. Tam Nguyen is going to be 12th place. And then it'll be Din 13th. Kozak, Anna Kozak 14th. And Bergstein 15th. So Keithan Hutchins and Kyle Hale, both non-finishers, along with Neil Faulkner, and that'll be about it.
18 drivers total in that class, and was a straightforward weekend for Pierce Baldus. Got to the front when he needed to, and takes away the win here in Cresson, Texas at KartMoto. It's been a great day of racing so far, with a lot more to come your way. 4 classes left, including KA100 Senior at the end of the day. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Don't go anywhere.
Commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
For 206 Juniors presented by Seville Electric, out on the racetrack now. And it's Emmett Eddles, the hometown kid, on the front row alongside John Paul Mulcurry in only his second Texas Sprint Racing Series start, got the win at Speed Sports Racing Park, looks to do the same and repeat his success from a couple of months ago. Again here in Cresson, Texas, Arena and Blem starting on that second row. Pilion and Baldus starting on row 3. Johnson and Tracy, row 4. Ramirez and Dudley, row number 5. 10 drivers getting set to take the green flag this time out. And already Emmett Eddles to a very slow start. And this kid's super quick, has a lot of laps around this place, and has had a really good pace all weekend long in his Kubica kart already with a good start so far. No push for Ava Blem and John-Paul McCurry, and that inside line going to get a monster start as Pilion looking to work his way through as well. And Robert Arena already up to second. Ramirez looking to work her way up into the top 5. She's able to get there, but not for long. John-Paul McCurry on the inside of Mia Johnson. He's able to get clear. John-Paul McCurry back up into the top 4, and Mia Johnson loses a couple of spots there to Baldus and company.
Yeah, Mia Johnson fell back, and Shelby Ramirez got back by. She was part for a moment. There we go, Mel Corey and Eva Blum going to make it around that driver there in the Tony kart. As we get through the bowl, Shelby Ramirez now in 6th place, but as you can see, Robert Arana makes an early lead into P1 with Emmett Eddles right behind. Now into turn 9, everybody's going to be single filed, and just like the 206 race, I'm expecting to see a lot of working together.
I mean, I would probably expect to see the exact opposite, Rocco. These younger drivers wanting to pass each other here. And I'm going to keep an eye on Chris Tracy. He's a driver that's been super quick all season long, and he's going to want to get there in the end. He had not the best of heat racing action throughout the weekend. He's currently in 8th here at the moment. Jackson Baldus currently in that 7th position. Ramirez 6th. Pilion in 5th. Blem currently 4th here with the fastest lap of the race. John-Paul McCurry currently sits in 3rd there and biding his time to make the move on Emmett Eddles. These two drivers in 2nd and 3rd have raced each other around this track before. Ava Blem as well. A couple of weeks ago at the DFW Triple Crown, the small metropolitan race series that took place out here, my John-Paul McCurry was able to beat Emmett Eddles, who was the driver to beat all weekend long that weekend. And this weekend has been McCurry, Arena, and Blem. More factors for Eddles and McCurry to face here this weekend. Does he have enough run into turn number 10? Not close enough. And you know what, Rocco? You could have been right. These drivers have been working together. They are patient, and you're seeing very, very mature driving by some of the junior drivers who will be in that senior class in a couple of years' time.
Well, I mean, they just understand how many minutes are left of this race. You know, you see Shelby Ramirez suck up to the back of that front pack. She was in no man's land for a little bit. So, no! John-Paul McCorry gets pushed wide by Ava Blimp, throws a hand up. Not happy about that. Shelby Ramirez also going to get by for that P4 spot. Not too sure what happened there. It was hard to see exactly who was at fault for what there. But yeah, Mel Corey falling behind in the race.
And that's surprising to see. Ava Blem and John-Paul McCurry have worked together very well throughout the season and throughout multiple different racetracks that they've gone to. So interesting to see Blem wanting to make the move there and McCurry just losing a lot of time. But a lot of racing action to go. Shelby Ramirez into 4th here at the moment. A good showing for her so far here this weekend. Robert Reyes still leads. Eddles in that 2nd spot, still biding his time, continuing to push forward. Ava Blem up to 3rd, and Shelby Ramirez currently 4th. And there goes Emmett Eddles. Knows that it's time to go. Is going to get help from Ava Blem and Shelby Ramirez, and Robert Arena going to get absolutely freight trained here and stuck on the outside. Going to lose 3 spots from the lead, and you see how much a draft and a push can help you here.
Yeah, it was just like last time by. They went 3 wide coming down to turn 2. A little bit cleaner this time, though. Robert Arena losing all those spots. You see Ava Blem. Now, I wonder if she's going to work with Emmett Eddles, maybe. I mean, they started to race a little bit more than last time I called that out, so maybe they work together, maybe not. We see in these next few corners, we got 2 more big opportunities to overtake before this next lap comes around. So in turn 9 and turn 10, 2 hairpins, easy to get down on the brakes. You can send it super deep, especially turn 9. We heard from Xander Clements the other day of how it's a very late apex. You can really send it in as deep as you want, and as long as you just can get on the throttle by the end of it, you'll be fine. So some big sins can come into turn 9 right now, but as of right now, no overtakes in this lap.
Well, you are just correct, because Shelby Ramirez goes on the inside there of Ava Blem. Looks to go through on Emmett Eddles, and what a run by Shelby Ramirez, who looks to motor by on Emmett Eddles. Not close enough. Going to be stuck on the outside. Cannot make the move stick, and in the process, going to lose the spot to Robert Arena, who slots back into the 3rd spot, and Ramirez gets a little bit out of shape there on the exit, and McCurry already losing time to the likes of Baldus and Tracy, who just went quickest. A 57.120 for Chris Tracy's GFC Trackside Karting Services machine in that 7th spot. So they're definitely going to close on the gap here shortly. And those drivers need to work together if they want to get to the rear bumper of Robert Arena in here shortly, and Shelby Ramirez, who currently sits in that fourth spot.
They're getting close, though. I mean, still a few overtakes here and there. You saw Shelby Ramirez lose a little bit of time coming out of turn 2. She had to check up because otherwise she would have probably been shoved off the track. I mean, if you're on the outside of turn 2, it is a very difficult place to be, especially because it's just such a narrowing corner. It gets a lot tighter as you exit turn 2 because everybody's washing out to the outside of the corner. So now you see Emmett Eddles and Ava Blim 1 and 2 with Robert Arana P3, Shelby Ramirez P4. Nothing through turn 1 just yet. Still pretty uninteresting going through turn 2. They're just hanging out all nose to tail, but it may change up as we come down the back straight into this next overtaking zone. The kink, they come into the corner and still nothing. They're all working together.
No moves as of yet. Arena still there, very much close to Ava Blem's rear bumper there, but nobody making moves. Chris Tracy was able to get around John Paul Mulcurry last time by. So Mulcurry currently sits in the 6th position here and continuing to push his way up. So let's see if Chris Tracy and John Paul McCurry can close down the gap to your top 4 here at the moment. Very much together and going to have to work together and get up there in the end. 9 minutes to go when they cross the stripe this time by.
Yeah, 2 teammates very separated right now. If they can get together, I always say this, if teammates can get together, at least before the 2-6 come out, they tend to work together a little bit better than people just trying to find pushing partners with strangers or people that they're not teammates with. I mean, you do have buddies out there too, so if any of these people are friends, I mean, you saw Mel Corey and Ava Blim usually working together, as you said earlier, but Mel Corey getting caught out there early in the race, losing a bit of time to this front pack, but as you see, everybody's still working together. Not much going on up in the front.
Not much going on. Everybody's starting to push together. And this is, there you have it. Robert Arena on the inside thinks better of it and going to stay patient here. I mean, Rocco, we're used to seeing this so much throughout, a lot of the senior classes. But, I mean, we're seeing it now in the junior classes, right? So, all these junior drivers, they stick to the fence line whenever the seniors go out there. And if they see a lot of passing in that senior class, they're going to want to do the exact same. They're going to think that's the way you're supposed to race. But that's not the case. Whenever you see the main event for the 206 senior class, it was a lot of pushing, a lot of working together. And that's how drivers got closer and closer up the field. And, those senior drivers are really setting the example for these junior drivers, which is really important. Whenever you go... whenever you go up and work your way up, you're setting an example for the next generation of racers that are going to work their way up there eventually.
Yeah, and one thing that's very interesting is that now we're seeing all these drivers settle in and work together. I looked at the gap between Chris Tracy and the rest of the leaders. It went from a 1.7 gap to a 1.8, so I thought they were gaining for a little bit. I mean, for right now, they're still in a good position. They're definitely not out of this race by any means. There's still 7 minutes to go. Plenty of time to get up there. I mean, it was only a 1-lap deficit where they lost the 10th. And, I mean, that's not also including the fact that these leaders are going to start fighting later on in the race. But now, your leader, that is Emmett Eddles. He's been holding that lead for a little bit now. Ava Blim and Robert Arana, totally kosher with following and just pushing him along. Same with Shelby Ramirez. They're all tame right now. They lose 2/10 to Chris Tracy and John Paul Mulcurry that lap. It goes from 1.8 to 1.6. It's going to get interesting, Caleb.
Interesting for sure as these drivers continue to push each other forward. For John Paul McCurry, like you said, fastest lap of the race, and they continue to close down that gap here, but they have 6 minutes to go, just under 7 minutes to go, I should say, left in this race, plus 2 laps. So all these drivers being patient, if they continue to stay how they are, they will be able to stay ahead as long as the lap times are similar in between themselves and Chris Tracy and John Paul McCurry, but they're lapping a little bit quicker, 0.2 of a lap quicker here at the moment for McCurry and Tracy as already... there goes Robert Arena looking for the move on the outside on Blem, not close enough. And they're going to lose time to Chris Tracy and John Paul McCurry here, Rocco.
Yeah, the more they fight, the more excited Chris Tracy and John Paul McCurry get because they just know that they're going to inevitably gain this front pack right here and cause chaos and disorder. Because right now they're all working up together, but usually whenever you see 2 packs and 206 come together, it's different ideals coming from both packs, and people want to get to the front, so people start fighting, and that's when chaos ensues. And if they can. Be careful and just come up to the pack and sit there and wait as a pack of 6 until the 2-6 come out. It could be more of an even fight because you don't want the leaders to break away, making early overtakes and mistakes right before the 2 flags come out. So, yeah, Emmett Eddles. And, yeah, the running order has been the same for the past few laps. Nothing much yet, but, I mean, the time is ticking as we see Robert Arana go to the inside of Ava Blim. finally, we have an overtake for P2 as, never mind, he gets back around, Ava Blim gets back around Robert Arana.
Yeah, so Ava Blem able to hold on to that second spot. Arena up to third, and already Shelby Ramirez still in that fourth spot. And Chris Tracy and John Paul Curry officially now going to get there and join the party here shortly as Chris Tracy goes purple in the process of 56.726 that time by, almost a second quicker than your leaders that time around. So Chris Tracy absolutely flying here. Mo Curry as well on that pace and closing down the gap to the top 5 here. Is Ava Blem going to decide to go on Emmett Eddles this time by? Eddles, in his rookie season in 206 Junior, has been doing a good job in his first race so far in this junior category in 2024. He has a good gap so far, a car length in between himself and Blem. Blem going to close that down on the short shoot, and a car length and a half here at the moment separates the Kubica kart of Emmett Eddles and Ava Blem.
Yeah, and as you can see, that pack of 6 is slowly starting to form now. We're coming down to just 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Emmett Eddles has been holding this lead for the majority of the race. Same with Eva Blem and Robert Arana. He tried to get around her the last lap, but couldn't do it as she held around the outside of turn 9 now. There's Chris Tracy up into 4th, got around. They all got, both Mo Corey and Tracy got around Shelby Ramirez. Now the 2 teammates are going to link up in 3rd and 4th, and we'll see if they can do anything to these top 2 drivers.
We'll see if they have enough pace to close down the gap to your top 3 here. Chris Tracy there in 4th and closing the gap down to his teammate in Robert Arena. Tracy knows he has to make quick work of Arena if he wants to get to the point, or are these teammates going to decide to work together and make the moves together here in this one? And there goes Robert Arena, thinks better of it. That half move not going to help him out. Going to lose time here to Chris Tracy and may fall under fire here in turn number 10. They all get bobbled up here a little bit, stack him and pack him. Arena not close enough, and I think he's being a little too patient here. Arena has to go. He's losing time to Tracy, who's really quick. Mo Curry going to give Tracy the push if he decides to go out of line, but these drivers just have to make the moves at this point in the closing stages of this race. And there he goes. I was saying it. Blem knew it was time. She goes. Arena going to go through as well. Emmett Eddles going to get stuck on the wayside. Mo Curry going to go through as well. Emmett Eddles falls back to 5th.
Yeah, shoved all the way back there. Now Ava Blem, your new leader, with Robert Arana and his teammate in a perfect spot right now. It's kind of difficult to lead in the closing stages of a race because you have nobody to base your pace off of what's going on. And, you also just don't have eyes in the back of your head. You can't see what the drivers are doing behind, but when you're behind, you can study, you can plan ahead, especially when you have a teammate. Now, Robert Arana is going to go on an Ava Blem, and Chris Tracy not going to follow. It's actually going to be Mo Corey that goes down into 3rd place. And, now you have Robert Arana in the lead with Ava Blem P2. So, yeah, the teammates got separated. Mo Corey now way up into P3. Good running from him. And, down onto the front straight, you have a new leader, Robert Arana, coming around this time by.
Robert Arana coming around, and I'm so surprised that Chris Tracy didn't go through with Robert Arana that time by. Just waited, was behind Ava Blem. I would imagine you'd follow your teammate through whenever he's making a move to get through as well, and just didn't go. And you saw what happened there. Lost the spot to John Paul Curry because Curry followed Arana through and made up the spot there with Chris Tracy. So for Mo Curry, found himself even outside of the top 5 at one point in this race, was back in a 7th, and now he's up back into the top 3 and fighting here once again. Arena leads. It's Ava Blem in 2nd, John Paul Curry 3rd, and Chris Tracy 2 car lengths back. In the 4th position, there's Emmett Eddles and Shelby Ramirez, not too far back. And if they decide to work together, they will be there in the end. 1.5 minutes to go when they cross the stripe. 4 or 5 laps to go left in this race.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe the reason why Chris Tracy couldn't go with his teammate is because Mo Corey could have had a nose just slightly down the inside that Tracy could see. But now your top 3, nose to tail, are there going to be any changes for the lead? I don't think so, because they see that gap to the second group. If they work together now and let the other group work mess each other up, I don't think it's going to happen. Chris Tracy now there with Mo Corey. Down into turn 2 we go. Robert Arana with the point, still there up in the lead. Ava Blem giving the pressure with her pushing partner from the last few rounds right behind her. So we'll see, I assume, either into the bowl or into turn 9. Ava Blem's going to go, and Mo Corey is going to follow her through.
McCurry's going to try to follow her through here. Not close enough as of yet. Ava Blem going to have a really good run there on the exit of the kink into turn number 9. We go. Blem going to think better of it. Chris Tracy isn't, though. Going to look for the inside on John Paul McCurry. Side by side on exit. McCurry drops the tire once again. Able to keep going. And McCurry going to slot right back into third. Points at his head. Tells Tracy to be smart. And Tracy loses 2 spots in the process. Eddles goes through. And so does Shelby Ramirez.
I think Tracy was trying to be a little well-mannered there by letting McCurry get back after shoving him off the track, but it only hurt him by letting Eddles and Ramirez also get by. So he drops from 3rd all the way down to 6th place right now. Unfortunate for him, but as we come around, we'll get the 2 sticks to go this time by. There's your leader with Ava Blem. They're pulling away from McCurry now. Coming into the sweeper, will Ava Blem have anything to say? She gets a little bit loose coming out there. I mean, we saw a few drivers go off there. A rare spot to make a mistake, but we have definitely seen it this weekend. Ava Blem loses a little bit of space to Robert Arana there, and McCurry is now going to get the draft.
Yeah, Blem was a little sideways there into turn number 6 in the chicane, and was able to continue going here, but still in that 2nd position. McCurry still in 3rd. Eddle still in that 4th spot. Ramirez currently 5th, and Tracy with a lot of work to do here once again in 6th. 2 laps to go, the 2.6 in the air, and officially crunch time for these 206 juniors. Not going to go defensive as of yet for Robert Arana. Blem thought about the move, thought better of it, still in 2nd. McCurry, though, still very much in 3rd. That driver in 3rd, he won at Speed Sports Racing Park not too long ago. He wants to repeat here this weekend. Arana already has led many laps this year at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, but he looks to put himself on the top step of the podium. He could be denied by Ava Blem, John Paul McCurry, Emmett Eddles, or Shelby Ramirez here in this one. All of 6 drivers here in the battle for the lead and continuing to fight. There goes Ava Blem, deciding it's time. McCurry going to follow through. Arana looking to hold on to it, not close enough. Ramirez going to push him through, and there goes Arana to the wayside. Ramirez back and forth here at the moment. McCurry up to 2nd. Blem with a good gap so far. 3 car lengths separates McCurry and Blem. Ramirez up into the podium, places in 3rd. Is she going to push McCurry? Yes, she is. There goes John Paul McCurry to the inside in turn number 1. And Ava Blem gets freight trained here. Emmett Eddles goes through as well, up to 3rd. And already the final time around, Shelby Ramirez for the first time this year puts herself in a position to win a race at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. She sits in 2nd here at the moment. Looks to make the move on John Paul McCurry. She has a great run to the bottom, to the top of the racetrack. Not close enough into the sweeper. John Paul McCurry still leads away. Emmett Eddles side by side with Ava Blem. It's John Paul McCurry against Shelby Ramirez. TB Kart against the Burrell Art Machine. What can John Paul McCurry do? To the bottom of the racetrack, goes defensive. Ramirez to the top. Blem looking to go through as well. Not close enough for Ava Blem. Gets the bumper in. Not for now. John Paul McCurry still very much there. Shelby Ramirez looks to set up the over-under move. Not close enough as of yet. She may have got it done. It's going to be a drag race all the way to the finish line. Shelby Ramirez and John Paul McCurry all the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Shelby Ramirez who wins in Cresson. John Paul McCurry 2nd. Emmett Eddles 3rd.
Wow, she was way back that whole time and snuck it on the 1 lap that counted into P1, her first TSRS win, I believe. That is awesome news for Shelby Ramirez. John Paul McCurry in P2 with Emmett Eddles finishing off your podium. Ava Blem 4th place. Chris Tracy in 5th. Arana fell back to 6th place. You got Jackson Baldus in 7th with Pillion in 8th, Dudley 9th, Mia Johnson in 10th, and Derek Wargo not here this weekend.
And I want to see the reaction on Mario Ramirez's face when Shelby works her way into the scale lines. I'm pretty sure Mr. Ramirez is going to be absolutely ecstatic here in this one. And a big win for the TB Kart team in the 206 class. McCurry was close, not close enough in the end. Shelby Ramirez into the pits. And wow, Shelby Ramirez, you are a race winner at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And I know for a fact Mr. Ramirez is going to be absolutely ecstatic. And you see a big cheering section, Kyle Yuchinski there, and a lot of people, a big support group for Shelby Ramirez here this weekend as she pushes her way through. And there you see her dad, Mario Ramirez, starting to come in a frame. And wow, what a race win for Shelby Ramirez. Set that up perfectly, over-under move, got it done when it counted. And what a drive for Shelby Ramirez. I mean, I must say, McCurry as well had to work his way up the field, got sent further back, worked his way back up, got himself up in a 2nd, not a bad finish in the end for John Paul McCurry. Emmett Eddles finishing third. Again, got shuffled through, led a couple of laps, and finished third there in that one. Ava Blem finishing fourth. Chris Tracy finished in fifth. Arena sixth. An unfortunate end for the two Trackside Karting Services GFC at the end of that one, who couldn't close it out and couldn't get the win here today. But what a race finish for young Shelby Ramirez, who is a regional race winner in Cresson, Texas. When we come back, it's going to be Green and Ready Racing with your shifter carts. And we are not even going to come back because we're going to go straight into shifter as they work their way out onto the racetrack here. So it's set to be Noah Zars, I believe, on the pole position here. No, I was wrong. Vincent Cassard on the pole position. Derek Proctor starting alongside him on the front row in second. Corey Malign starting third. Luis Mendez fourth. Cameron Reed fifth. Noah Zars starting sixth. Juan Gomez seventh. Dominic Trolio eighth.
Yeah, just a quick little recap back to that move that Shelby Ramirez made. If there wasn't that gap between her and Ava Blem, she wouldn't have been able to make that crossover. I mean, that was a perfect move to get the win. I mean, that was really cool to see. But now back to your shifters, Vincent Cassard. Even though he was DQ'd in Heat 1, he was still dominant enough to get the pole position for the final. And we saw Noah Zars had a lot of pace to play with in the final heat of the day today at Heat 3. So he's starting sixth place. We'll see what he can do in this shifter main event.
Yeah, we'll see what it looks like this time by and who can get the whole shot when the green flag drops. We get set to go green. Vincent Cassard, the Frenchman, has been perfect so far this weekend. He's been perfect so far this year at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Vincent Cassard, the Frenchman, on the front row alongside Derek Proctor. Who's going to get the whole shot? Green flag is out. Whole shot for Vincent Cassard on the inside and clear of Derek Proctor, who put up a fight and a good start by everybody in this field. Vincent Cassard already to the point of the field, and you have to remember these tires don't have many heat cycles in them because they were on the wet weather tire throughout the weekend and throughout the day yesterday. So we'll see what it looks like. Then down the main straight, there's Luis Mendez gets the move done on Derek Proctor. Mendez up a spot and a flying start so far by Luis Mendez, who currently sits up in a second, raises his hand. Does he have an issue or he's pushing, he's pointing forward, and there goes Malign there on the inside, able to get clear. Dominic Trolio goes through as well. Cameron Reed, misshift there for her on the exit of turn number 9. But all these drivers need to work together. They need to stay patient and continue to push forward because Vincent Cassard, that Frenchman, we know we've seen him fly around this track already this weekend. We've seen him fly around at whatever racetrack that he gets put on, so they can't let him get away here early in this one, Rocco.
Yeah, it's a CRG 1-2-3 as it stands right now. You saw Luis Mendez, a very aggressive start, a very good start from him. They're showing quite promising pace right now. That is Trolio in P4 right behind Milne. That is the closest fight we have on track right now. So we'll see if Milne has anything to say about that. I mean, going into the bull hairpin, there's no moves there, but Trolio looking for it. He's looking very racy right now. He's right there on the bumper. Maybe he's into the turn 9. I don't think so. I mean, he may hang back for now. I mean, the race just started, so we'll see what happens. It's very important to preserve your tires, not only the life of your tires and the rubber that they have, but also the temperature. You don't want to over race in the beginning, get them all heated up, because once they're overheated, it's very hard to cool them back down.
Yeah, and you made a very, very good point. Let's look back to the lead. Luis Mendez took 0.4 of a second out of the gap on Vincent Cassard. Can Luis Mendez close down this gap to a longtime friend, a hometown friend for Mendez? Cassard, not the best lap last time by, and Mendez already closing down the gap bit by bit. We saw Noah Zar's challenge. He was the first driver to lead rather than Vincent Cassard, but Cassard was able to make quick work and get back to the point there quickly. But Mendez already putting down a clinic of lap times and closing down that gap by the second. Is he going to be close enough towards the end of this race? Trolio currently finds himself in that 4th spot. Cassard goes purple, but identical lap times in between Cassard and Cameron and Luis Mendez as Cameron Reed goes purple, 0.2 of a second quicker than anybody else in the field.
Yeah, absolutely sending it from way back, Cameron Reed. We'll see if she can make her way up the field for now, but as you see, you have Luis Mendez. He's flying right now. You said even lap times to Cassard. I mean, if he's a flying Frenchman, then Mendez is also flying. So as we see, the gap is at a 0.7 second gap. It's kind of open since the last time they came around. not too much progress being made as of right now, but still a long race to go. He could be saving his tires, you know. I mean, backing off these corners, you don't want to race hard if you don't have to. It's much better to just have track position. Oh, that's very close up ahead. That is
Luis Mendez and Vincent Cassard. Mendez got really, really close to Vincent Cassard that time by. Mendez was a lot quicker than Cassard, who I think made a mistake that lap by. Mendez looked for the move in turn number 2, wasn't close enough to get it done, and already powering himself down the back straightaway. Cassard knows that Mendez is clear, gonna have to get a move on, and gonna have to keep his concentration here in this one. You know how difficult it is to drive a shifter around any track. This track, especially with the amount of G-forces that you take in turn number 1 across all classes here. With the lower speeds being almost flat out, Mendez looked for the move, thought better of it, wasn't close enough to get it done. Gonna slot himself back in a second.
Yeah, Luis Mendez must have a good poker face, because this whole day he's just been hanging back, not really up in the front. I mean, he's been up there, up in the top 3 for sure, but hasn't been up there with Vincent Cassard. And now that it's the final, it's time to show all your cards and really start to hunker down and get these laps down. So we saw him close a huge gap in one lap. Maybe a small mistake from Vincent Cassard as he's starting to open the gap back up, but still very good performance from your top 3 CRG drivers.
Yeah, very good performance indeed as Malm starts to close down the gap on Mendez for the second spot. So let's see what Corey Maline can do here in this one. Currently sits in third and closing down the gap bit by bit. There's Noah Zars, who's working his way up the field. Looks to go on the inside of Dominic Trolio, and I think he was able to get clear. He was. So Noah Zars up another spot and works his way ahead. Dominic Trolio. No idea what happened to Cameron Reed if she had some sort of issue, but she lost a little bit of time to Dominic Trolio. She was 6th when she crossed the line last time by. She's now 7th here. So some sort of issue for Cameron Reed, who's actually now in 8th. So no idea what happened there. Could have been a misshift or whatever, but finds herself down in 8th. For Mendez, went purple last time by, a 10th quicker than Vincent Cassard, 46.439. And lapping here, closing down that gap bit by bit, currently at half a second. But we saw that late lunge by Noah Zars, and that could have been a little preview of what we'll see as this race continues to close down. It's currently a CRG 1-2-3. Then you have the Magic Kart High Five Performance of Derek Proctor. Then you have the Sodi Kart Machine, the Arcane of Noah Zars in 5th.
Yeah, we're just about a third of the way done in this shifter main event. And one thing that we haven't really seen all weekend is how close the top 5 are right now. They're all within the same frame, coming down the back straight. You can see everybody running down the back straight when we fully zoom out. And it's quite awesome to see here. You can see Noah Zars starting to kind of pull up to the back of Derek Proctor right there. And you see another point I was trying to make. It kind of flew out of my head, but now it's back. I meant to say that it's a 15-minute shifter race. You need to be physically fit. It's also a war of attrition out there on the track, not only just for your tires, but for yourself. You need to preserve yourself as a driver, avoid curbs if necessary, if they don't make you any faster. I mean, there's not any large curves here to really beat us up at this track, which is pretty cool to see. You can really utilize the curves and rotate the kart with them, but yeah, physical fitness is definitely an important thing in shifter racing. As you see, Luis Mendez only a half a second off of Vincent Cassard right now.
Only half a second off of Vincent Cassard here at the moment. Luis Mendez closing down the gap bit by bit, but Vincent Cassard answered last time by a 46.290 for the Frenchman. So let's see what he can do this time around. Can he extend that gap just a little bit here as it's closing down into turn number 9? There's Noah Zars looking to get the move done here shortly on Derek Proctor, and already Luis Mendez looking a lot closer than he was the last couple of laps here, Rocco.
Yeah, he's definitely gaining. I mean, we saw a few times now in this race, he will gain a huge dividend, and then something will happen and that will force him around a second back. So we'll see as he comes back around. The gap is the same. It's the exact same as last time around. And Milne as well, he's kind of falling back. He was a little bit closer to Mendez a few laps back, but now, as you can see, the top 2 are starting to close in on each other.
Yeah, top 2 starting to close in on each other, and definitely already as there's some smoke coming out of the back of Luis Mendez's engine there. No idea what it is. Let's see if we can get a better look at that. Could be some sort of issue here for Luis Mendez, but already a lot of smoke, kind of unusual here in this stage of the race. You don't see it from Cassard, you don't see it from anybody else in the field, and a lot of smoke that time by. It seems to be when he gets under braking there. No idea if he's locking up the brakes that much. I would assume you're flat spotting your tires, but he goes quickest in the process of 46.173 and closing down the gap there to Vincent Cassard. He's absolutely pushing it here, but a lot of smoke coming out of that kart, and it's definitely something with the pipe either coming loose or it could be anything here for Luis Mendez.
I wonder if he's running hot to try and keep up with Vincent Cassard right now. I mean, I'm not too sure. I mean, they are water cooled, so you could definitely overheat this thing for sure. I mean, it is an engine after all, but, you know, I mean, he's flying right now. He's probably utilizing every single horsepower he can possibly get out of that shifter motor. I mean, it is the final. He probably doesn't care about engine life after this. So, you know, if he can sacrifice that motor to get a race win, I would do the same thing.
And already there are a lot of smoke. He does have a strip of tape there that he's probably going to want to remove here shortly if that is the engine kind of just overheating and starting to smoke here in this one. So going to be one to watch here for Luis Mendez, and we're going to keep an eye on him as he continues to progress his way around. A 46.036 for Vincent Cassard was quickest last time by. So let's see what it looks like. That gap still staying consistent, and you see that smoke starting to kick up. Whenever he has to downshift, it seems like it just starts to you know, get a little bigger as he gets into the braking zones. This time, this is one of the biggest points where we see it, and in turn number 10, we didn't see it too much that time by, but turn number 10, definitely one of the ones where we see it a lot more, and then you see it there under braking. I'm not sure if he's locking it up or what the issue is, or if it's even an issue for Luis Mendez here.
Yeah, I mean, locking up, I'm not too sure about that. I mean, you don't see the kart really get too out of shape whenever he's in the braking zone. It's definitely when he lifts off the throttle, something definitely blows out of that exhaust. I mean, I'm not a shifter driver myself, so I'm not too well versed in how these things really work whenever they're hot or cold. So I'm just speculating what that smoke could be right now, but still, I mean, a little bit of a gap opening now between him and Cassard. That gap that was 0.4 seconds is now up to 0.8. So, you know, I mean, we're about 2/3 done with this race. Vincent Cassard still not much of a contest up front. You know, I mean, as we say, preserving his tires, he's definitely backing off and not really giving too much of a sniff of that victory to any of the drivers.
Yeah, not too much. I mean, he gave false hope there to Luis Mendez for a second, who just seems to be losing touch with the Frenchman here at the moment. For Corey Maline, currently sits in third, all out there on his lonesome, not close enough to attempt any sort of move on Luis Mendez, and for Noah Zars has been a charge up the field here as well, but just everybody really in no man's land here at the moment. Cameron Reed, though, was able to slot herself back up into 7th. Juan Gomez fell back to 8th here. Once again, Dominic Trolio currently 6th. So everybody just kind of in their own space and lapping here at the moment. There's Cameron Reed, the Racing Cajun, after an unfortunate end to her 2:06 senior main event. Put her out of contention there in the last couple of laps after some contact. But she's here lapping and currently in 7th as they continue to work their way around. Vincent Cassard goes by in that time by a 46.142, a couple of hundredths of a second quicker than Luis Mendez, and that gap now at a second.
Yeah, and a little further back with Milne, he's in a race of his own. Everybody's very evenly spread out right now. Not too much going on the racetrack. So right now, I bet that we're closing down to the final few minutes of this race. The drivers are starting to really feel it physically. You know, it's a lot of G's you pull in these karts. I mean, they have a softer tire compound than most of the other classes too. You know, even the KA100s with and the 206s, they all have Avinco blue tires, while the shifters have Avinco reds, which is a slightly softer compound. It lasts a little bit less, you know, so tire management is a very important thing. And yeah, I mean, as you said, though, we have been running on those rain tires for a little while this weekend, so not too much into play, but still, you know, I mean, they do overheat very quickly within one session, so they have to preserve their tires regardless.
Yeah, tire preservation definitely gonna be the key here in this one. I mean, I wouldn't see really the key since they don't have many heat cycles, but, you know, they can push them a little more than they want to, and there you see already some smoke from Vincent Cassard as well. So, you know, we're definitely going to have to get some intel after the weekend's over here and see what exactly is going on with some of these shifter drivers. But for those of you tuning in, for those of you who've been tuning in all day long, we thank you for continuing to watch, continuing to support, and continuing to subscribe here. So we appreciate all you supporters who are watching and watching family members. A lot of Beckett Friesen fans in the comment sections, and a lot of other fans as Maline goes on the inside of Noah Zars there as the two of them continue to fight. Zars was in third there for a second, and that battle for third continuing to ramp up. That's the last of your podium places. Corey looking to hold off Noah Zars. who's absolutely flying here in the closing stages of this race. Can the Sodi driver work his way ahead into the left-hander? Not close enough for Noah Zars that time by.
Yeah, but the thing about tire preservation, he tries to get the look down the inside, can't get it, but about tire preservation, it's not about the life and about the rubber, it's about the temperature. These karts have so much horsepower that, and they're also gearbox karts. When you're coming out of a corner, you have such a high gear, you're in a low gear, you're like second or third, you can have wheel spin. If you do that, like Luis Mendez, for example, he was pushing really hard in the big, an issue for Noah Zarski's off. He's over, he's done. His motor's gone. He's definitely pulling off a race done for him. That's unfortunate. Milne gonna take that P3 spot now for good. Derek Proctor and everybody else gets promoted up one spot. That's unfortunate for the number 3 Arcane Motorsports driver. Definitely unfortunate into his race. He was fighting for a podium there, and now there's nothing in it for him. But so
wasn't close enough for Noah Zars that time by, and an unfortunate end to his race here as Dominic Trolio and Derek Proctor fight for the 4th spot here. Can Trolio make the move on Proctor? Not close enough into turn number 9. This time by when we cross the line. 4 laps to go as Cresson rounds turn number 10. Continues to work his way through, and there is Derek Proctor and Dominic Trolio. Trolio just a little bit ways back, not able to close down the gap as of yet to Derek Proctor here in this one. 3 car lengths separates the two of them. And let's see if Trolio, who has a great run there on the exit of turn number 2, does he have the run here into turns number 4 and 5? Not close enough. And his best option is probably going to be turn number 9, like we saw Zars make that move done on Vincent Cassard at the end of yesterday's heat racing action. So this time by is Trolio close enough. Proctor not going to defend, and Trolio just not close enough to get that move done as of yet.
Yeah, Luis Mendez pushing really hard in the beginning stages of this race, trying to keep up with Vincent Cassard. It looks like his karts are falling off a little bit because he's starting to kind of fall back. Actually, never mind, that is not Mendez. That's Milne up ahead, another CRG driver. Yeah, so Luis Mendez still a little far up the road, about 4 seconds clear of Milne. But so now that Milne is by himself without anybody to race, he can have a clear track to try and push away from these 2 drivers if they try not to fight. But if they do, or if they don't, possibly catching Milne. But yeah, now see, Trolio down the inside of Derek Proctor. They're side by side, but he gets the position. Promote Trolio, my mistake, into P4.
Yeah, got to move there by Dominic Trolio to get ahead of Derek Proctor that time by. When Vincent Cassard crosses the line, time will officially be up. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we will get the 2 sticks in the air. 2 laps to go this time by for Vincent Cassard, who has been absolutely perfect all weekend long. Nobody has been able to deny him. He qualified on the pole position. He won heat race number 1, he won heat race number 2, and he won heat race number 3, all on the racetrack. And I think he's won every single heat race qualified. He swept the year so far here at the Texas Racing Series. He qualified on the pole position in NOLA, won all 3 heat races. He won the main event, qualified on the pole position at Speed Sports Racing Park, won all 3 heat races, and won the main event. He qualified on the pole position here this weekend, has won all 3 heat races, and is set to win the main event. Has a big gap back to Luis Mendez, 4 seconds and growing. Mendez challenged Cassard there for a second, wasn't close enough, couldn't get it, didn't have enough in the tank. Vincent Cassard did though. You've seen the quality of Cassard all year long, week after week, race after race. He shows you why he's the top 10 best KA Masters driver here in the United States, and why he's probably one of even the best drivers when we get down to the SCUSA Super Nationals at the end of the year, why he was in the top 5, why he has so much pace. And on a weekend where it was his birthday before he got here, he rounds the last couple in a corner, and the best birthday gift, a race win for Vincent Cassard, who wins in Cresson. Luis Mendez slated to cross the line next in second, and then Corey Milne in P3.
And then you'll have Dominic Trolio in P4 fighting with Derek Proctor all the way. He'll get P5. Cameron Reed will be 6th, and Juan Gomez in 7th. It's a shame for Noah Zarski. He was fighting up in that 3rd spot with Milne for that final place in the podium, but he gets nothing after a mechanical failure.
And let's see what Vincent Cassard has in store for us here as he rounds the last couple of corners. He promised us donuts at the end of Speed Sports whenever he took the win here, and let's see if he does the same here for the CRG Nordam team. Has been perfect all year long. Nobody has been able to compete. Nobody has been able to deny the Frenchman and Vincent Cassard, who's been absolutely perfect, kept up the pace, done a great job so far this year. And there you see Cameron Reed, another one of the CRG Reed Motorsports entries here. A good drive for her, up to 6th. Not too bad of an end for Cameron Reed. And let's see now what Vincent Cassard has in store for us. If he doesn't do donuts, then I'll be pretty mad at Vincent when I see him later today. And he's not going to do donuts, going to go straight into the pits. And but he did take that heat race win, main event win here this weekend. Swept all weekend long. Swept all year long. Vincent Cassard, your championship leader here in this one. And as we head out to pick up Noah's Arks, we will take this quick time to go to a quick commercial break. When we're back, 206 Cadet and KA100 Senior coming your way next. Don't go anywhere.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Your 206 Cadets, presented by Rimrock Raceway, have made their way out onto the racetrack. Aston Wyatt on the pole position. Tanner Barr starting alongside him. Dutch Westbrook, third. Podoraki, fourth. Mitchell, fifth. Willander, Gearier, Dewey, Klein, Blackwood, Steves, Massad, Vargas, Blem, Osborne, Brennan Barsh, Busby, White, and Oviedo, all getting set to take the green flag here in this 206 Cadet main event. It's been all about Tanner Barsh and Aston Wyatt. Can anybody else find the pace to contend here? 19 drivers total. The green flag is out, and we are racing here in 206 Cadet. A good start by the inside line. Aston Wyatt to the point here early. Dutch Westbrook has had a lot of pace. He had the pace in heat race number 3, and he has the pace here in the main event, already up to second.
Yeah, but he's going to lose position immediately to Tanner Barsh. He's going to go back around into that P2 position. Dutch Westbrook still in a good spot right now in P3. You know, he's going to work together hopefully with Tanner Barsh. There he is, pushing Tanner Barsh forwards to Aston Wyatt. There we go, Theo Mitchell trying to get around. I think that's Podoraki right there in the 4th place cart. Yeah, so Theo Mitchell also out there in the fight. So here we are, your top 3 all nose to tail now. It's going to be a 4-cart train soon if Podoraki has a good exit coming out of this corner. So that is Theo Mitchell with, I think, Guerrier right behind him.
Yeah, not too far back for Dean Guerrier, who's currently in that 6th position. There, Tanner Barsh. Dutch Westbrook looked for the move, thought better of it, and slotted himself into the 3rd position here. When they cross the stripe, one driver there off the racetrack there. That's the 222 who had a little bit of an off-track excursion. That was Willander, who found himself off the racetrack there for a second. But as the first lap is in the books, Wyatt, your leader, Barsh at 2nd, Westbrook 3rd, Podoraki 4th, Theo Mitchell, the Iceman, currently P5, Guerrier 6th, Simon Klein 7th, Dewey 8th, and Willander, after that off-track excursion, finds himself in 9th. Marshall Steves running up your top 10 here so far in this 206 Cadet main event. Aston Wyatt still leading us away, and I would be surprised to see these two Trackside Karting Services teammates fight early on in this race.
Yeah, it might be too soon to say this, but I think Dutch Westbrook is still, he's close, you know, he's still close to these top 2 who seem to run away every time we have a race in this 206 Cadet class. So yeah, Dutch Westbrook doing a very good job keeping up with those top 3. All he has to do right now is just sit pretty in that draft for the next 13 minutes, and they might just pull him away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, he went a little bit quicker than the 2 drivers ahead, but not the best run out of turn number 10 as one driver goes way wide. That was Podoraki, who finds himself in the grass. Theo Mitchell up into P4. The Iceman, fastest lap of the race, a 57.368 last time by, and up into P4. Now going to have his sights set on Dutch Westbrook in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, there you can see him in that 4th place cart. You know, just out of frame. There he is with I think that's Guerrier right behind him. They're working together right now. I hope they don't try to fight each other because they're making so much good progress. And now he's pointing forward and tapping his helmet, letting Guerrier know that they need to move forward right now. Dutch Westbrook in no man's land. He's just getting the benefit off that draft for your top 2. I mean, Caleb, if you were Theo Mitchell right now, I mean, what would you do? Would you get up to Dutch Westbrook and push, or would you try to get ahead of him?
It depends. I definitely look over to the fence to see what team owner Massimo Sanchez Lara is telling me to do, and I'd pretty much do whatever he says, right? And also, if I'm quicker, I'm gonna go. If I know that I need to bide my time at this point in the race, 11 minutes left. If Theo Mitchell does get there to the rear bumper of Dutch Westbrook, I'd push him forward because you can't let Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh get away here. Dutch Westbrook has a lot of pace, was quick as last time by, all out there on his own, but needs the help of somebody to push him further up the field. And Guerrier and Mitchell, textbook so far at the moment, working together, and Mitchell continuing to tap the back of his helmet, knowing that they're catching, knowing that they're closing down their gap to the leaders ahead.
Yeah, and as you said, that MSL CRG of Theo Mitchell, when you have a team boss like Mossy, one who's raced in the past, in KA100 and the sorts, he's not only a boss, but he's also a mentor, I mean, he teaches Theo Mitchell and these other drivers a little bit, and, it's pretty awesome how that team has such a good lineup of drivers here this weekend. So you see Gary, you're still working together ever so slightly with Theo Mitchell. I think he may have looked down the inside ever so slightly, not so much, but up ahead you see Dutch Westbrook kind of falling out of touch with the top 2. He's just falling out of that drafting range, and your top 2, Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh, doing the same thing they've been doing all weekend.
And they were a 10th quicker last time by. The fastest lap of the race for Tanner Barsh, a 57 flat and a 57.001. A thousandth of a second separates the lap times in between Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh here at the moment. So Dutch Westbrook gonna really need some help, and gonna need it soon here if he wants to get to the rear bumper of the 2 Burrell Art machines further ahead. So for Guerrier, gonna need to continue to push Mitchell and continue to gain that time to Westbrook ahead. Fastest lap of the race again, Aston Wyatt at 56.845, goes even quicker than they did before. And for Dutch Westbrook, just 2 tenths behind here at the moment and losing time lap by lap. That gap currently sits at half a second. So a lot of work to do for Dutch Westbrook here at the moment, who is all out there in no man's land, no draft ahead, and no push from behind.
Yeah, but see, the one thing that's interesting is he seems to be pulling a little bit away from Theo Mitchell and Gary here. I mean, he does have a handful of pace on his own. You know, I mean, he is in no man's land. It is an unfortunate thing to be in a 206 race because it's a, actually further back, Gary and Theo Mitchell fighting. It was really funny. Gary pulled alongside, saw Theo slap the back of his head really hard, and then slotted back in behind Theo Mitchell. So Theo commanding that train in P4 and back to try and catch up to Dutch Westbrook. They don't seem to be making too much headwind right now, though, as we come back around to see the timings update. And Dutch Westbrook has lost another 2/10 on your leaders. These two up ahead, flying away right now.
Definitely flying here at the moment. Lap times last time by 56.900 for Aston Wyatt, a 56.935 for Tanner Barsh. Westbrook just a 1/10 of a second off lap by lap, and that's just all because of the draft. It's all because he has no push here at the moment. So unfortunate for Dutch Westbrook, in no man's land, like we said before. No draft, no push, and losing time to the two Burrell Art machines, who have done a textbook job of pushing each other, textbook job of working together. And for Aston Wyatt from Huntsville, Texas, making the drive out here, 2 teams for him this weekend with the on the 2-stroke side of things with the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy, and on the 4-stroke side of things with the Trackside Karting Services team of Tim Lobau. So a good showing so far, nonetheless, for Aston Wyatt. And Tanner Barsh as well, a driver who has a lot of laps around this place, comes up here a couple of times a month to practice and to set in lap times at a very unique racetrack here in Cresson, Texas. Only 10 minutes down the road for Tanner Barsh, but 3 hours away for Aston Wyatt. But, the story has been for these drivers, they continue to fight. They continue to push each other forward, and they've been the class of the field all weekend long. They have been really smart all the way throughout, and it really shows you the improvements that they've made, keeping that gap to Dutch Westbrook in third. A driver who worked his way up the field all weekend long, had issues in the wet, has worked his way up in the dry, had really good pace, but just not enough, and no help for Dutch Westbrook, unfortunately, here in this one. Had a good showing on what could have been for Dutch Westbrook and Micro Swift. Wants redemption here in 206 Cadet, but unfortunately it seems to be the same story similar to Micro Swift, just not enough here in the end, with already halfway through this race. 7 minutes to go left in this one, and Theo Mitchell in that 4th spot had a good podium finish last time out at Speed Sports Racing Park, and for Dean Geary as well. So let's see what the Iceman can do, as just still losing touch with Dutch Westbrook and company. So a little too late for these drivers, and for Theo Mitchell has a car length in between himself and Dean Geary here at the moment.
Yeah, and you called this track unique a second ago. I mean, I regret not being able to race here myself. It looks like a very fantastic track. Dallas is definitely a hub for karting in Texas. You have 3 big name tracks around here. You have now KartMoto new on the schedule. You have DKC on the east side of Dallas. We're going to go there later this year, and we have NTK that we went to last year. Now you see Gary trying to get down on the inside of Theo Mitchell, not happening just yet. He fell a little ways behind of Theo Mitchell a few laps ago, and now he's right back on the bumper of Theo. He's going to go to the inside and get the 4th place position for the first time today. No, Theo Mitchell says no and gets back around in P4.
A much better run there on the exit for Theo Mitchell, and we're talking about Dallas, Texas. We're talking about Texas in general, but the amount of drivers that have come out here of Dallas, Texas has been a very, very big number throughout the years. Royce Vega in the lower categories, Liam Nachawati, Dutch Westbrook, Theo Mitchell actually being from Oklahoma, making the drive down here. But the likes of Alex Stanfield and more, all coming from the area, and then you have the Houston drivers. Some of the drivers that you're seeing further up the field across all national events at the United States Pro Kart Series. 4 out of the 5 drivers on the podium were all from Texas. Cooper Shipman, Aiden Rudolph, and a couple of others. Elio Meza was another driver there on the podium. The only non-Texas was obviously Alan Isambard, who ended up winning that race. But, you see where these drivers started, where these drivers learned how to drive, where they learned how to race, where they learned how to win, where they learned how to lose as well, right? At such a big series here. That's been around for a couple of years, formerly known as the Texas Pro Kart Challenge, and then now known as the Texas Sprint Racing Series, and a lot of drivers who continue to race here throughout the years and continue to improve. And for all these drivers who are dipping their toes into the two-cycle world, who are going over and racing at Cup Karts North America, whether it's the Spring Nationals, the Grand Nationals at the end of the year. You know, they show their pace wherever they go, and it shows you the quality of the racing here in Texas. It shows you where these drivers start, where they begin, and where it all starts here at a series like the Texas Spin Racing Series.
Yeah, even another driver who's a Dallas local, Pasha Ali, he lives a few minutes away from Texas Motor Speedway. I actually ran into him whenever NASCAR came down there. There was a podium going on, and he just kind of stood up in front, took a photo. I was like, oh my God, Pasha, what are you doing here? You know, and his mother was there. I had no idea we had so many high-profile premier names down here in Dallas, but it clearly makes sense with the amount of facilities we have down here to grow all these good drivers. And now you can see on your screen that it's still Theo Mitchell and Garrier. And as you can see, Theo still tapping his head frantically, pointing forward. It seems to be futile now, though, because they are pretty stagnant with their gap between him and Dutch Westbrook.
Yeah, back to the lead here shortly. Aston Wyatt just went quickest, a 56.536 for Aston Wyatt. Tanner Barsh currently second, a 10th off of the pace of Aston Wyatt. And you see that gap open up to a car length here as they rocket up the main straightaway. Not enough for Tanner Barsh here at the moment to deny that fast lap time of Aston Wyatt as they cross the stripe now. They cycle through, and it's still Aston Wyatt with the fastest lap of the race as we get to the closing stages in this one. Still Wyatt and Barsh, your leaders here, and Barsh very much now on the rear bumper of Aston Wyatt here. These two drivers have pushed each other, done a textbook race so far. Wyatt started on the pole position. They haven't made a pass at all this race, but you already see the gap that they have further back, 4.5 seconds. Rocco, you have a lot of experience in the 206 package. You have a lot of experience racing as well. How important is it? How much time can you gain whenever you're driving like this, pushing with a driver who's, these two drivers on your screen, teammates, but whenever you're working together, whenever you're pushing yourself further up the field, how much time can you gain and how much experience do you gain?
It's so important to have teammates on the track, even if they're frenemies, even if you're still, fighting each other for that win, you could definitely benefit before those last few laps with a teammate. I mean, a story that I had a while back, I was racing Spec Miata, and it was pouring down, raining. I mean, in the desert, very strange thing to happen. But me and my teammate started second to last and last, and the two of us together were able to push all the way throughout the field to first and second. So, I mean, it's very important to have a teammate. Two karts will always be faster than one, no matter what. Except if you're in the case of Dutch Westbrook, you are definitely going to be faster than both Theo Mitchell and Garrier as this race goes on. But actually, I'm going to eat my words there for a second, because that gap is slowing down to about closing down to about a second. It was definitely more than that earlier in the race, but as you can see, still, I mean, earlier in the race, we saw both Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh have a lot of fun in Heat 1 and 2, throwing overtakes on each other, but right now they're very serious, and they want to just get as much time as they possibly can before these two sticks come out.
Yeah, last time by for Dutch Westbrook, it could either be the tires overheating, it could be a lot of things, but already that gap continuing to close down. Let's see what it looks like this time by when they cross the stripe. Theo Mitchell very close to the rear bumper of Dutch Westbrook. That gap now down to half a second and continuing to close. Westbrook there again. Theo Mitchell, a good run out of turn number 1B, closing down the gap into turn number 3 here. What does Theo Mitchell have left in the bag in his MSL Racing CRG? Does he have enough time? Does he have enough pace to get through and past the Kart Racing Solutions Tony Kart of Dutch Westbrook here in this one? Garrier following him along as they continue to set in personal best lap times. And when you talk about that, you think of Aston Wyatt, who just went purple, a 56.498, and continuing to lap quicker and quicker as the race continues to dwindle down. And I think we may have had a pass for the lead. Tanner Barsh, I think, went to the point of the field last time by, and they start to fight side by side. Aston Wyatt to the bottom of the racetrack. They're not going to wait any longer. 3 laps to go left in this race. Aston Wyatt retakes the lead from Tanner Barsh. Into turn number 2 we go. Tanner Barsh currently sits in that second spot, but already these drivers were tired of waiting. We're tired of biding their time, and it's now time to fight. The gloves are thrown off. No more team games. It's time to go at it for 206 Cadet glory.
Yeah, we have a fight for the final spot on the podium happening behind, but this is what everybody's training their eyes on right now, especially down on pit lane. These two star drivers right here, I mean, they've been very good all weekend. Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh linking up together and just flying away here. But as we see, last time by, they were fighting a little bit side by side coming down the front straight. Now single file coming back onto the front straight. We'll see if Tanner Barsh tries to get the inside. And I think we'll get the 2 sticks to go this time by. There they are, pointing onto the track. 2 laps to go. And there it is, the battle for the last spot on the podium. Theo Mitchell pulls out to the inside of Dust Westbrook. Now takes the full position, gets onto the podium. Promote Theo Mitchell to the last spot on the podium.
Yeah, promote Theo Mitchell up to P3. Westbrook looks to have the run. He does get it done. And there's Dutch Westbrook back up into the 3rd position. Westbrook still closing down and has the help from Dean Gearier here at the moment. The battle for the lead still staying pretty stagnant. Wyatt still leading us away. Tanner Barsh still in that 2nd spot. But Barsh definitely going to look for the move here pretty soon. Not going to go as of yet. And further back, Theo Mitchell still closing down the gap. This is the battle. These are the battles for the podium places, and this is the battle for the lead. These 2 drivers have been textbook all weekend long. They will get the white flag this time out. It's going to be an all-out brawl as Aston Wyatt goes to the bottom of the racetrack and going to defend from Tanner Barsh here, rocketing up the main straightaway. Aston Wyatt with a much better run on the exit of turn number 10.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's all coming down to this final lap here. We've been waiting all weekend to see who will come out on top of this 206 cadet class. Now, Aston Wyatt been leading this whole race. Even that one moment when they got side by side, Aston Wyatt was able to get back to the point. So he's been putting on a pretty good defense as well. Tanner Barsh been able to sit back and study Aston Wyatt this whole time, see where he's weak, see where he's faster, and see where he can choose to overtake. He goes to the outside. Aston Wyatt covers off this corner, and they come down to turn 9.
Turn number 9 for the final time this weekend. Aston Wyatt to the bottom of the racetrack. Theo Mitchell, you saw him make the move further back on Dutch Westbrook. To the outside goes Tanner Barsh. Can he get the over-under move done? To the bottom of the racetrack once again for Aston Wyatt. Still trying to defend from Tanner Barsh, who wants to win on home soil in his own backyard. And it's going to be a drag race all the way to the finish line. Tanner Barsh and Aston Wyatt make contact. And that's going to be looked at post-race. But Aston Wyatt wins in 206 cadet. Tanner Barsh in 2nd. And across the line this time by, who is it going to be? And it looks to be Dutch Westbrook at the line, who gets 3rd. Theo Mitchell 4th, Dean Gearier 5th.
A fantastic race for the final spot on the podium. Theo Mitchell goes away with 4th place, Gearier in 5th. Podoraki finishes in 6th. You got Klein in 7th, Wellender 8th, Dewey 9th, Blem 10th. Up 4 positions, Marshall Steves in 11th place. Actually, no, on the line gets passed by Micah Massad for 11th. Marshall Steves now demoted down to 12th. You got Osborne in 13th. A few more drivers coming across the line. I think it'll be Brennan Barsh in 14th and Blackwood in 15th. And then Vargas in the last spot in 16th. A few non-finishers. We got Busby, White, and Oviedo not finishing the race.
Yeah, so a couple of drivers not able to finish this one out. Aston Wyatt, your big winner at the end of the 206 Cadet main event presented by Rim Rock Raceway. Coming your way next, it's finally time for the main event of the evening. Your KA100 Seniors presented by CRG Nordum. Get set to go green here, coming your way next.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
The engines come to life, and it's that time of the weekend and round number 3 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series, the Summer Shootout. It's officially time for the main event of the evening. KA100 Senior, powered by CRG Nordum. Jesus Vasquez Jr., the driver who's going to start on the pole position alongside Adrian Cruz. Jake French starting P3 alongside him, Diego Guillot.
In 5th place, that'll be Stanfield. 6th place, joining him on the 3rd row is Clements. 4th row, Friesen and Skinner.
And then on the 5th row, Preston Pico and Braden Robertson. Shirley Adams on row 6 alongside Dallas Dunlap. Next is going to be Aiden Rudolph starting all the way down in 13th alongside Peyton Phillips, Ibrahim Din, and Ian Howell. Row number 8, Chase Suplee and Ruben Asensio. Row number 9, Ace Parker and Taylor Roddy on the 10th row. Michael Levitt and Justin Music, row 11. Sawyer Roussel and Jake Faulkner on the 12th row. And then the rest of the drivers there, Brady Eves slated to start 25th, not here today. Friend starting 26th. Summers all the way down in 29th. Goodson 30th. Eggdroff further back in 31st. Carter Knight 32nd. Trejo 32nd. And Renfro 34th here today. all set to go. We've seen a lot of action all weekend long in between these drivers, and this is where you get the hardware. This is where you get the championship points. This is when it matters the most. The main event of KA100 Senior. We've already had 2 different race winners this year. Aiden Rudolph winning the first round, and the man on the pole position, Jesus Vasquez Jr., won the second round. Cruz looks to win on home soil here this weekend, as well for Jake French. And Diego Guillot looks to have a breakout win here this weekend. A crawling pace for the start of this race. Jesus Vasquez Jr., Adrian Cruz lead us to green, and we are racing here. And KA100 Senior, a monster start by Jesus Vasquez Jr. and the entire inside line. There goes Truly Adams looking to work his way through. He does. Aiden Rudolph already up and inside into the top 10. And look at that, Alex Stanfield already. Preston Pico drops a tire and off the racetrack. Everybody able to get through, and issues for Sawyer Roussel further back in the field. But Alex Stanfield, a monster start and already up in a third.
It's a good start from your front runners. It was pretty clean out in front. In turn 2, there's a little bit of an accordion effect. You saw a few of the drivers hit each other on the bumpers, but no, nothing upset. You see Alex Stanfield cover off that third place position. He does not want Cruz to get ahead of him. Jake French in that P2 position right behind Jesus Vasquez Jr. Beckett Friesen and Truly Adams must have gotten around he gets around Beckett Friesen too. He's been getting around a few drivers, making a lot of progress in this opening lap. Truly Adams up into, I think, P6.
And already Aiden Rudolph carving his way through the field. There goes Alex Stanfield on the inside of Jake French. Not close enough as of yet. He is now. Alex Stanfield up to the second position. Jake French third. Adrian Cruz fourth. And Diego Guillot currently fifth. We've seen the long run pace in that GFC, Trackside Karting Services, of Jesus Vasquez Jr. We saw it at Speedsports Racing Park, and that's going to be one of the biggest questions here this weekend. Does Vasquez have that same long run pace that he's had all year long? And Alex Stanfield for the first time in second, looking to lead once again. But there goes Jake French looking to deny that. The factory card up to second. Cruz going to muscle his way through as well. And side by side in between Stanfield and Guillot, Aiden Rudolph right behind Truly Adams going to push himself through Diego Guillot, and there's Beckett Friesen looking to go through as well. Wasn't close enough as of yet. Ibrahim Din going side by side with Peyton Phillips further back in the field.
You see Landon Skinner also get around Beckett Friesen there on your screen. Cruz and Stanfield. Stanfield earlier in the lap covered, didn't want Cruz to get by, but now he may be forced to work together with Cruz in order to work up to Jake French and Jesus Vasquez Jr. Further back, that is Truly Adams right behind Stanfield with Rudolph and Guillot following close behind. Guillot and Truly Adams both make a double move. Truly on Stanfield and Guillot on Rudolph. Now you see a change for the lead. There is Jake French going down the inside of the bowl, getting the lead of Jesus Vasquez Jr., but he's going to come back. And Adrian Cruz is going to follow through and try to get P2 from Jake French.
Adrian Cruz looking to work his way through as well. Not close enough. Going to get right back in a line. And Jake French looking to deny Jesus Vasquez Jr. from a second season victory here in Cresson, Texas. Does Jake French have enough in that factory kart machine? Is he going to look on the inside? He does. To the bottom of the racetrack. There goes Jake French. Not close enough on Jesus Vasquez Jr. He is now. And back to the point of the field here. Jake French, your new leader. And a crossover move. A heads-up move by Jesus Vasquez Jr., who retakes the lead. Truly Adams in third. Alex Stanfield still there in fourth. You see Adrian Cruz in fifth. Aiden Rudolph in sixth here. Fastest lap of the race for Landon Skinner. The rookie currently sits in seventh here and continuing to lap very, very quickly. And this is very soon going to turn into a 10-kart field.
Yeah, Landon Skinner, a very young driver going quickest, but as well as everybody covering down the inside. You see Landon Skinner try to make a look on Rudolph there. But yeah, Truly Adams seamlessly making all these positions up. He goes defensive. Jesus Vasquez Jr. Jake French gets caught around the outside. I think Truly Adams is going to get their 3 wide for second place all the way in. Yeah, Truly Adams tries to slot through there. He's going to get freight trained, though, by Cruz and behind. There goes Cruz. Can't get around Jake French. No, he does. Jake French runs super wide and loses a bunch of positions there.
Gets stuck on the outside there for Jake French, and that inside line had a monster run up the main straightaway. Cruz was able to get through. Rudolph was able to get through and up at a P3. Alex Stanfield currently P4 and trying to hold on to that spot as Landon Skinner going to try and push him further up the field. Truly Adams currently sits in the 6th spot here and continuing to work with the drivers ahead of him. Aiden Rudolph has been arguably the quickest driver all weekend long, and already Vasquez going defensive from Adrian Cruz, and this is going to allow the rest of the field to close down the gap. A little bobble there by Vasquez. Rudolph going to the outside. Is he going to have any help? Not as of yet. Going to have a good run, though, out to the main straightaway. Does Rudolph have it? No! Into the grass for Aiden Rudolph. Rejoins the racetrack, but able to get through. Rudolph drops a tire with a lot of work to do to catch right back up to Jesus Vasquez Jr., who just seemed to not give the room to Rudolph there on the exit, but Rudolph was on the outside, so a lot of things to consider here, but Vasquez still your new leader, and 10 karts, almost 15 karts in this battle for the lead. It's Jesus Vasquez Jr., your leader. Adrian Cruz in the second spot on what's been a very confidence-building weekend for him in the third round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Shirley Adams as well, finally getting himself up into the top 5 in the KA100 senior class, and already looking to make moves. Jake French going to the outside. Shirley Adams looks to go.
Oh, my goodness.
And the contact in between Adams just wasn't close enough to get it done. Tried to force the move, and out of this one early.
Yeah, Cruz seemed to give the bumper to Jesus Vasquez Jr. there, or because he kept white lining, I mean, yeah, he can do that. I mean, it's not illegal. He can white line. I mean, he could get moved, though. Here we go. That is further back. That's now up ahead. Jesus Vasquez Jr. And bumper.
Alex Stanfield to the point of the field. Gives a little bit of a bumper there to Vasquez Jr., who retakes the lead here. Stanfield wanted it. Wasn't close enough. 10 karts still in the battle for the lead. Ibrahim Din, out of nowhere. A breakout drive so far. Cracking himself into the top 5. Aiden Rudolph back into the top 5, right there on the edge in 5th here. What does Alex Stanfield have in store for us? We've seen him lead a couple of laps so far, hasn't been able to get the win this year. He had a very good drive all last year, and then down the inside, Aiden Rudolph gets the move done on Ibrahim Din. Landon Skinner looking to go through as well. Not close enough that time by for Skinner. Alex Stanfield in second. All these Texas drivers wanting to deny the California kid from taking another victory here on home turf. What can these drivers do as we have 8 minutes left in this one against Stanfield? Bumper to Jesus Vasquez Jr. Not going to be enough to take the lead.
Yeah, you see in the Texas Sprint Racing Series, pushback bumpers are non-existent, so you see a lot of physical contact. I mean, karting, in my opinion, should be a contact sport. It makes it a lot more interesting. I mean, definitely not a cheap way to get around a driver by bumping and running them, but if it's tactical, as you see everybody go defensive to separate Rudolph. He tries to open up that corner, can't really do much with that. Vasquez going to white line again. Is Alex going to give him the bumper? He kind of does. It's not hard enough, though, to upset him. Everybody goes 3 wide coming out of turn 9.
And then Peyton Phillips able to work his way into the top 5. There you see Rudolph pushing Stanfield through. All these drivers continue to cycle all the way through. They can't let Jesus Vasquez Jr. run away with the win here. Landon Skinner going to push Peyton Phillips up the main straightaway. They're going to get past Aiden Rudolph there. Skinner thought better of it, slots back in the line. And once again, your top 4, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Alex Stanfield, Peyton Phillips, and Aiden Rudolph. Ibrahim Din up into the top 6, able to work his way into 6th here at the moment. They need to work together. They need to get right back up to the rear bumper of Jesus Vasquez Jr. 0.8 of a second separates them. There goes Peyton Phillips, the reigning champion on the inside of Alex Stanfield. Gets the move done, up in a second, and they're going to have to start pushing, going to have to start working together because that gap continues to grow the more and more that these drivers decide to race.
Yeah, and as you see, Aiden Rudolph down the inside of Alex Stanfield. Landon Skinner is also going to fall through. He gets to the inside of Aiden Rudolph as well. Takes up 2 positions there. A 2-for-1 move for Landon Skinner. Aiden Rudolph right behind, though. Still following very closely. Right behind them, Landon Skinner
working his way up the field for Landon Skinner, already into the top 3 here. Needs a good lap if he wants to close down the gap to Peyton Phillips in second. Rudolph currently sits in that 4th spot. Vasquez already with a big gap. Last time by he was at a 2nd here. So Landon Skinner going to have to push Peyton Phillips up to his teammate if they want to challenge for a race win. With 6.5 minutes to go left in this one, it's going to be all to play for as we get to the closing stages of this race. Alex Stanfield lost a couple of spots the last time by. Currently sits in 6th. Ibrahim Din up 10 spots. There goes Aiden Rudolph on the inside of Landon Skinner. Gets the move done and clear for Aiden Rudolph back up to 3rd. Ibrahim Din currently sits in that 5th spot and working his way up. Adrian Cruz lost a lot of spots there after that incident in between him. He's currently down in 18th. Shirley Adams all the way down in 28th and rocketing up the main straightaway here for Aiden Rudolph and Peyton Phillips. closing down that gap bit by bit. Back to 8 seconds here. Was that a second a lap ago with 6 minutes left? They need to work together. They need to push forward, and they want to catch up to the California kid.
Yeah, Jesus Vasquez Jr. successfully did something that Aiden Rudolph tried to do in the 206 race, which was back everybody up and cause a lot of chaos, and have them all trip over each other's toes. Now, he has a little under a second lead. Now that everybody's starting to sort of work together, they're kind of gaining on Jesus Vasquez Jr. ever so slightly. Aiden Rudolph, is he going to go on him? No. He's going to decide to push Peyton Phillips. A smart move from Aiden Rudolph. They're going to start working on that gap even more the less they fight.
They know they have to work together. They know they're closing down that gap. You already see Peyton Phillips inch closer and closer, lap by lap. Let's see what it looks like this time by when they cross the stripe. Are they closing down? Rudolph knows he's quicker, wants to go up to second, and gets past Peyton Phillips that time by. Rudolph at 50.433 was a 10th quicker than Peyton Phillips the last time around. This has been the championship battle this year so far. Rudolph got the first win at NOLA. Vasquez got the second win at Speed Sports Racing Park. And now the two protagonists still here in first and second. And Rudolph with a monster run there from the sweeping left-hander, already closing down the gap to Jesus Vasquez Jr. now under half a second and closing bit by bit. Aiden Rudolph officially in draft range to the GFC of Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Yeah, Ibrahim Din giving a lot of pressure to Landon Skinner there as well, down into the bowl. I mean, now he's opened up a little bit of a gap on Ibrahim Din. Now you see further on back, there's Jake French and Justin Music in your 6th and 7th places. I mean, if they can catch up to Jesus Vasquez Jr. and start fighting in these last few minutes, I mean, we only have 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. I mean, Aiden Rudolph is right there within 2 car lengths now. He's definitely going to get the draft now and start getting very close to Jesus Vasquez Jr., but we could see a potential top 10 fight for the win here if they slow each other down.
Could be a lot of karts in this race when it comes down to it with the 2 sticks, whenever we get to the 2 sticks in the air. But at the moment, Aiden Rudolph closing down that gap to Jesus Vasquez Jr. He's going to know he's there. There goes Aiden Rudolph to the top of the racetrack. Can he get the over-under move on Jesus Vasquez Jr.? Has a good run. Vasquez there, gets a little bit out of shape. Not the best run into turn number 10. What does Rudolph have in store for us here? Down the main straightaway, who's going to help who? Who's going to push who? Here goes Aiden Rudolph. Jake French looks to the bottom of the racetrack. Beckett Friesen off the racetrack, only 2 wheels on and able to stay with it here. But 3 karts up at the front. Jesus Vasquez Jr., Aiden Rudolph, and Peyton Phillips all trying to push away from the rest of the field here. Jesus has come by storm here all year long. Last year when he cracked into the Texas karting scene, he denied Aiden Rudolph. He denied Peyton Phillips from a couple of race wins. Peyton Phillips, not the best year for him. After a lot of turbulation for him so far in this one, looks to have a much better weekend and a podium for himself this weekend here in Cresson for round number 3. Vasquez still going defensive there to the bottom of the racetrack. Jake French looking to the outside. Rudolph still pushing Jesus Vasquez Jr. along, still biding his time. Tried the move on Vasquez in the opening laps, but wasn't close enough to get it done and found himself in the grass and has been quick and already looking for the move now. Going to have a push from nobody as of yet, not making the move, and Ibrahim Din absolutely flying on the main straightaway. Goes up to second. Rudolph falls back to 4th here if anybody lets him slot in, and you already see almost 10 karts in this battle for the lead.
You see Jesus Vasquez Jr. back up everybody again into each other, causing a lot of commotion behind him. He keeps looking over his shoulder to see what's going on. You got Ibrahim Din, furthest up he's been all weekend, up into P2 now. He's gaining ever so slightly on Jesus Vasquez Jr. He's right there now. He's going to go in the bowl. He goes wide. He tries to open up the corner on Jesus. He may get the run down on the inside into turn 9, but Jesus Vasquez Jr. been white lining the whole time. I mean, he's allowed to do that. I don't want to manifest it, but maybe someone gives him the bumper at some point if they get frustrated, because it is a frowned upon way of racing, but it is totally legal. It's the argument of, as everybody is working their way through down the main straightaway here. We have 3 wide up the main straight. It's Din, Rudolph on the bottom of the racetrack, going to have the push from Peyton Phillips. Can they get through on Vasquez Jr.? Not close enough as of yet. Aiden Rudolph has found a way to get himself up into the top 2 every single time. He gets shuffled out of the way, and there goes Beckett Friesen on the edge of the top 5, looking to make moves. Not close enough on Jake French as of yet. What does Aiden Rudolph have in store for us here with 1.5 minutes to go in this race, plus 2 laps? Phillips currently in 3rd. Din, the furthest up the field that he's been
all year long. The first time he's found himself fighting for a race win. What can Ibrahim Din do here? What can Beckett Friesen, the rookie, do here? What can Jake French do as well? And Landon Skinner, a lot of drivers, a lot of quality inside of this top 10. Aiden Rudolph to the top of the racetrack. Going to try the over-under move once again. Has a good run. Not good enough, though. 3 wide once again. Does Rudolph have the push up the main straightaway? Not enough. Peyton Phillips going to push him through, and not happy with Aiden Rudolph here at the moment.
Yeah, Aiden Rudolph covered off Peyton Phillips there. Didn't want him to get that third place position. But as I was saying, the argument from Jesus Vasquez Jr., it's if you're fast enough, get around me then. He's just been defending as much as he could this whole race. Hasn't been overtaken yet. Still white lining. It's very hard whenever it takes skill to defend. It's not just a, hug the inside and that's all. He's definitely showing a lot of skill here, able to park it on the apex, not getting any crossovers on him. It's very easy to mess up the exit and get a crossover when you're white lining like that.
And there goes Aiden Rudolph on Ibrahim Din into turn number 9. He's able to get clear, and Rudolph going to give another go at Jesus Vasquez Jr. here this time by. Has tried the over-under move, has tried to hold it around the outside, but hasn't been enough for Aiden Rudolph to get around Jesus Vasquez Jr., who's putting on a defensive clinic here at KartMoto. What does Aiden Rudolph have with 3 laps to go, 10 seconds left on the timer? Next time they cross the stripe, 2 laps. And the 2 sticks will be up in the air. What does Rudolph have in store for us here? He's tried it many different ways. He has to get creative because Vasquez not giving an inch to anybody out there on the racetrack. Phillips fell back to 4th. Din still there on the podium. What does Rudolph have in store in turn number 9? Can he get around Jesus Vasquez Jr. as they rocket down the short chute straightaway? All drivers moving around side by side, pushing and shoving, trying to find any bit of space on the racetrack. Not an inch. You can't stick a foot in between the top 5 here at the moment. Aiden Rudolph again looks for the over-under move, and this is the best shot he's going to get. He's at the bottom of the racetrack. He's clear at the moment from Jesus Vasquez Jr., who's going to crowd him to the bottom. Aiden Rudolph goes to the point. 2 laps to go. Aiden Rudolph, your new leader. Contact further back. Braden Robertson, Alex Stanfield, 2 of the drivers involved. Jesus Vasquez Jr. already again up to 2nd and closing down the gap. To Aiden Rudolph. Ibrahim Din still in 3rd. Jake French there in 4th, looking for the move on Din. Inside and clear for Jake French.
Aiden Rudolph with a huge push from behind was able to get around Jesus Vasquez Jr. He's been holding that lead for almost the entire race now. A push from Ibrahim Din was all he needed. Oh my goodness. Is that Ibrahim Din? Yeah, he went off. Oh, Justin Music is also off. Everybody is going off now.
1 and 2 at lead change. Vasquez went for the move in turn number 9. Rudolph retakes it. 1 lap to go when they cross the stripe. And again, for the 2nd time this season, it's Aiden Rudolph against Jesus Vasquez Jr. Who is it going to be? 1 lap to go for KA100 senior. Aiden Rudolph, bottom of the racetrack, going defensive from Jesus Vasquez Jr. here at the moment. Jake French still there in 3rd. Peyton Phillips not too far back. The reigning champion hasn't had a race win so far this season. Is looking to take that monkey off of his back here this weekend, but still struggling for a pace here at the moment in the closing stages of this race. Rudolph still going defensive, holding off Jesus Vasquez Jr. with everything that he's got. Jake French looking to make the move as well. Outside, inside, getting creative for Jake French. Rudolph as well. Bottom of the racetrack here once again. What can Vasquez do? Has to get creative. Jake French around the outside. Is he close enough to get it done on these 2 drivers? Not as of yet. French drops a tire, and out of nowhere, Peyton Phillips takes the lead. A heads-up move. Rudolph wasn't close enough. Nobody gonna deny him. He kept his nose clean. Peyton Phillips wins in Cresson. Aiden Rudolph 2nd. Jesus Vasquez Jr. 3rd. And Landon Skinner across the line 4th.
Wow, what a sneak attack from Peyton Phillips to get that win. So you had Landon Skinner 4th, Diego Guillo in 5th place. Jake French fell back to 6th place there. Cruz 7th. Justin Music up 14 positions. And Joey Frein up 17 positions in the 9th place. You have Suppley in 10th. Leavitt 11th. Dunlap 12th. You have Trilly Adams in 13th. Ibrahim Din 14th. Summers 15th. Asensio, Pico, Pope, Howell, Faulkner, Roussel, Friesen fell way back 15 positions. Parker, Goodson, Good, Robertson, and Roddy. Alex Stanfield and Xander Clements not finishing this race here.
Wow, the 2 TB carts out of this race early towards the end. It was chaotic from start to finish, but Peyton Phillips gets that monkey off his back, and he's officially a race winner in 2024. The breakout, the reigning champion gets the win here, and there you see Clements and Stanfield out here early in this one. But what a race and what a finish there in that one, as Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Rudolph fought all the way to the end. And you see a lot of drivers not too happy, but what a race finish and what an end to that one did we just witness there. Peyton Phillips, though, has struggled all year long. Should have had a race win last weekend in OKN Stars at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Couldn't get it done. After mechanical issues, he was arguably the fastest driver that weekend, but this weekend, out of nowhere, found himself in the grass, found himself in a puddle, put himself in the position to win, and that's why he's the reigning champion. Peyton Phillips, out of nowhere, surprised everyone here in this one and takes the win for the High Five Performance team and gets himself back up to the top step of the podium. Rudolph finishing in second. Good whenever you consider the championship. And a good weekend as well for Jesus Vasquez Jr. whenever you consider the championship. The two championship protagonists went at it all race long. They had to get creative to get around Vasquez and just couldn't get it done in the end. And I mean, Rocco, goosebumps at the end of that one. What a race. What an event did we have this weekend.
Yeah, total sneak attack from Peyton Phillips right there at the very end. It caught me off guard too. I didn't see it until the exit of the corner. I was still so focused on Rudolph and Jesus Vasquez Jr. I mean, at the end of the race there, you saw a little bit of respect. You saw Aiden even go over to Peyton and Vasquez go over to Peyton. They all dapped them up, had a few words exchanged. Nothing but respect for these drivers. It's really cool to see after all that hard racing.
Yeah, and you see here, this has been the third round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series from KartMoto in Cresson, Texas. We'd like to give a big thank you to all the sponsors that help us put on every single event. A big thank you to Brittany Lowball as well, who's been on site all weekend working very hard. And a big thank you to those of you who tuned in and were staying here and were with us every step of the way through every single race. For myself, Caleb Bieska and Rocco Ruzic, it's been a pleasure calling all the action and bringing it to you live at home, at the track, or wherever you may be watching. This has been it for the third round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series that doesn't go back green until early August. For myself, Caleb Bieska, and Rocco Ruzic, thank you for joining us, and have a good night.